If you like the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment for more videos like this.
Have you ever seen a strange, unknown creature, cryptid, weird animal, or paranormal being that didn't belong in this world? What terrifying thing did you encounter?
I have an experience with a canine being I couldn't explain with traditional zoology. I was driving up to Battle Creek, Michigan, from central Illinois. As I crossed into Michigan, December 2018, the sun had set, and I was driving on an empty interstate with lights about every 300 feet or so. Something ran onto the road and stopped maybe 600 feet, just a little further than two street lamps, ahead of me. It was massive. As I got closer, it was looking at my car, but it didn't move. I was driving a Jeep Cherokee Trailhawk, and this thing was standing at about the height of my car. I slammed on my brakes, but I was worried I wouldn't be able to stop in time. Right as I got up close to this thing, it ran a couple lanes over and just watched as I drove past. I took the next exit I could to calm down and grab water from a gas station. It was way bigger than a wolf ever should be. Its eyes glowed yellow from my headlights. It was grayish-brown and was definitely wolf-like. I don't usually tell this story because people just shrug it off or say I'm imagining things, etc. I know what I saw, though. It was not a normal wolf. Dark red-eyed creature near Highland Village, Texas. Last year during the fall I went camping in Pilot Knoll Park. I went to bed at around 11:30 and woke up about 2 hours later, at 2:25, because I had to go to the bathroom. On my way back I heard a noise and looked around. I saw a creature squatting on a tree branch. From the quick glimpse I saw, it had reddish eyes and was a dark color. I was so scared that I ran back to my tent and stayed still until I fell asleep. When I woke up, my friends and I packed up and left. I have seen it twice after the experience, once in the forest near my home, where it was standing in the distance. I saw it upright with its head hunched over, and once more at Pilot Knoll, where I noticed it had 2 claws on each hand and foot. My friend claims that he saw it once when hunting, where he claimed it hung out around his truck. He says he saw 2 thin things protruding from the top of its head. My friends and I started calling it the Red-Eyed Man, also known as the Knoll Man. That's all I have seen of this thing and all I know. I don't know if it has feathers, fur, or scales. I don't know if it has sharp teeth or flat teeth. If you know about the Knoll Man or have seen it too, I am very interested in your story. The Devil Monkey. On January 12, 2006, the witness walked into his home to find a devil-like creature confronting his 6-year-old Labrador dog. This creature seemed to be an unusual combination of a monkey, a dog, and the devil. Suddenly, it sprang to its hind legs and ran, nearly pushing us over to get to the open door I had just come through. This creature had long fangs, a monkey-like tail, and extremely bright glowing eyes. In another report, an Ohio woman driving through Roanoke, Virginia, at about 2:30 a.m. reported a similar encounter in the late 1990s while driving on a dark road at night and being forced to take a detour due to road construction. She had driven past a road sign that read "Red Wolf Crossing" close to Elizabeth City when a creature, which was not a wolf, leapt in front of her car. The creature was all black with very short sleek fur, pointy ears, and a long thin tail. She described it as cat-like and yet not like any cat she had ever seen. The snout was flatter than a dog's and more like a cat's. The creature was very tall, because she saw it when it was standing on its hind legs and was easily 6 feet tall. She indicated its torso looked very much like that of a very thin man, and its head resembled a large monkey but with a pointy beard. However, the creature's hind legs were like a wild cat's or dog's. It was very muscular and thin. Later, the woman checked with the U.S. Game and Wildlife Department, who told her there were no black wolves in the area but suggested she had seen a feral dog, feral meaning wild, or a wolf-dog hybrid. But the woman was emphatic it was not a wolf or dog. The woman explained the creature may have been on all fours just before leaping. The creature jumped across both lanes of the highway in one bound. This indicates the creature leapt more than 18 feet, or 6 meters, to get across the road. Dogs and wolves do not leap this far in one jump. Even larger animals such as deer usually take several bounds to leap across a road. These descriptions are somewhat similar to the infamous Dover Demon, which began on April 21, 1977, in Dover, Massachusetts. Possible Wendigo encounter? I will share a creepy experience I had with one of my friends in northern Minnesota. This happened while we were staying up in Silver Bay. It was mid-November 2022. The weather was extremely cold, with a daytime temperature of 15 degrees Fahrenheit and a nighttime temperature of near or below zero. It happened at night for us. We were going to explore a tunnel, Kramer Railroad Tunnel, that we had already explored in the daytime. We drove to the beginning of the trail, which is an old mining road that has a gate at the main road and is often closed to traffic, leading to the tunnel. The snow was deep, at least past our knees. After turning off the truck, we found ourselves in a completely dark and silent environment. We didn't see anything or hear a single sound. The silence was scary and seemed almost unnatural. There was a slight foul smell in the air. We both had a dark sense of dread come over us at the same time. We felt like we were not alone, so we booked it out of there. Not sure what it was that was out there or if it was just our overactive imagination. It has been suggested that it might have had a semi-close encounter with a Wendigo, which I had always chalked up to folklore and fantasy, but now I'm not so sure. A creature my sibling and 2 cousins encountered. My brother was sleeping over with 2 of our cousins for a video game marathon, and they made a late-night junk food run. They pulled back up to the house and started heading in, walking up the driveway. They hear a loud noise and look up to find a black figure with the body of a human and a long tail flying past the house. They freak out and run inside to wake up my aunt. She recalls that all 3 were absolutely terrified and couldn't identify what they'd seen as any animal. To this day my brother and cousins swear it was a full-bodied human figure with wings. I was curious and researched this creature, but I couldn't find any other sightings in this area. The forest behind my kindergarten. Shortly before my parents split, Dad would drop me off at Kindy every day. All was well except for one day I cannot explain. The memory is blurry, but it went like this. The kindergarten I attended had a park reserved behind it that was filled with scrub bush trees. One day the teachers decided to take us kids for a nature walk through there. Funny thing is it's only open every 3rd Sunday of each month, and as we walk through, the sky begins to become overcast and eventually looks like it's going to rain. I don't remember how we got to a particular part of this forest. It was huge, but at some point all the kids looked really freaked out, and the teachers too. The teachers were whispering to each other in a panic-type way, wondering what's going on. I start looking around my surroundings and can't see anything. Until I finally see a human-like figure high in the tree staring straight at us. I don't quite remember what he looked like, except he had similar features to Slender Man. I know what you're thinking, but it's true. No face, spider-like arms from his back, and he was completely naked but didn't have private parts. Everything after that during kindergarten is blank. I told my sisters about this a few years ago, and we went for a late-night visit there. I broke in because it was chained up, and we walked through the dark forest to the other side. I used my jacket as a cover over the barbed wire fence. My sisters were on the other side already, but as I climbed over halfway, I saw a shadowy figure in the distance of the forest coming closer and closer, but once I was over the fence, he was gone. They saw this shadow being too, because they asked me afterwards, "Who was that behind you?" I said I don't know, and I still don't. Dog-like creature with small wings. I have been living in Brabant, the Netherlands, for a while. A few kilometers before the border of Belgium. A few weeks ago I went on holiday to Wechelen, Belgium. A few family members of mine live there, so I stayed overnight. I am very fond of walking, and I do that every day. I went for a walk on a Tuesday evening. After having walked for about half an hour, I walked over a bridge. It was very quiet, almost unusual. I did not find this situation strange. Instead, it provided a sense of peace. I stopped just at the end of the bridge to get some water from my backpack. At that moment, I heard a sound that resembled iron striking against another object. The sound resembled that of an iron chain. I heard it very softly the first time and thought it was coming from afar, so I thought it was nothing special or anything. After a few seconds, I heard it for the second time. This time it sounded very close, so I wondered what it was. There was nobody around me as far as I knew. I started not to worry, it was just strange. At that moment, I believed it was a homeless person or something similar that was hiding under the bridge. After drinking and enjoying nature for a moment, I heard it again. I think it was around 10 p.m. I heard the same weird sound under the bridge. I decided to keep listening until I heard some sort of howling. I remember falling back because I was so shocked. It was a weird whine, what you'd expect from a dog or a wolf. It sounded very heavy but dull. I was very shocked because I could not identify the sound. I actually stopped because I was so scared. It was a different feeling. The fear was so intense that it kept me standing. At that moment I looked down. I saw a dog-like creature that walked on 2 legs. It was huge, so I knew it wasn't a dog. The creature was black and had small wings on its back. It had a kind of chain on its leg. If my memory serves me correctly, the chain was attached to its left leg. I think there was water under the bridge because it was wet. At a moment he turned around and looked into my eyes. They were dark eyes. His head looked a bit like that of a big wolf. At that moment I knew I had to run. I stumbled a few times and therefore sprained my ankle. This is unlike anything I have ever seen. I told a resident of the neighborhood about what I saw, and he confirmed that it was indeed accurate. He mentioned a name, but I can't think of it anymore. I thought about sharing it for a long time because I have nightmares about it. I'm also glad I lost it, and I hope you know what it is. A weird monster. I saw a very strange creature in my childhood. I still wonder to this day what that was. This happened when I was 14 years old. It was summer, so we decided to sleep outside, and there was a nice breeze blowing. There was a small garden in the courtyard of our house. It was surrounded by bushes. The height of the bushes was not much. When my mom was setting up the folding bed. Then I look at the garden. The moon was shining brightly, so everything was clearly visible. I noticed that something was running fast inside the bushes. When I went closer and bent down to look, what was there in the bushes? Was it so intense that it suddenly came in front of my face? It was a strange creature whose height was probably 1 foot, and its skin looked just like wood. The weirdest thing was that his eyes were forward like humans. The pupils of her eyes were also larger than humans. I was completely bent, so the distance between that creature and my face was 30 centimeters. He ran away so fast after seeing me that I never saw him again. Has such an incident ever happened with you? He watches you in the forest. Well, I don't have a title or anything that would give me any authority on this, but I'll be as clear and sensible as possible. I've been doing my military service for a year, and I'm stationed in the mountains. I'm a person who adapts easily and always tries to find a reason for everything, but what's been happening lately is something I can't find any meaning or logic in. Once, when I was on guard duty with a comrade, the guard post was far from the base, and the path there was completely overgrown with trees. Anyway, around 2 or 3 a.m., when we had to check the guards, I clearly saw something peeking out from among the trees. I alerted my partner, we got into position, reloaded our rifles, and took cover. About 10 minutes passed, but the figure was still there. I got scared, and I saw my partner in the same state. We were sweating bullets, our pulses were racing, and we didn't know what to do because it was strange. I got all hot and bothered and shone my light on the figure, and that's when we saw it. It had white eyes. Or silver, long hair full of twigs and leaves, and its skin, well, I have no way of describing it, really. It was like a mixture of skin, mud, tree bark, leaves, branches, and strips of clothing. We were scared and wanted to run, but we couldn't because we had to make sure the sentry was alright, or at least alive. My partner fired the first shot, and that thing let out a scream that sounded like a dog's yelp. It was as sudden as that thing running deep into the forest. We quickly went to where the sentry was, and he was there, in a corner of the guard post, crying. When he saw us, he ran to us, hugging us, begging us to get him out of there. This incident occurred a few weeks ago, and although that guard post is no longer active, when you walk through that corridor, you can hear a squeal or hiss, making you feel as if something is watching you from the depths of the forest. I don't know if she was a witch or something like that, but whatever she is, I know she's still here, watching us and waiting. I don't know for what, really. I just hope to get out of here as quickly as possible. I don't know what it was for sure, but when I was about 8 or 9, I saw what I can only describe as a Bigfoot. I was staying with my friend whose parents were divorced but owned 2 houses separated by a small valley out in the country. We were walking from one house to another when we saw a patch of fur with blood on it. Being the stupid kids we were, we decided to follow the blood trail. We walked for a good 20 feet until we arrived at a thicket of trees, and inside of this thicket was an 8 or 9 foot tall thing standing on 2 legs. I know he was around that height because his head nearly poked out of the trees. All we could really see was a silhouette, but he began to walk back and forth and then stopped and looked at us. The way it walked looked human, not like any animal I had ever seen, and I've seen pretty much all of them that you'd find in the area. We booked it out of there to the other house and stayed inside the rest of the day. I have a very vivid memory of this creature and would love to go back one of these days to see if I can find it again. A tall, lanky creature has been watching me. So I backpack as a hobby. I'll be up in the wilderness for days now. When I started this hobby of mine, I never had any issues. However, I moved to Oklahoma about 2 months ago and have gone on 2 hiking trips. I went to the Wichita Mountains, and I set up camp next to a tree line. As the sun started going down, I decided I had to take a leak. I found a suitable tree and did my business. As I was walking back, I heard a grunt. Now I thought it was my imagination because I hadn't heard anything or anyone moving. I got back to camp, made a little fire, and cooked myself some fish with onions and potatoes I had brought with me. After I had finished my meal, I went far from my camp and buried the leftovers. I came back, drank from my water bottle, and crashed in my tent. I guess I had drunk too much water because I woke up at 2 a.m. and had to take a leak badly. I rushed out of my tent and ran to the nearest tree. At that moment, I was half asleep, just trying to relieve myself so I could go back to sleep. I heard this loud chanting that immediately woke me up. I finished and looked in the clearing. I see this huge humanoid creature. I froze. I actually remember thinking, I should have brought my pistol. I nearly crapped myself. Keep in mind it's in the clearing, approximately a football field away from me. The creature turns to look at me, roars loudly, and gets on all fours. I decided my gear wasn't worth it and only grabbed my knife. I ran full speed down the path until I could barely breathe. I got to my car and turned it on. The moment I pulled out, I saw this huge white humanoid creature watching me. Now to describe it, imagine a human with muscular limbs that are covered in bloody scratches and scars. Its arms were like a gorilla's. Its hands were hanging below the knees. Its left arm was bleeding profusely from running into a branch, I assume, but its face is what burns in my memory. He had these two bulging eyes, as if he were choking. I've told my friends and family, but they said I must have dreamt it or I'm making stuff up. I left expensive gear behind. I wouldn't do that just for a fake reason. That's stupid. Anyways, I don't know what this is. Can anybody help identify it? Born and raised in Texas, however, my family is from Mexico. We have a ton of stories and encounters with little people. 1. The Field. My uncle used to own a watch store in San Luis Potosí, a city that actually has miniature villages for these little people. Everyone in the town would avoid a street that would go through a field because two elderly looking 3-foot-tall people would come up to your car and follow you. Well, one day, after working all day at the store during the holiday season, he decided to skip the traffic and take a shortcut home through that road. He noticed two kids kicking a ball and dancing. He thought, oh, I guess this field isn't that bad. Well, as he got closer to the kids, they turned to him and started walking up to his car, and he noticed their bodies were like kids, but their faces looked about 90 years old. He never ventured down that road again. 2. My grandpa's house. Some context, my grandpa is a doctor in the States and owns a 3-story house with 9 rooms in San Luis Potosí, the same city as the field. One night my family was staying at the house to take a break from driving from Texas to Puerto Vallarta. My mom decided to stay in a room down the hall where she was able to keep an eye on me and my sister. At this time the cartel activity had just started to pick up during our trip. She kept her and our bedroom door wide open. As she was falling asleep, she noticed her door had closed. She got up and opened it. Laid back down. She woke up 5 to 10 minutes later, the door closed. She went to the bathroom and got one of her huge lotion bottles and put it against the door. She knew there was no way the wind or anything could move the door. She laid back down, and as she turned to face the door, she saw 2 little arms grab the lotion bottle, yank it from the door, and slam it. She woke us up, and we left that night. I'm getting goosebumps writing this. You can search up Duende San Luis Potosí online. They actually haunt and terrorize a lot of people in the town. Sighting in Scotland. This happened years ago. I was probably about 8 years old, but my family remembers it too. We were in Scotland, walking down a road that was alongside a forest. I think we were just walking back to our holiday home after going to a restaurant, because it was evening/nighttime and it was dark. The forest was on the other side of the road from us, and I remember looking in and seeing a creature, maybe 5 meters into the forest. It was around the size and shape of a badger, but it was glowing white. Like properly glowing. It would have been too dark to even see from that distance if it was just a normal badger. It was walking at around the same pace as we were, and it stayed near to the edge of the forest for maybe 3 minutes until it walked off and I couldn't see it anymore. It really stuck with me. I still vividly remember it after all these years. My experience in Bankhead National Forest tonight. Let me start this story off by saying I've always been a huge conspiracy theorist. I'm a follower of Jesus Christ, but I'm not your normal Southern Christian. I live in Alabama. I'm huge into stargazing and chasing unidentified aerial phenomenon sightings. I've heard of cryptids, and I've believed in them, but it's always been a thing in my mind where it's like, yeah, that's crazy, but that would never happen to me. Lol, silly thinking, right? So tonight I wanted to have some one-on-one time with my husband away from the kids and go stargazing. I even tried to see the Milky Way and some unidentified aerial phenomenon. I found a remote location with zero light pollution deep in the Bankhead National Forest, about an hour's drive away, so I decided to make it a plan. We get to the area, and it's dark, and there are literally no people, stores, or streetlights. It's just forest and a straight winding road with lots of trees and forest elements. The GPS took us down one turn into another long one-way road with zero pull-offs and just deep forest on both sides. When we turned on that road, we both had a sinking gut feeling to leave. My husband is usually the one to say I'm overthinking or my anxiety is acting up, and he usually is very dismissive about anything supernatural, but tonight even he said something was off, especially when we turned on that road. Shortly after we started seeing white balls of light in the trees, I thought that was cool and harmless, but as we got closer to the spot, the gut feeling got worse. As we drove closer, about 10 feet ahead of us on the road, we saw a white ball of light in midair at about eye level, and it was flickering/blinking. My husband started to kind of get unsettled, and he said, "Do you see that? What the duck is that?" I tried to rationalize, but I really couldn't explain it. We kept driving, and it disappeared. Right after that, on my side, the passenger side, there was a random row of very tall trees that looked violently broken and crushed. The sinking feeling got worse. Right after that on the same side, passenger side, we both saw a tall 7 to 8 feet being that I could barely make out in the darkness with glowing eyes, and it just seemed to disappear after we noticed it. My husband jumped when he saw it and said, "Did you just see that?" And I replied, "See what?" Because at this point I realized we were in cryptid territory, and I've heard of the Appalachian rules, so I decided to apply them here. We get to our destination spot. Neither of us felt safe getting out of the car, so we opened the sunroof and both our windows. It was so dark that my husband shined his gun's light to see outside while I looked at the stars through the sunroof, and that's when it happened. There was this odd silence in the woods, then an intentional whistling noise that sounded non-human and raspy. Didn't sound like an animal and didn't sound fully human. My husband looked at me with wide eyes and said, "Did you just hear that?" Again, I was applying Appalachian rules at this point, so I just replied, "Hear what?" Then the whistling/raspy sound got super close and much louder this time. It sounded like an intentional whistle to get someone's attention, something neither human nor animal. When I heard that, I just looked at him and said, "Don't talk about it, just get us the duck out of here now," and we rolled up our windows and zoomed out of there. I prayed the entire way home and felt terrified. I'm not totally sure what it was, but I've got a few takeaways from this. 1. Never dismiss folklore warnings. 2. Just don't go to a national forest at night, just don't. And 3. I'm never going back. A weird white figure in the woods. I normally don't share much here, but after what I saw, I wanted to get opinions. I live in upstate NY, and where I am, I live across the woods. It was around 8 at night, and I took my dog out so he could use the bathroom. Mind you, there are not many streetlights on my block, so it's pitch black out, so I used my phone flashlight to see. I ended up pointing my flashlight at the woods because I heard leaves crunching, and I saw this weird tall white figure from afar, and I swear seconds after I saw it, it looked like it was jumping towards me like it was getting closer. After I saw it, I picked up my dog and ran inside the house. I don't know if I was being delusional or if it was an animal of some kind because upstate NY is known for having wild animals, but I know I saw something, and whatever it was scared me. Encounter in Poland 18 to 20 years ago. I wanted to share a story with you describing what I saw around 20 years ago. It was a hot, midsummer evening. I went for an evening run. I was in my early 20s, and this had been my routine for a long time, 3 sprint sessions and 2 mid-distance runs per week. Nothing unusual. That day, I switched paths and decided to take a route alongside some fields after passing the cemetery. I started at a slow pace so that I could increase it later. Suddenly, 10 to 15 meters in front of me, I saw a creature running across my path from one wheat field to another on the opposite side. I was shocked and ran away. What I saw was a humanoid creature, about 1 to 1.2 meters tall. Its face/head was fox/jackal/kangaroo-like. The running pattern was very human, an erect, straight posture with leg movements close to ours, but it kept its arms in front of it, like a dinosaur in the movies. The arm movement is blurry in my memory, so I am not 100% sure about that part. I have tried to explain it to myself for years. I thought it was a sick or mutated animal, but the way it moved made me sure it wasn't. I can't recall if it was wearing anything. It happened too quickly. I was also afraid to talk about this because I thought nobody would believe me. Has anyone experienced anything similar? From mythology, it was closest to Anubis, but with a brownish-gray skin/fur color. Something in the forest. A little backstory. I was with my nephews, I call them R and J, in a forest on a camping trip. Because we were bored, we decided to go for a walk in the forest. When you pass through the gate, you will find a field with about 5 or 6 trees, followed by a small hill, and at the top of that hill, the forest begins. When you walk to the back of the forest, there is a fence with, behind that, a road and a military shooting area. So RJ and I walked our normal route through the forest, and when we walked past a tree, we saw some weird scratches on it. We've never seen them even though we come there a lot. They obviously weren't human, but they were too high on the tree to be from an animal. We don't have bears or other giant animals where we live, so that wasn't an option. We investigated a bit and walked further. At least R and I walked further. Jay stood still by the tree. As we turned around, we heard a scream, which prompted Jay to run desperately towards us. There was a stick that flew towards him, and it hit his neck. We calmed him down a bit, checked his neck, we didn't see anything, and walked towards the fence at the back of the forest. We looked at the terrain when we saw a terrifying, literally dark humanoid about 2 meters long. Its legs, its arms, its fingers, everything was longer than usual. It had red glowing eyes, and it was staring towards us. We were so scared that we ran back to the beginning, went through the gate, and just stood there for a couple minutes. When Jay said, "My neck stings," R and I checked his neck and noticed something at the spot where the stick had hit him. It looked like a 7. After that we talked about what we saw. When we turned around, it stood at the beginning of the forest. There were probably 20 meters between us and the creature. When it saw that we were watching it too, it ran away with an inhuman speed. We were too scared to get back in the forest and went back to our tents. R and Jay told their mom, my aunt, what happened, and she looked in Jay's neck. You could still see the scratch, but it was almost gone. I am kind of new but very interested in paranormal stuff. I wanted to share this with you. The incident happened last year, but we're still confused, and we still don't know what it is. If you've seen something similar or have an idea what it could be, please let me know. Thank you for listening. Yellow-eyed creature with black tar blood. My girlfriend and I were driving to my grandmother's house late at night. She lives in the country, so we had to take many back roads. As she was driving, I looked out the window and saw a pair of glowing yellow eyes across the field. I thought the glowing eyes belonged to a deer, and since they were so far away, I didn't warn her about them. The yellow eyes began to approach the car faster and faster until we hit it. In the brief glimpse I got before it went under the car, I saw a pure black creature. It was so black it didn't even reflect the light from the headlights. She slammed to a stop, and I immediately investigated, looking for any clues or traces of what I just saw. All that was left behind was a black puddle in the road that didn't reflect my flashlight. Upon our arrival, I examined the extent of the damage. It left a black tar-like substance on the front of the car along with minor damages to the grille, dented the passenger side door, and damaged the plastic body of the car above the wheel. She drives a tiny car, so I'm surprised the damage wasn't more extensive. I was in a controlling relationship at the time, so when I collected the black tar-like substance for further study, she trashed it, and she had already washed the rest off her car, so I couldn't collect any further samples. It still haunts me to this day, thinking about what that thing was. It was a new moon, there was no light but our headlights, and it was nowhere near those at the time. I just don't understand how they were glowing so bright across that field. Something made itself known to me. This story definitely belongs here. I hate ever thinking or speaking about this experience, as I get extreme goosebumps and teary eyes, but I'm hoping maybe someone else has an idea of what it was. This happened in mid-July of this year. A buddy of mine, we'll call him Jake for the story, whose parents had just bought a camper trailer, invited me to go out camping with them pretty deep in the boonies of Utah, Fairview to be exact. What started as a normal day ended in a night of horror. I'll get straight into it. We cooked dinner, had a few drinks, listened to music and talked around the campfire. As it started to get late and the food coma set in, Jake's parents went inside the trailer to get ready for bed, and we followed shortly after. As Jake and I finished setting up the beds, we went outside for what was supposed to be a quick smoke before going to sleep, but that ended up with us talking around the campfire and just enjoying the beautiful weather of the summer night. Well, this was our first mistake. The second was the conversation we were having. We started rambling about God, what's beyond the sky, the government hiding truth from us, how we aren't alone on this planet, aliens, folklore, etc. For you guys to get an idea, it was stoner talk, to say the least, ha. Throughout all of this talk, every couple of minutes I'd look up at the stars and I'd say, dude, look at the stars in the sky, it's so crazy. I kept repeating this phrase, and the conversation never changed. We keep talking and again, being completely mesmerized, I say, dude, look at the sky. Wow. As soon as I uttered those words, please bear with me as I attempt to explain this unexplainable phenomenon. A string of orby-type lights erupted directly in front of the campfire, barely 10 feet away from us. As the string of lights appeared and came crashing down, It produced a very intense noise. Instantly I say, "What the F was that?" I look over at Jake and he's scrambling for the only light we have that's inside his pocket, and the look of fear in his eyes alone was terrifying. He starts booking it to the trailer and I'm right behind him. We were tripping over chairs and screaming at the absolute top of our lungs. You would have thought a bear or wildcat was attacking us. As we run and trip over all the camping equipment, I look back in terror and swear on everything I love that there is an 8-foot-tall dim figure just feet away from us, chasing us. We get to the door and Jake is so scared he can't even open it. His girlfriend does from the inside. I frantically jump in the trailer while Jake is still outside trying to get his dog to come in. Immediately I grab and cock my gun, then point it toward the door. After Jake gets inside, his parents come running out of their room because we just woke them from their sleep with our screams of terror. We lock the door, I sit down, and his dog just starts growling at me. We did our best to settle in for the night, and that was the end of the terrifying entity. Without a doubt, it was the most horrifying experience I've ever had. I sat down on the couch, and my heart must have been racing at over 230 BPM. I was shaking like hell, my soul literally left my body. I was so terrified, I had an out-of-body experience as we were running, literally and genuinely, I say that. Whatever that thing was, it literally confirmed the exact conversation we were having around the fire, proving to me that we are not alone. July 9th, Farmer City Monster. On this date in 1970, near Farmer City, Illinois, 4 friends were gathered around a crackling campfire when a rustling sound interrupted their conversation. The boys peered into the darkness beyond the firelight and saw a massive figure moving stealthily toward their tent. One of them jumped to his feet and turned on the headlights of his car at the menacing silhouette. Their jaws dropped when they saw the creature crouching close to their tents. The ape-like beast was tall, standing 6 to 7 feet tall, and had grayish-white fur. Its yellow eyes glowed in the night, and its body seemed to move gracefully as it jumped on 2 legs and sprinted back into the tall grass. This is the initial glimpse of what would soon be dubbed the Farmer City Monster. Saw water people as a child. Just stumbled onto this place and figured this would be a good place to ask, as it hard jogged a memory from when I was, 3? I remember lying down while my mother changed my brother's diaper, and there were several very tall translucent blue humanoid creatures with glowing orange centers in their heads. They had a humanoid figure but lacked any human features, no faces or anything like that, and, if anything, had a body shape more akin to Gumby than a human made of water. My memory of the event is vague, but I do recall the imagery quite clearly. It was like they had bodies made of water the way they reflected and shimmered. That said, thinking back, I don't think they had any connection to water, but I might be wrong. It's just the best way I could describe them at my age. The rest of the memories around that period were a blur, but at one point I apparently drew a picture of them looming over my baby brother and me in crayon. My mother was quite frightened by how consistently I described these water people, as I called them, and everything changed abruptly when I said they were visiting again, prompting her to call our grandfather, who was a practicing priest. They left as he was on his way, and as far as my mother recounts, I never spoke of them again, nor do I remember them ever returning. Not sure if it's related at all or not. This is one of my earliest memories, and while I was young and may have been seeing things, I wonder if anyone knows more about entities like this to help determine whether my experience had any real substance or if it was simply a product of my active imagination as a child. I do know my grandpa took the picture I drew, and I'm not sure what became of it. Thank you for listening. My true creature encounter in PA. When I was about 7 or 8, I had a disturbing encounter with some kind of creature or entity. I lived in the Appalachian Mountain Range of Pennsylvania. It was November, around when daylight saving time occurred. I remember it was supposed to be a school day, but since the snow was so heavy, the buses were unable to drive out in the morning, so school was canceled for a snow day. I was so excited to spend the rest of the day outside in the snow. We had an acre of property, going quite far back into the woods. I was walking deep into the forest, to a small frozen pond past my property line. All of a sudden, the woods went dead silent. There were no birds, no wildlife scuttling around, nothing at all. I remembered thinking it was strange, but I kept walking to make it to the pond. I should have turned around immediately, but I was still a naive little child. After I reached the pond, everything was still completely silent, and the hairs on the back of my neck felt like they were rising. I started to get frightened, but I didn't know why. I felt like something really bad was going to happen to me if I didn't leave at that moment, so I decided to run back home. As I arrived in my backyard, I realized it was so late, and the sun was actually setting. My mom came running outside asking where I was literally all day and to never ever disappear like that ever again. None of this made sense to me, because I had only been outside for about 20 minutes. I left my house with my snow gear on at around 10 a.m., right after getting the snow day call. By now, it was nearly 8 p.m., indicating that I had been absent for approximately 10 hours. I have no idea what happened and how I had been gone for such a long period of time. I remember only being out there for such a short period of time. I don't know if this was a skinwalker encounter or even a Wendigo encounter. Has anyone else had this happen to them? Was it some kind of creature? I didn't see anything at all while out there. I didn't lose track of time, and I didn't fall and hit my head or anything. What do you think happened? Please let me know in the comments. It's still here. This happened around April 10th. The sun was just beginning to rise, and I was walking around the property checking on all the pigs like usual. Most of them were lazing about in the hay, but I noticed as I slowly made my way out back, the pigs that way were restless and making noises. Letting you all know now that I had a machete shoved in my belt at the time. That was because of an increasing issue with coyotes, as well as the paranoia from my encounter a few months prior. Wondering what their problem was, I crept as quietly as I could out back. My hand hovered over the machete's handle as I did so. Peering over the crest of the hill, I'm greeted with nothing but agitated pigs pacing in their pens. Humph! I grunted, standing up straight and making my way up to the pens. What's wrong, Latte? I asked one of the pigs, scratching her head for comfort. She kept turning her head to look at the woods, making loud squeaks/whines in the process. Looking at some of the younger pigs, I noticed that they were doing the same thing. Despite feeling nervous, it was my job to see what was bothering them. So swallowing hard, I make my way to the tree line, peering into the woods. As I'm looking around, I hear a branch break off to my right, my head whipping around to face the sound. Practically crawling up a steep muddy ledge was what looked like the creature from before. Except its pale skin was stained with what looked like blood, and it looked like it had been in a fight. One of its antlers was snapped in half, and patches of fur and skin were hanging off of it in places. I must have made some sort of sound, because its head turns to face me. Its gaze locked onto mine. The few seconds we stared each other down felt like an eternity before it screamed at me and scuttled up the ledge as fast as it could, disappearing over the top. As soon as I couldn't see it, I hightailed it back to the house, slamming the door shut. If it's the same creature as before, I want to know just what could have done that to it. But at the same time, I don't. Frankly, it terrifies me to think that there might be something else out here. Something with enough strength and guts to attack something like that. Other than the Patterson-Gimlin footage, the only reason I believe in Sasquatch is because of my encounter. Say what you will about how unlikely it is, especially considering the location, but here's the story. I was going for a walk in the woods in east/northeast Rhode Island when I saw something walking in a clearing a good few hundred feet away. It was covered head to toe in black hair or fur, and it walked exactly like the Patterson-Gimlin footage, except that it never turned to look at me. I know it wasn't a bear because its arms clearly swung when it walked, and in all of the years I've been going back to those woods, I've never once found any evidence of bears being in there. I know it wasn't a person because logically, why would a person, apparently wearing a gorilla suit, decide to walk through shin-deep water in a random spot in a forest in Rhode Island in the middle of February? I know there's next to no solid evidence of the existence of Sasquatch, but I honestly can't come up with a better explanation for what I saw. I thought about pulling out my phone to take a video, but I didn't want to take my eyes off of it. I just knew I was seeing something special, and I didn't want to lose a second of it. I only saw it for a few seconds, and then it was gone. Even if I had taken a video, it would have been potato quality since I've only had shitty phones. I've gone back to the area hundreds of times over the years since, and a friend and I would occasionally catch a glimpse here and there, but aside from a staring contest I had with a Sasquatch, which disappeared when I looked away to pull my phone out, I've never had a good sighting since that very first one. If what I saw wasn't Sasquatch, then I truly have no idea what it could have been. As crazy as it sounds, Sasquatch is the logical explanation for what I saw. A creature I saw. So this story is from 2016. I was studying in my room at my grandmother from my mother's side's home. I was in 7th standard when I saw that creature. I still remember that I was studying the math chapter of algebraic expressions. My grandmother lives in an apartment. The apartment has a balcony from which the sunlight comes in. It was this very day of December when I was sitting on the floor studying. When I looked out of the window, I saw a creature flying above a house. I am really interested in birds and animals, so I kept on looking at that creature. At first I thought it was just a bird, but then it started flying vertically without flapping its wings. As much as I know is that all flying creatures need or needed to flap their wings to fly, but that creature was not flapping its wings at all. I took a photo of the creature, but it did not appear in the image. Instead, there was only a clear blue sky. After that, I only saw that thing twice. The second time I saw that, it was a lot further than the last time I saw it. Was it some kind of warning, or is it some kind of demonic activity? Can someone tell me what I saw? So I'll start with the beginning of things. It started when my mother was around 17 years old. She spent a lot of time outside, mostly at night. One night, she was outside on her front porch when she heard what she could only describe as a distorted galloping. She honestly thought that it was just some horse that got loose, but there was nothing. Just the sound. It was coming closer and closer, and yet nothing. She made the decision to spend the night inside. As a result, she continued to spend her daytime hours outside and eventually heard it once more. It was basically the same thing that happened last time, but just in the daytime. The third account is the most intriguing. She was on the way home from work. She worked late, so it was around 1 a.m. when this happened. She was stopped at a stoplight, and she had the windows down for God knows what reason. She heard the noise yet again. It was moving toward her car, and it went in front of it. But this time, she could see it. She described it as a hairy brown dog with the ability to walk on 2 legs if it desired to do so. It ran across the road and disappeared. My mom sped home and wouldn't get out of the car until her father walked her into the house. So the final account happened last year. I was on the way home from school with my mom and my brothers. We were approaching a bridge when in the distance my mom and I both saw it. It was exactly like her description. Hairy brown dog that looked like it could stand up on 2 legs. It crossed the road and disappeared. I have been spending a lot of time trying to identify this creature or locate it again, but I have had no luck. If anyone knows what this could be, let me know. Thank you for taking the time to listen to this. Please help. I am honestly scared and happy at the same time. So an hour ago, my brother and I were skating to the gas station to get some snacks. It was like any normal day, but my brother and I decided to take a shortcut through the woods, not realizing how vast they were. We walked for a few minutes when in the distance we saw this weird creature. I could have sworn we stared for hours as we saw this creature. So basically it was this bird that has a body the size of a car and wings taller than most trees. Something interesting I saw was that it had weird dark eyes. It was like they were sunken into its head, which makes me think about that film theory episode about King Kong and how the monsters have sunken eyes because they stay underground. Okay, that's basically the description, so after staring at it for a really long time, we decided to head slowly back, but somehow it hurt us. The creature looked straight at my brother and me, stared for a while, then shook its head as if it were a dog. Suddenly, it looked up, raised its wings, and grabbed onto the trees, and once it reached the top, it started to fly. It was absolutely amazing and honestly quite beautiful. It was so quiet too. So I just wanted to say that I want to leave this animal in peace because, quite frankly, it's doing no harm from what I have seen. I am probably going to go around looking for it again if I can. The location is in Euless, Texas. I saw a bat creature in my neighborhood. I am so happy I stumbled onto this community. This happened 2 days ago, and I'm still so confused. I was driving home from work on a bright, sunny day. I get about a mile from my house. I live in a wooded area in northern Illinois, about an hour outside of Chicago. As I'm making my way down an unoccupied street, this creature runs in front of my car about 2 car lengths in front of my car. It was definitely a bat creature of some sort. I could clearly make out the shape of bat wings. But it wasn't flying. It was running like a gorilla. It would extend its wings out in front of itself and push itself forward, just like a gorilla does when it runs at full force. This thing was also so black that it looked almost flat. And it was huge. It was at least half the size of my dog, who is a 70 pounds pit bull/boxer mix. I tried to search for giant bats sitting in the area, and I have found some sightings of giant bats flying over Chicago over the last 2 years. I've also found some references to the Mothman and the Jersey Devil, but I don't think this thing was as big as a man. And none of the stories I've read mention these giant bats running. However, I did learn that vampire bats are the only species of bats that run. And based on videos of vampire bats running, this creature moves in a very similar manner. So, now I'm nervous about letting my dog out alone. Any theories are appreciated. What was it? Firstly, I want to state a few things. 1. I've never had a paranormal experience in my life. 2. This story takes place around 1 to 2 years ago. Initially, I wanted to share my encounter somewhere online. But the more I thought about it, the more it consumed me and my thoughts. Sometime after the fact, I figured the best thing for myself was to try and forget. Clearly this didn't work, so instead I'll do my best to lay out what I saw. I live somewhere in North Carolina. It's not a small city by any means, but it's basically a highway town at its core. I've lived here 10 plus years. On the night in question I was with my ex. We'll refer to her as Z. This was right around the time when COVID restrictions had yet to be fully lifted, so Z invited me for a walk. She was finishing up her online courses for the semester, one being physical activity. So, we often walked around her neighborhood to achieve a daily step goal. Anyways, we head out on this walk. It's around 7 to 8 p.m., so on our way out, the sun is already setting. We stick to the street, as there isn't a sidewalk and we're just walking through the neighborhood. I've been down this area hundreds of times. I drove there nearly every day to be with Z during the pandemic. It's just your average single-story, cookie-cutter neighborhood where every house looks identical. On our way back to the house, it's dusk. It's an unusual time of day, especially on this particular evening. It was almost a gray-looking atmosphere, but still illuminated enough to see the streets. Z is on a phone call for the entirety of the way back, so I'm just taking in my surroundings and waiting for the walk to be finished. That's when I see it. Whatever the duck this thing was. About 3 houses down. It was mid-jump, arms and legs fully outstretched, leaping across the street. It lands on the other side in an instant, with barely enough time to register that anything had even happened at all. At the time it felt like a hallucination. Something fictional that my brain had just conjured up out of boredom or lack of visual content. It happened so quickly, but this flash frame is burned into my memory now and is something that I'll probably never forget. Firstly, it was huge and 100% silent. I only caught sight of it flying across the street and landing underneath a car. It was fully outstretched and took up almost the entirety of the street. Even with its hands on the ground, its rear legs were still stretched from the jump and extended far beyond the halfway point of this 2-lane road. I can only guess that the size of this thing was 10 to 20 feet in length. It looked extremely thin, beyond anorexic, but startlingly human from the waist up. 100% dark gray. Its arms seemed to be car length, with large claws, and its legs were bowed in a way that reminded me of a dog. The only feature I couldn't make out was its face. It seemed completely black but scarily human. Again, at the time I had no idea if what I saw was some sort of weird animal or just a hallucination. Despite this, I remained fixated on the location where I had witnessed this hallucination. As I got closer and closer to the car, I almost wanted to freak out. Z was still on the phone though, so I decided to keep quiet and inspect the car for myself as we walked by. I turned my head as we slowly passed by the vehicle. At this point I'm convincing myself that what I had seen couldn't possibly. But I just couldn't bring myself to peer and look underneath that car. As we walk away, I turned back a few times, really trying to process if I lost my mind for a moment or not. By the time we get home I feel almost embarrassed. Did I just have a stare down with a car for absolutely no reason? By the time we walk inside Z's house, she's off the phone. We were kind of bummed that our walk was void of conversation, so we just caught up and conversed for the next half hour. The hallucination had almost completely left my mind at this point. We just ended up going about our usual business. Honestly, I was just happy to be spending time with my partner. I was ready to accept that what had happened earlier was nothing more than my imagination. I had forgotten about the experience almost entirely. Until Z asked me something almost out of nowhere. Did you see something jump across the street earlier? What the duck? Explain to me what that was. For my sanity. Please. Smoky Mountain National Forest. I was going to Knoxville in late November and took a shortcut through Cherokee. I got through town and got into the forest headed towards Gatlinburg and almost immediately felt like I was being watched. I thought it was just my anxiety, so I started recording a voice message to my friend, even though I knew it wouldn't go through for a while. Within 30 seconds of finishing the message, a solid white humanoid slowly walked across the road from the woods and vanished up the mountain. As far as I could tell from my distance, its size was completely proportional to that of a human. That was all I saw the rest of the drive, but I also didn't see a single car for another 45 plus minutes, and the anxiety definitely didn't let up. I was just talking to a local who claimed he saw the same thing around Knoxville, and he mentioned that locals refer to it as white hair, so I decided to share this here. It didn't look hairy to me, but it wasn't like a skin and bones type of thing that would make you think of a Wendigo either. Any thoughts? Weird unidentified creature. On 2 separate occasions when I was younger, I walked out of my bedroom in the morning and saw this man standing next to the bathroom. He was of average height, slightly chunkier and a bit heavier than average, but he was entirely composed of skin, from head to toe. He did not have a face, and it's been years, so I don't remember every detail, especially because it happened so fast, but I saw him frozen standing there not moving at all. He was probably only like 15 feet in front of me, so pretty close, but it was just so odd how I could see he was nothing but skin. But I blinked, and then he was gone. This occurrence did not happen just once, it happened twice. My sisters, whom I shared a bed with, remember me being really freaked out and running back to bed. I have tried to look them up, but usually, I only find results about actual skinwalkers, which look and are described as being nothing like what I saw during those times. I don't know what I could have seen, perhaps it was just a half-awake child experiencing a part of their dream twice. I don't know, no idea, just a very vivid memory of mine. If anyone has any ideas. For context, the event took place in Marissa, Illinois. I don't live there anymore. Does anyone know of any cryptids in Kansas that resemble a dog standing on its hind legs and are 10 feet tall? I saw something matching that description here in Kansas. Okay, at the start of summer, 4 friends and I decided to go camping at a property my family owns but never uses. So when we got there, we did all the normal camping stuff, like cooking hot dogs on an open fire, making s'mores, enjoying a few beers, and telling stories. We did that until about 1 a.m., when we decided to go and drive some dirt bikes and 4-wheelers on some country roads. My friend and I turned down a dead-end road that was about 1 mile long. When we got to the end and were turning around, we saw what I described earlier standing in the middle of the road, snarling at us and staring us down with its glowing red eyes. We sped off, and when we looked behind us, it was keeping up, going 65 miles per hour. When we turned off the road, it stopped and turned around and walked away. I haven't shared this with many people, but here it is. Many years ago, my family and I lived at the foot of the Blue Ridge Mountains in Virginia. It was a beautiful place. My family and I lived at the bottom of a street, my grandparents lived at the top. Right up the road from my grandparents was a small mountain dubbed Praise Mountain by the church-going locals of the area. That's just setting. Moving on to the animal. Let me remind you that this was about 20-something years ago, not recently. My grandfather, a straight-shooting businessman and World War II veteran, was driving home one night when he saw an animal in the middle of the road. He stops, not wanting to hit the animal, and stares at it for a few minutes. The animal was about 2.5 feet in height and had the head of a dog. This is where things get strange. The animal reared up on its hind legs, looked into the headlights, and ran off. On its hind legs. It ran with its arms by its sides and its spine straight on its hind legs. Like a human. Let me remind you that my grandfather was a no BS kind of man. If you would have told him about it, he would have been skeptical, but when he tells you about it, you better believe it. He was telling the truth because my older brother saw it later that week. Even the neighbors said they saw a strange animal. This area was heavily wooded and mountainous. We had bobcats, coyotes, bears, and foxes. No one knows what that thing was. I've done internet searches in the past and have come up short. Does anyone else know anything about this thing? Has anyone seen something similar? This is the most terrifying thing that's ever happened to me. This happened when I was 17, I'm 21 now. But I swear on everything, this actually happened. Take it with a grain of salt, as I'm going to tell you what I saw and tell you what my best friend saw as it happened to him. I was just there watching it all unfold. I'm going to give a little background on my property so you can better understand how the scenery looks. Maybe it will help someone give me an answer on what they think this thing was. I live on a hill in Ohio, about a 10-minute drive away from any village or town. And my property consists of 10 acres of nothing but woods. The 10 acres of woods beyond my property belong to an unknown owner, and they extend as far as the eye can see in every direction. I believe that is all the information I need to share before telling you my story. I was having a party with a bunch of friends at my place. I had about 3 to 4 friends over and my brother and my cousin. My friends and I got really high from some weed that my best friend, whom I will refer to as John, provided. We had a bonfire back by my pond, which is about 500 feet away from my house. We fished and talked about how school was going and girls, classic teenage boy stuff. While this was happening, 2 of my friends were in my house fooling around with a Ouija board. I was unaware of their activities until I returned home 2 hours later. We sat inside and watched scary movies. At this point we had been up all night, and the sun was just starting to come up. It was still not bright outside, but enough that you could walk outside and see just fine without a flashlight. My friend John said that he was going to go outside on my front porch and get some air since the sun was coming up. The rest of us sat inside besides 2 of my friends. One went outside with my cousin and went by my garage, which was pretty far from my front porch. I don't know the exact distance, but it's far enough that if people were talking on my porch, you couldn't hear them at all. This is important to what I'm about to tell you. After sitting inside for about 10 minutes, my best friend John suddenly came running in, slamming the door behind him and screaming loudly. Pardon my language, but this is exactly what he was screaming. What the holy hell was that? Over and over I was the first one to ask him, dude, what's wrong? I and John have been friends our whole lives, and I still have never seen him as scared as I did that day. We got him calmed down within a couple minutes, and he was actually capable of explaining what happened. He said that he went outside, grabbed a chair, and sat down and was going through Facebook when he heard everything go quiet but thought nothing of it when he suddenly got this feeling to run, that if he didn't get off his ass and run, he was going to get attacked by something. He glanced over and saw this creature that he described as an 8-foot-tall black goat that was standing on his hind legs. With red eyes, he said it was tall enough to look over the railing of my porch, which would be about 8 to 8.5 feet tall. At first I didn't know if I believed him or not, but like I said, I've never seen him so scared before. I believed he had definitely seen something, but an 8-foot-tall goat man with red eyes? No, I thought, no way. Until my cousin and my other friend came back in and said they saw something with black fur bolt across our yard at alarming speed and came back in to see if we saw it. I was with my friends all night. I know this wasn't made up, and I know they didn't come up with this while they were outside. I would have heard them, as we all were sitting in the living room. When someone walks on my front porch, it's really loud, we would have heard it. I know what you're thinking. You said you were smoking weed, you were all probably still high, and it messed with him, making him see and feel things. At the point this all happened, we hadn't smoked in 4 hours or more, so I don't think that was it, but after that day, anytime I go outside, I always get the feeling I'm being watched, especially when I'm sitting on the porch. You can choose to believe this story or not, but I swear on everything I love that it did happen. My werewolf experience. I'm going to tell you about the time I honestly think I saw a werewolf. It was a really dark night. I and my dad went out to our cornfield to look at stars. It was going well until we heard something in the woods. We didn't mind it, knowing it could be a deer, so we went back to looking at the stars, but I heard a growl. I guess my dad heard it too because he was looking in the direction it came from. What I saw still haunts me to this day. I saw what looked like a 7-foot-tall man, except it was covered in thick black fur, and it had a wolf-like head and bent back legs like a dog. Its yellow eyes stared at us. I stood in shock, but my dad whipped out his pistol and shot at it. The creature gave off an inhuman scream and ran into the woods. I and Dad took off to the house. I haven't told anyone that story besides my mom and my girlfriend. I don't know if you believe this, but this is my tale. Skinwalkers. I have a friend who had an experience in southern New Mexico. She was driving north after having visited White Sands and was making her way through some tiny town that was apparently part of one of the state's many Indian reservations. As she was driving down the town's main street, what seemed like a dog came running into the street in front of her car, and she hit it before she was able to stop or even really react much. She said it happened very fast. She didn't feel any bumps like she had driven over it, and thinking she might be able to help the wounded animal, she stopped and got out of the car. She looked behind and under the car and found nothing, nor did she see any obvious damage to the front of the car or evidence of where the animal had connected with it. She said that apart from the animal completely disappearing, two things creeped her out very badly about the situation. First, though she couldn't see any visible source, it sounded like there were packs of dogs on both sides of the street barking at her. Second, as she went over the event in her head, she realized that it appeared the dog had been walking upright into the street on its hind legs. The way she described it, it sounded kind of like a greyhound or whippet type of dog. Anyways, she got back in her car and drove to an all-night gas station down the road, I think mostly because she was shaken enough to need a bit of human contact as reassurance. She told the clerk what had happened, and she was adamant in insisting that my friend had hit a skinwalker. Take this story as you will. The darkest shadow figure. To start with, I have since moved from my parents' house. There have been a lot of weird things that have happened over the years and to different people in this house. Remembering this one almost always starts to give me a panic attack because it was terrifying. I had always felt that whatever presence was at my house was friendly. Until I had this encounter. I was probably 17, it was probably the last month of school before summer vacation. This was after school had gotten out. No one was home, and a friend was picking me up from my house later. It was a bright day, and we were planning on going swimming. I had eaten some after-school snacks and was watching TV. Pretty much doing whatever to pass the time until my friend Jacqueline came to pick me up. I sat up from the couch and walked into the kitchen to put my plates away. I realized I also needed to grab a few things from my school bag and shove them into an oversized purse along with the junk I needed to go swimming. I walked from the kitchen, through the living room, and down the long hallway to my room. My room was at the very end of the hallway. Steven's room, my younger brother, was to the right. My parents' room was to the left. I was looking for a purse when my friend called me and said she was leaving her house. This put me into overdrive, and I was tearing up my room. I finally found a bag and emptied my backpack of its contents. I was organizing all of the new items and taking out old stuff that was previously in the purse. All of a sudden, I felt the energy of something else in the room. I happen to get this feeling a lot. It usually ends up being my cats or the two puppies coming in to say hi. I carried on, shoving in my swimsuit while kneeling over things on my floor. I had my back to my doorway when suddenly I heard one of my dogs give a low, deep growl that I have rarely heard. The hair on my neck stood up, and goosebumps cascaded down my body. I turned around slowly and, to my horror, saw this horribly huge figure almost blocking out half of the hallway and the entrance to my parents' room, just facing me. It was pitch black. You could not see through the thing at all. It had no distinct marking, no eyes or mouth. The edges of it were blurry, but it had a humanish shape. I could not see my dogs from where I was in my room, but they were groaning and whimpering from somewhere down the hallway. I was terrified and went to scream. But I couldn't. My body felt paralyzed. I was frozen, staring at this thing. And could not do anything. It went on for what seemed like 20 minutes. I couldn't move or speak. I was stuck watching this creature hover. I felt sick to my stomach, fear and panic rushing throughout my body. I wanted to throw up and cry. Suddenly, it seemed to dip back into the wall. Vanished. Just gone. I felt my body unhinge and was free. I gasped, feeling as though a weight was lifted off of me. The room was light again. My dogs ran in and came up to me. I was shaking. I started crying, ran down the hallway, and went outside with my dogs. I called my mom at work, telling her what happened. She told me to just go outside with the dogs and with Jacqueline until she got home in a few minutes. My friend arrived, and I told her what had happened. She was terrified and saw what kind of shape I was in. We never found out what it was, who it was, or what it wanted. I am 21 now, and we have never had an encounter like this where I felt such a negative energy. I guess when I imagine ghosts or creatures, I imagine them to be transparent and having a face. This thing was solid black, the darkest dark you could ever see. It was disturbing. What the hell is this thing? A ghost? I felt like it wasn't a spirit. I don't know what to think and finally found a place where I can share and ask others if they have seen or heard of things like this. Unknown creature. My mom works late, up until 9 p.m. every night, so she's usually driving home at very odd hours. One particular night, she had just gone through a toll and onto the freeway, which was surprisingly empty, when she saw something run across the road and into the woods. She described it as an animal on its hind legs, taller than any human. It ran such a long distance in only a brief moment. The freeway was at least 6 lanes. I like to imagine that she had seen something similar to a werewolf. Thoughts? Some creature, or, I don't know, a skinwalker maybe? I was about 16 when this happened. I lived in northern Colorado at the time. We moved around a lot, as we didn't have much money. I'll try to keep this as short as possible, though. To be honest, I don't really believe in ghosts or monsters, and I am not religious either. But what I saw still makes me a bit frightened of what could be out there. It was a usual night, and I went out to my doorstep to smoke a cigarette. This was a normal routine for me, to go out at night and take a smoke. I felt pretty safe as I was just outside my apartment door. As I was sitting there, I heard a noise from off in the distance that sounded like a broken radio or something. I listened for a bit before going back inside after finishing my cigarette. I then just shrugged it off and went to bed shortly after. The next day, I completely forgot about the noise and went outside in the morning. The morning was quiet and calm, and I went outside again in the evening before going to bed. Everything seemed normal until the last cigarette for the day. I sat down again, taking puffs every now and then the noise just started again. It was a bit louder this time and in a totally different direction. I tilted my head to listen closer. That's when I felt like I was being watched and had some sort of sense of dread. I sat up, keeping my peripheral vision open in case. That's when I spotted something underneath my mom's car. I looked over to see a black figure slowly moving out from under the car into the grass. It wasn't any sort of animal or thing I could recognize. It had long arms and a sort of detached-like figure. Very slim. Of course I freaked out and ran back into the apartment, where I locked the door and didn't dare go back outside for the night. To be fair, I didn't sleep that much that night. I kept hearing the noise off in the distance from my window. It eventually subsided. About 2 months later, we moved to another state. Never heard or saw that thing again. I honestly don't know what I saw, but I really wasn't going to stick around to find out either. Anybody else have a similar experience? I'm interested. I went searching on the web and read some stories about skinwalkers. But I can't even say what it was. I just know that what I saw wasn't human or even an animal. Winged creature. In June of 2013, my wife and I, with our youngest son, 11, at the time, were sitting by a small fire in our backyard in Groveland, Massachusetts. The last ribbon of purple light lay on the horizon where the sun had disappeared. We were all looking up to see who would be first to spot a satellite. We all saw it at the same time. Larger than large with a condor-like profile. The wings were so large that they looked clumsy and slow. It was only visible for a few seconds at treetop level or so. After it disappeared into the inky night, we all agreed that it was massive and was not an eagle, heron, or any other common big bird in the area. We never saw it or anything resembling it again. A cryptid from my home country, the howler. It could also be translated to screamer. The original name is Drekovic. It is from my home country of Serbia. It is a creature from Slavic mythology. It is described as having a skeletal body with a canine skull, wolf or dog. It goes out at night and hangs around churches, but it can be found anywhere during the 12 days of Christmas. Its cries are that of a baby and a wolf, often howling or screaming. It is very fast, able to catch up to a man in seconds. It is said that howlers are bodies of children that have been abandoned or purposefully ended by their parents, where after the howlers killed them, they move towards any quiet place, churches, forests, etc. When they find a human, they will first try to catch their attention with the cries of a child, or, if they feel like it, they will just howl and scream at the sky. They are by no means small, they are commonly the size of a wolf or a small child. When attacking a human, they will either bite into the person's neck or attach themselves to the person's back, wrapping their claws around the neck. Afterward, they will take the victim to the deep woods or force them to comply with their demands. If the person doesn't listen to them, they will claw out their throat and leave. Killing this subspecies is difficult, you must destroy the head. The other subspecies are different, they have the same origin, but this time they are not mindless beasts. They will show themselves to a person if they are truly alone, aka nobody looking at them or being far away from them, and if they transform into a child standing upright, with their entire body in a heavy state of rot, then a human from that person's family or friends will die. If it shows itself in the form of a canine, the cattle will soon die. These ones cannot be killed in any way and generally hang around the deep forests. Also, if you step on these one's shadow, you will get extremely sick and die. This concludes the brief description of these creatures. Source: my grandma. Weird encounter. I used to live on property with nothing too close. I woke up when the sun was just the tiniest sliver in the air, maybe around 3 to 4 a.m. When I woke, I heard a marching band right outside the window, so I went to investigate. When I opened the window, there wasn't a band, but further back near our old gun tree was a figure. Human-like, hunched over, and really tall. Maybe 9 to 10 feet tall. It felt like it was staring at me. I stared for a while, then went straight back to sleep. I never go to sleep straight away. I was told I saw nothing for years and wanted to put this story here to see if there is any folklore that would make sense here. The hairy midgets of the Frio, we disrespected the forest, and something ancient poked back. I'm looking for any campers, hikers, or Native American experts who have experienced high strangeness at Garner State Park or the Frio River. I'm finally telling the exact story of what happened to my friend and me years ago because it still haunts me. At that time, we were young, drinking, and acting like complete idiots. We were camped near the river opposite the soccer pitch, right under the shadow of the old Baldy Cliffs. Despite warnings from other campers that the spirits there are protective, I started aimlessly chopping at a tree with a hatchet, taking a huge chunk out of it for no reason. We threw trash around and basically treated the place like a dumpster. That night, the retribution began. It started with shadows against the tent wall. There wasn't enough light to cast a shadow, but the air outside seemed to intensify, a weird, cold glow that shouldn't have been there. Through the nylon, we saw them, little people. They were about 2.5 to 3 feet tall, incredibly stocky, and had a dramatic, hunched-over posture. They were completely covered in thick, matted, ancient-looking hair. They began ritualistically marching in a tight circle around our tent. The chilling part. As they circled us, they didn't just walk. They were rhythmically rising up and down, almost like a predatory bobbing motion, while whispering a low, guttural chant we couldn't understand. The footsteps were heavy and physical. Then they started poking the tent. They pushed into the fabric so hard it was actually hitting my friend's head. We were terrified. Every time we unzipped the tent to scream at them, the campsite was empty. The second we zipped back up, the rising and falling shadows and the chanting would reappear. One of them was holding a staff or stick, and I swear I saw the silhouette of a necklace made of bone or stone around its thick, squat neck. Is this the Nunyapai? Maybe a Pakwudgie. I've heard Comanche legends describe rock people who guard the limestone canyons of the hill country. Has anyone else experienced this rising/falling circling behavior or the physical poking? We didn't believe the warnings until the forest literally surrounded us. I was very skeptical of the paranormal until this happened to me. I still don't understand how my buddy and I could see the same thing, yet every time we unzipped the tent, there was literally nothing there. A creature lurking in the woods behind my house. Roughly 3 years ago. So I'll start this off with my younger sister's part of the story. She was around 12 or 13 at the time and very into the skinwalker type stories and stuff like that. We have a tree with a tire swing in our backyard that she was on, and her friends were standing around her late one night. She says that her friends suddenly started telling her they needed to go inside, appearing panicked and looking off to her side, until they eventually left and went back into the house, where they stood in the doorway still trying to get her to come inside. She says that she was zoned out, and when she came back to, she could feel that there was a presence next to her, like something that's there but shouldn't be. When she looked over, she saw hooves, bony, long, wrong-looking legs, and a dirty, faded, white type of skin. She immediately got off the tire swing and started walking slowly back to the house because she had read that in encounters like this, one should act as if they didn't notice the presence and simply walk away. However, she said that when she did this, she could hear a deep groan and a bone-cracking noise. Then, as she was walking towards the house, it went quiet, and she heard the groan again a couple feet behind her, which made her run the rest of the 15 feet or so back into my house. She also says that during this time she felt very scared, to the point where she was about to start crying. She and her friends talked about it for a while and eventually fell asleep around 5 a.m. in my room because I had curtains and she didn't, and I was at my grandma's house at the time, but her friend said when she woke up around noon, she saw me walk into the bathroom wearing what I had been wearing when I left the day before, which sounds normal, of course, but when my sister woke up and realized I wasn't home, she called me, and I told her I had stayed the night with my grandma and hadn't been home yet. I believe this story not only because I know my sister wouldn't fabricate something like that and maintain it for years, but also because I experienced something similar in the woods behind my house one day. While not as intense of a situation as hers, I still saw the upper half of what she had described, and it was around the same time, a little after her situation. My neighbors are all family, with all of their houses built on the same patch of land, and our house was the parents' house before they passed, and there is a brother and his wife and a sister and her son in a different house, so 4 houses total on a piece of land bordered by a road on all sides, which our house is in the middle of. They have a trail system that goes throughout the woods and fields, connecting all the houses together, and while I was walking on this trail, I came across 3 skinny, approximately 20-foot tall trees bent over in an arch, creating a tunnel-like effect. As I'm looking at these trees wondering how they got like this, I look over to my left across a wet, marshy type of area to the other side of it, and I see the upper half of a pale, faded white bony figure with no visible facial features walk out of a thick, bushy area into a 10-foot stretch where the weeds had grown up to around where its belly button would be and walk back behind another heavily wooded area. I didn't stick around and investigate, I immediately turned around and went back to my house, but at the same time, I don't think it seemed to notice me because I just saw it from the side walking quickly but weirdly stiff, like its shoulders weren't moving a whole lot. After her first story, there was another situation where my sister, her friend, and our dog were in one of my dad's old trucks sitting out back near the tire swing hanging out, and she said when she looked over, she saw a white figure watching them from the woods, and my dog saw it and started whining and shaking, and a couple minutes later, there was tapping on the window, which they were too scared to acknowledge, but she says the dog started trembling and whining worse, and they ended up staying in the truck with the doors locked until the sun came up. Those are the only times anyone's seen it, but there is the occasional window tap, or a few months ago I fell asleep with my window open and woke up with a super strong feeling someone was watching me and just lay still, and when I moved to close the window and close my curtains, I heard something moving away from my window, which, me being a confrontational person, got me up. I put pants on, grabbed a flashlight, and ran outside looking for whoever it was, but I never found anyone or anything. There was also a time when a cow-like moan came from the woods behind my house at night. which we didn't really think a whole lot of, but I feel like it's worth mentioning. The reason this topic was brought up is that my sister told me a few nights ago she had our indoor-outdoor cat on her stomach in her room while petting her, and the cat was purring. Then a couple minutes later, after the cat stopped purring, she heard the exact same sound that the cat was making, as if someone recorded it and was playing it back, coming from her window that was open behind her bed, so she waited a few minutes for it to stop and then reached up behind her and closed the window. I'm sharing here to get some insight on what we could be dealing with. Terrifying screeching glowing thing in the woods behind my house. In late March, I was on the deck in back of my house facing the woods when I saw this strange glowing dot. I initially assumed the glowing dot was a reflection of an animal's eyes, so I continued to watch as it got closer, only to realize that it wasn't a reflection. It was actually emitting its own light, which I could confirm by turning off the deck light. Then out of nowhere, there is this loud, hellish screech that keeps repeating itself, and this thing gets closer. I am really freaked out, so I go inside to get a strong flashlight, and when I came back out, it was gone. It was like nothing I have ever experienced before, and the sound reminds me of the skinwalker scream from online videos. A few other unexplained things have happened at this rural property over the years, but nothing like this. Indigenous Australian skinwalker, Cryptids. I'm Aboriginal. We have our own name for them where I am, Central Australian Desert, Cryptids, pronounced Cra-da-cha. Skinwalkers in the Native American folklore are eerily similar to Aboriginal folklore. My great-nan used to tell me stories. One was about when she'd gone picking berries and looking for witchetty grubs, honey ants, and bush bananas with her sister back when she was younger, and one had followed them to where they were camping. During the evening as the sun was going down, they'd heard something crying. It sounded near. The creature has the opposite effect when it hears sounds. If it is near, it sounds far away, and if it is far away, it sounds near. Great Nan and her sister stayed put, pretending to be asleep but alert. The dogs they took with them were barking but didn't move. It was on the outskirts of their camp, just out of the light of the fire, crying. The creature was nearby, indicated by the distant cries, and it was attempting to lure them away from the light. She had told her sister to not look at it or try to speak to it. It sounded like a child crying. She said it didn't move away until the sun had started coming up. Guess it got bored. As soon as the sun was up, they made it home as fast as they could. This story has always stuck with me. In my culture, whistling at night can draw them, as can talking about them by word of mouth. Thankfully I've never seen one, but I do believe they're out there. I've always known the Cryptids as an evil spirit. It could very well differ between tribes. Even tribes so close together. It could even be derived from the Kadachi/Kurdacha man, but looking back on the stories told to me, the latter is also described as the Featherfoot man. The stories I heard growing up suggest that they can make you sick or drive you crazy. I've heard of kids going missing in the bush when staying out too long. Could just be from natural occurrences, but we're a superstitious people. They can supposedly make you see things that aren't there. For example, you're walking, thinking it's a normal path, and then you walk straight off a cliff to your death. Paying attention to them gives them that power, and fear strengthens them. If you ever see one, ignore. Ignore. Don't pay attention to them, don't speak to them, and don't go looking for them. Don't be the hero that goes looking for one. They're not fun. The thing in the forest. This story happened about a year ago. I was at a restaurant with my family friends, and while we were waiting, we had decided to go outside. The outside was a pretty nice place, perfect for hide and seek. It had a massive chessboard and some logs. There was a playground in the top left corner of it with a fence dividing it from the beginning of a small forest. It had just begun getting dark as we were playing games when we saw some younger kids playing on that playground. We decided to go to the playground to climb up the slide and play around. As it got late, I was staring out into that forest on the playground. I remember joking about Slender Man being there. Soon after, we were discussing the presence of cryptids in the area. I swear that I could just make out the faint line of some humanoid creature deep in the forest, just standing still. I couldn't tell if he was facing us or not, but I swear he was getting closer. I told everyone about it, and we got real creeped out, and we ran back into the restaurant. I feel like it was just my mind playing games on me. So a few years ago, some of my friends and I decided to ride out to the beach at night to hang out and enjoy the night sky. We live in Orlando, so we rode to our closest beach, Cocoa. It's a small, quiet beach town, about 30 to 45 minutes from Central Florida. We found a spot in the sand, laid out our blankets, and laid down to stargaze. The group includes myself, female, my boyfriend, and another couple. An hour or so goes by, and the guys decide they are going to go back to the car to grab a frisbee. My friend, Katie, and I agreed to remain on the beach during their brief absence. The guys leave. Katie and I are just sitting up, talking, laughing, and chain-smoking cigarettes. She now breaks eye contact with me and is staring at something behind me. I turn around and look towards her gaze and see a raccoon about 50 feet away from us. I'm a little startled, but calm. We laugh about it but keep it in our sight to make sure it doesn't bother us. It starts walking from behind us to our right side but still maintains its distance. All of a sudden, we're not so sure that it's a raccoon anymore. Now, it looks to be about the size of a medium dog. We're now a little nervous, and we express that to each other. We were scared that it might be a bobcat. And this is where it gets really freaky. This creature suddenly stands up on two legs and transforms into the size of a person. Now we really start freaking out. We are completely frozen at the sight of this. The thing might be the size of a person, but it is walking as if it had the hind legs of a horse, striding across the sand in the manner of a stilt walker. It is still about 50 feet away from us but is now directly in front of the shore. We can do nothing but continue watching. The thing seems as if it's getting bigger, and holy shit, it is getting bigger. This thing is now bigger than anything that I can explain. It's just a black figure, 20 feet tall, and appears as if it's floating an inch off the ground. We are now at this point aware that whatever this thing is, it's not an animal, and it's not a person. What the duck is it then? It's now splitting, and all of a sudden it becomes two figures, floating side by side, crossing in front of us all the way down by the shore. It continues to move at a steady pace from in front of us to our left side. It's now about 100 feet away. It morphs back into one figure, and without us realizing it, it's back to the size of a human. It continues walking further and further until it disappears into the darkness. Katie and I look at each other, with no words. Completely speechless, we don't even know how to process what we just experienced. We sit in silence. A few minutes go by, and she speaks up. What? What was that? I reply, I have absolutely no idea. We lost track of time, but this whole thing happened in under 3 minutes. The guys come back and notice that we are visibly shaken. We tried to explain what we had seen, but we couldn't capture the true feeling it gave us. We still talk about this, and we have tried to see if anyone else has experienced the same thing we did. We can't find anything like this and don't know where to look. This is something that still haunts us to this day. Has anyone experienced anything like this? Or knows any information about what this could possibly be? Please respond. I can't explain what I saw in the woods 6 years ago. About 6 years ago, I and a friend were walking through the woods as it started to get dark. We were heading toward the exit when we both heard a man's voice whisper in our ears, "Hello." My friend immediately said, "Did you hear that?" And I said, "Yes." We kept walking, but then we saw something, a tall, dark, cloaked figure hiding behind a tree. We freaked out and started walking faster. The figure started moving too, darting between the trees. We started running, and it moved faster as well. It looked like a monk but without a face, just a dark hooded cloak. When we finally got out of the woods and turned around, it slowly pulled its hood up and just stood there watching us. Then it turned around and seemed to float away. When we got home, no one believed us. They thought we were making it up. A week later, we went back to the same spot, but nothing happened that time. To this day, I can't explain what we saw. Was it a ghost? A trick of the light? Something else entirely? Sadly, my friend who witnessed it with me passed away a year later, so I'm the only one left who remembers. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Fur-covered creature. So this just happened, and I'm still a little shaken by it but need to share it. Every year, my grandmother secures a spot for us at an RV park near the beach, and since there is a state park nearby, my friend and I decided to jog on one of the trails. However, we started later than usual and ended up at a bridge where we stood and talked for a while. During this time, my friend mentioned that he has an extremely good sense of danger. As we start jogging back, I start playing a video through my earbuds and start talking, and then my friend tells me that he just got this terrible feeling of danger and turns toward me. He then says, "I think I just saw something black in the field over there." I turned to follow his gaze and spotted what appeared to be a four-legged creature. The creature had dark black fur and stood in a position similar to a black cat, with the center of its back slightly arched and a height of about 4 feet. As I looked at it, I was overcome by an intense feeling of fear and dread. I quietly tell him, "I see it too. Let's go," and we start sprinting down the trail, the sense of dread dying down until I look back and it boils right back up again. We keep sprinting until we reach the road, at which point I try to keep a good pace because we're not out of the state park yet, and once we cross the park boundary, my friend tells me that every time he looked back, he saw a black creature dive into the woods. Any ideas on what this thing is? My family and I have encountered fey creatures. This sort of subject has always been in the back of my head. Even after years, I always randomly get the memory in my head, whether when I'm walking home or just taking a shower. I wanted to see if anyone else has had a similar experience and what I should make of it. So basically, I saw a fairy or pixie about 6 years ago once on my way back from middle school. I remember this. I was walking home from school, and the street I was walking on has a lot of shade due to the trees in front of the houses. I was walking just looking at the ground because it's a habit of mine. I was always afraid of stepping in shit, and I heard this buzzing sound coming from up in a tree. I don't know how to describe it, but it was like the fluttering noise you would hear when a beetle was flying. I remember looking up at the tree and seeing it. I didn't know where the noise was coming from. It was on the tree branch, but there were no bugs or birds. I looked closer and saw this bug-like translucent wing flapping or fluttering, then squinted a little bit, and it looked like a long green grassy stick with wings that was just lying there. Just as I was about to walk away, it fluttered and flew down from the tree. It flew closer and closer to me until it was maybe a couple inches away from my face. I then noticed it wasn't a stick but a small woody person. I saw a weirdly human-looking wood body and head and its twig-like arms, but the thing that stood out the most was its legs. Its legs were much longer than its body. It was hovering in front of my face, as if it were curiously observing me while I stared in shock, and then it quickly flew away. This all happened in maybe less than a minute, but it was enough to leave a lasting impression on me since I still look back on it. I walked back home and never told anyone since I thought they wouldn't believe me. Until 2 years ago, on New Year's, my family all came over to my house to celebrate, and I finally mentioned it to my parents. Some background: my mom and dad are from rural Mexico, and they grew up in a small village. There is a huge chunk of Mexicans that believe in little gnome creatures called duendes. I knew of this, but I never knew that parents and family also had encounters with them. When I shared my experience with the gnome-like creature, I expected them to tease me, but instead, they believed my story. They even guessed that the fairy creature I saw that day was an angel spirit, a guess I don't believe. I was a little surprised that they didn't make fun of me, so I told them how I felt, and they responded by sharing that they also have had encounters with similar beings. They said they had duende experiences as kids, and my dad lost a friend to them. They also told me that my aunt in Mexico as a child was always picked on by the creatures. Because they always liked to play in the river next to the woods where duendes lived, and because of that, the little things got angry at her and put a spell on her that made a bunch of pimple balls appear on her back. I put a question mark because that's the rough translation of what I think they said in Spanish. I don't speak it formally, sorry, lol. Anyways, has anyone else's family had experience with fey creatures? And what did the fairy encounter mean? Weird creature encountered in mountains. A few years back some friends and I were taking a drive through the mountains. I got a terrible feeling and begged my friend not to go the way we were headed. I had knots in my stomach and felt like something very evil was waiting for us. He assured me we were fine. About 10 minutes later, we had to slam on our brakes to avoid an animal. It stopped in the middle of the road and glared right at us. It was only 4 feet in front of us, stood about 3 feet taller than the car, and had red glowing eyes. We all looked at each other in terror as we said, "What the F is that?" I thought it would kill us, but it just stared as if peering into our soul. It looked like a mix between a bear and a cat. It had a snout like a black bear and ears and a tail like a cat. It was before camera phones were really out, so we got no picture. It had glowing eyes and felt pure evil. Never saw anything like it again, and can't find any info anywhere as to what this thing might be. Has anyone seen anything like this before? Any ideas? I need ideas about what my buddy might have seen. I'm a member of a new cryptid organization called USCA, the United States Cryptid Association. We want to investigate cryptids using the method the Mountain Monsters TV show used. Try to push the creature into a trap or into a trail camera minefield, and then we have guns as a last ditch if it goes sideways and we have to defend ourselves. One of my friends on the team has seen a strange creature twice while commuting to and from work. The first time, he saw a canine creature on all fours in the middle of a field. He's in Minnesota. He estimated its height to be approximately 4.5 to the shoulder and noted a noticeable hump on its shoulders. This sighting was months ago. Fast forward to a couple days ago, he's driving to work that morning, and he sees eyes in a cornfield that he describes as 2 burning coals. Then this morning he texts me on Discord saying he passed a group of deer that were scared shitless, like there was a large predator around. I'm saying dog man. Another team member is saying hellhound. What's your opinion? There's not much story to any one encounter. To be honest, they've never really interacted with me. I always just sort of witness them, so they did whatever it is shadow folk do. I would constantly see them standing on my grandmother's roof, think the movie Signs, or just moving about in the house or out in the yard. I never got the impression that they were malicious, but I also got the feeling that I couldn't just interact with them and be okay after. The worst encounter I ever had was about 5, maybe 6 years ago when I moved back into my grandmother's house. So her home sat pretty much in the middle of the block. The block was kind of odd in that each end of it was at a higher elevation than the middle of the block. This made the layout of my grandma's house sort of weird. It was a single story, but the windows at the front of her house were at the height of what a second-story window would be. The windows at the back were at a normal height. So it was somewhat late in the night, and I was showering, doing my thing. For one reason or another I decided to look up and out the window above the shower. There hanging over the edge of the roof was the outline of a head and shoulders. There were no details to this thing, it was just black. It was darker than the night sky, and I was able to see this thing perfectly clear. I couldn't see any facial features, but I knew it was watching me. I could just feel it. I freaked out before I hopped out of the shower and tossed on some clothes to go outside and check what was going on. I walked the perimeter of the house a few times and checked the garage and storage room but found nothing. We had ladders, but they were locked up in the garage. I stood outside for a little over an hour but never saw or heard anyone moving about on the roof. It's weird to say, but at that point I had already become fairly apathetic to them being around. It was just a normal thing for me. It's not the best story or the most thrilling, but it's the scariest one I have. Cryptids that are most likely to exist. Definitely Sasquatch. It's one of the only cryptids that has an, admittedly small, group of highly qualified real scientists and physical anthropologists who are downright convinced it exists. The Patterson-Gimlin film, which comically resembles a guy in a gorilla costume, actually sparks serious debate among some anthropologists. The figure in the film appears distinctly human, yet the musculature, the way those muscles flex and move, the gait, the skeletal structure, and several other factors have convinced some physical anthropologists that it either represents another species or is the most sophisticated costume ever created. Many cryptid photos are easily dismissed as hoaxes, but this one is not. While I'm not saying it's proof or that most scientists agree it shows a Sasquatch, I am saying it is more credible than the obvious scam or joke most of us think of it as. That footage remains both undebunked and unauthenticated, unlike most cryptid images, especially such famous and widely studied ones, and for such a clear image of a supposed cryptid, that's a pretty remarkable thing. Essentially, the arguments against its existence revolve around the question, why haven't they found a body? 2. You can't be serious, right? The association of Bigfoot with conspiracy theorists has deterred academics from conducting further research, and many scientists who do study the topic often do so in their own time and largely in secret to avoid jeopardizing their chances of securing grants and damaging their reputations. There hasn't been a real, sustained scientific campaign to study it, similar to the campaigns that followed the capture of a duck-billed platypus sample, which was also dismissed as a hoax, or sightings of gorillas, which were also dismissed as hoaxes. The lack of bodies or much physical evidence could simply be the fact that significant scientific resources haven't been allocated toward it, even though a weirdly large number of scientists privately believe there's something to the stories. I'm not claiming that Sasquatch exists, but I definitely believe this theory is the most supported by evidence. Sasquatch is the only cryptid I know of with some number of actual respected scientists who fully believe it exists, and the only one I know of where further research tends to sway skeptics towards the possibility of it existing. I know several down-to-earth environmental scientists, related to my field, who avoid anything paranormal or mysterious. After looking into it, all of them, myself included, think it could potentially exist or probably exists. I know I am a little late in replying here, but I have 2 creatures to mention. One was a creature that I saw personally, and the other is a story my stepfather told me after much coaxing from his son. He was skeptical about sharing it with me, as I guess he did not think I would believe him. The creature I saw. I was only about 9 years old at the time and was walking along a beach with my aunt in Devonport, Tasmania. I noticed a clump of something on the beach, so I walked over to see what it was. It was already dead, but not yet decomposing. At first I thought it was a poor dog that had drowned at sea somehow, but it did not have dog ears. Its head was almost like a small seal's, but the front legs were like a dog's with paws. You may be thinking that it was a dog and that perhaps its ears had been eaten by fish or something, but no. Where it should have had hind legs, it had the flippers of a seal, or rather the tail of a seal. It seemed to be a cross between a dog and a seal. Very odd. I called my aunt over to have a look at it and asked her what it was. She had no idea, and we just left it there and walked away. I am in my 40s now but have never been able to forget the odd creature I found washed up on the beach. My stepfather's tale is a little more exciting than mine. It was around the 1950s or 60s and in southern Tasmania. There is an area way south past Hobart. I believe it was near a town called Dover. Apparently the whole town at the time saw this beast. One day my stepfather claimed that he noticed a whole heap of townspeople heading down towards the beach, so he followed to see what was going on. He claimed that once he got there, he saw a creature that he could not identify to this day. It appeared to be trying to come out of the water and onto land. It had the front legs of an elephant, but the back part was more like a whale, very similar to the creature I found as a child, but much, much larger and a different mix of species, I guess. He said it had its mouth open, and it was large enough for a grown man to walk into. It was as big as a doorway. The townspeople were worried about whatever it was and shepherded it back into the water, where it disappeared. It showed no signs of aggression, it just wanted to come ashore. My stepfather claimed that it looked injured. He said it looked as though it had been shot with a shotgun. Probably spooked a sailor who took a shot at it from their boat. He believed that it just wanted to come ashore to either die or to heal. Considering that the townspeople had no idea of what it was or the size of it, they were scared for their safety and the safety of their children, so they did not want it on their local beach. I don't know what became of it once it went back into the water. My stepfather took 15 years of knowing me before he would tell me this story. He is not the type of person to make something like this up, so I honestly believed him when he told me about this. I had the damnedest experience once back in high school. This was in Northeast Houston around 1992. I was playing frisbee with friends in the street of a typical suburban neighborhood. This was probably early afternoon on a weekend or perhaps just after school on a bright sunny day. As I jumped up to catch an overthrown frisbee, out of the blue appeared this huge bird just above me. It was at most 20 feet off the ground and appeared much closer. Although I couldn't see its head, I was struck by the size of its legs, which resembled those of a human. I could tell it was a bird of prey due to the talons on its feet. Its legs looked like eagle legs. It was so startling that I utterly forgot about the frisbee. As I perceived it, the bird had to have upwards of a 6-foot-long body, and who knows how long a wingspan. I turned to my friends and said, "Holy shit, did you see that bird?" And none of them did. I can't imagine how they missed it. What's even stranger is that I didn't see it until it was right above me. It was flying in the same direction as the frisbee, i.e., in the direction from my friend towards me. I didn't notice it until I jumped up to catch the frisbee and looked directly up. How is it I didn't see that huge friggin' bird a mile away? How is it my friends didn't see it? I've seen huge eagles at the zoo and festivals, and they don't come anywhere near the size of this bird. The explanation I have uneasily accepted is that it was probably an eagle diving for the frisbee, mistaking it for a bird or something else. The Gulf Coast of Texas is one of the richest places in the world for birds, and we have plenty of eagles. If it were diving, it may have been too high initially and out of my view until it was right over me. The only way this makes sense is if I was so startled by the bird I didn't perceive it correctly and thought it was much bigger than it really was. It was, after all, the closest I've been to an eagle in the wild. I have to be honest, though, I don't like this because I got a clear look at the bird and feel pretty comfortable with my perception. It was huge, as big as me. Also, it was lumbering along, not in any hurry. I saw it fly away, but it soon vanished behind trees and houses. It wasn't maneuvering or pulling out of an attack dive. It was in steady, easy, straight flight as if it were out for a Sunday drive. Why didn't I see it before? It was directly above me, and why didn't my friends see it? 25 years later I still remember it clearly and am just as confused by it as I was then. For what it is worth, I normally don't go in for this kind of thing. This is the only story I have that hints at anything out of the ordinary. I enjoy these stories like I enjoy watching a magician. I don't believe they are real, but I love the illusion. But, I tell you, that bird was huge. July 8, 2015. I'm on a week-long vacation from work. My younger brother and I decide to camp out on Granny's property. It's 10 in the morning, and it's 92 degrees out. Since the first encounter, not only have I become obsessed with Sasquatch, but my younger brother, we'll call him, has become obsessed as well. We're loading up my truck with our camping supplies, spotlight, tent, blankets, food, etc., as well as an arsenal of guns and ammunition. D is loading up a Marlin 30-30 lever-action rifle and a 1911 handgun. I, myself, have a 12-gauge shotgun and a .357 Magnum. We were laughing about being a little overprepared, but better safe than sorry. We arrive at Granny's property at 11 a.m. Once we had set up camp, we immediately got our fire going. We were set up next to the 2-acre pond. We spent the afternoon catching fish and collecting more firewood, Because we're not taking any chances on running out. By early evening, we're cleaning our fish and cooking them over the fire, with some off-brand beef jerky and bottled water. We threw the scraps from the fish back into the pond. The whole camp smells like bug spray and fish on account of how many mosquitoes were out there. We had to keep spraying off-brand bug spray. Breathing that stuff in starts to burn your nose after a while. You know what I mean? It's getting later in the evening, and the sun is setting fast, real fast. Dee and I are coming up with our game plan, something along the lines of Sasquatch hunting in the woods after dark. At the time being, it's all fun and games. But as it's starting to get darker, we're now starting to dread the big hunt. We're both sitting in our fold-out chairs next to the fire as the sun starts disappearing more and more until we are finally surrounded by the eerie darkness. I get up to light our 2 tiki torches, one on each side of the tent. The orange between our campfire and tiki torches created an extremely spooky atmosphere. I opened the cylinder on my revolver, making sure all 6 openings were loaded. We both looked at each other, knowing what it was time to do. We grabbed our gear and walked 10 yards to the edge of the woods. We froze when we realized how quiet the woods were for a summer night. There were no crickets chirping, no cicadas, nothing, not a sound. I looked at Dee and said, "Are we really going to do this?" I, myself, have completely changed my mind at this point. Dee replies, "To be honest, I really don't want to anymore." We both kind of silently laughed to ourselves and headed back to our chairs by our now seemingly very nice campfire. We sit for about 10 minutes, making excuses for not going on the hunt, when all of a sudden, a branch snaps loudly. We jump to our feet, knocking our chairs over in the process. I run to grab my 12 gauge out of the tent. Dee grabs the spotlight and shines it towards the woods. I'm standing next to Dee with my shotgun, aimed towards the woods in a ready position. We can distinctively hear something walking from right to left. I whistle as loud as I can, and suddenly the walking stops. Dee looks at me with hope, saying, "Maybe it's a deer." "I hope so," I replied. We've been standing at the edge of the woods, guns drawn, lights on, without further noise. We go back to our fire, and I say, "Let's just go to bed and get out of here in the morning." We crawl into the tent and leave the fire roaring and the tiki torches lit. We lay there and lay there and lay there, neither one of us able to sleep due to how hot it is in the tent. A couple hours have passed, and we're still wide awake. We can tell that the fire has gone out because the bright orange glow is no longer there. The 2 tiki torches are flickering, and we can see the shadows of the flames on the tent. All of a sudden Dee grabs my arm and says, "Did you hear that?" I hold my breath and listen. We can hear something walking around the tent. I grab the revolver next to me, cocking the hammer back, prepared for whatever might happen. I tell Dee to stay quiet and do not move. I yell, "Hey! Who's out there?" Then Dee, doing the complete opposite of what I told him to do, starts scrambling around the tent, in panic, to grab his rifle. I don't get a reply, but another set of footsteps is coming from behind the tent, loud running footsteps. The footsteps are getting aggressively closer. I tell Dee, "Get ready, we're going to make a run for the truck." I ripped the zipper open on the tent, and we both lunged out. To our surprise, we catch a glimpse of a black, hairy leg going into the woods, next to the fire. We both yell out of shock and run due to panic straight towards the truck. We get 15 feet from the truck, and we hear something running to our left. I tell Dee to get into the truck. I make it to the driver's side door, and I yell, "Get the duck out of here, or I'll shoot." Just in case it's just some idiot messing with us. The loudest sound I've ever heard comes roaring back as a reply. I fling the truck door open, jumping in, and obviously shutting and locking the door right after. Dee is yelling, "What was that? What was that?" I'm fumbling around looking for the keys, realizing I left them in the tent. I start yelling in a state of pure panic, "Oh my God, dude! I don't have the keys." I yell, immediately opening the door and running for the tent. I get halfway there, and I trip over my feet, landing face first in the grass. I scramble to my feet, grabbing my revolver that I dropped when I see a tall, dark figure walking out of the woods towards me. I fire 2 shots, hitting only the dirt in front of me. I make it to the tent, grabbing the keys by the sleeping bag. Dee comes running out of the truck, ready for war. I take running back to the truck, yelling, "Get in! Get in!" We get in the truck, start it up, and take off flying across the property, leaving everything else behind for the night. We finally make it to the road, and we don't slow down until we arrive home. We didn't return to our camp until 3 days later. When we got there, our tent and all of our supplies were destroyed and thrown everywhere. We just left everything where it was and haven't been back out there past dark since. Remember, you can never be too prepared. Stay safe, y'all. What did my father see? I live in Hawaii, specifically on the island of Maui. About 7 years ago, my father had been working out near War Memorial Stadium in an open field at around 8:30 p.m. every day for 6 months. One night, the sky was mostly cloudy with a few clear patches. About 10 minutes into his workout, while doing sit-ups, he saw something he can only describe as a mix between a dragon and a bird. The moon was full and bright. The creature was coming from the mountains and heading toward the ocean. The way it flapped its wings wasn't like a bird, it was more graceful, almost like the movement of a stingray. My father said it looked like it was moving in slow motion, yet it was covering distance pretty quickly. Its wings were long, he estimates around 12 to 15 feet on each side. Even though it was far away, it still looked big. My father can't tell if it was because of the moonlight or what, but it looked as though the creature was glowing. He could make out what looked like feathers on its body, but it also resembled scales. The wings looked peculiarly large compared to the body and reminded him of a pterosaur's wings. The creature's body was thick, and there were ridges along the back of its neck leading up to its head. Its neck was also thick and fairly long, though not longer than its body. The tail was thicker than the neck. He compared it to the tail of an armadillo, and estimated it to be about 10 feet long. My father found an article very similar to his sighting. It was from these two soldiers in Kauai. I tried to access the website, but unfortunately you now have to pay for it. After doing some research, I think he might have seen a mo'o. What did I see? I was driving between Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Roscoe, New York, around 10:30 p.m. a few years ago. While I was driving, I saw an animal that I can't identify. The animal was about the size of a medium dog. The animal, with its long black hair or fur, was nearly touching the ground. I can identify most dog breeds and research them. I'm not familiar with the animals that live between these two cities. I can't find anything like it. The closest I can find is an Afghan wolfhound, but definitely not that. The animal was much lower to the ground and did not have the right kind of tail. I wish I had been able to take a picture. I was wide awake and not under the influence, and I do not experience hallucinations. Skinwalker, this story takes place when I was 15 years old. I went camping with my class as we were nearing the end of our school year. It was a pretty nice place near the biggest lake in Estonia. We were there for 3 days, sleeping in tents and finding wood for a fire to make food on it. So sometimes we had to walk around to find good trees for the fire. There were small trees near our camp, but we didn't want to ruin our campsite. So we looked a little further from our camp. One evening we were just chilling. Some people were sleeping, and some were around the fire. We were running out of wood, so someone had to go and pick some. And I volunteered to do it. Because I like to be helpful, and I tried to impress some of the girls who were around the fire. I went into the forest after grabbing a small axe that one of my classmates had brought. I was searching for a suitable tree to chop down when I heard a sound. It sounded like a screech, as if many people were making the noise simultaneously. I had never heard anything like that, so I was truly perplexed. I picked up the tree and made my way back to the camp. When I heard what sounded like my mother calling me Kala, Kala, I turned around but saw no one. I thought I must have imagined it and turned around. But then I heard again, Kala, why do you ignore me? I turned around and saw my mother standing far away from me. But there was one difference. Her hair, face, and looks were all the same. However, her eyes glowed red like lights, and she had what appeared to be stitches on her chin. I took a single step backward, and that entity responded, "Where do you think you're going?" But her voice was not the same. It was like here, but with a much lower voice echoing with it. I took another step, and that thing said, "So you don't like this look," and turned into a black blob-like thing. And then my grandma stands there. "How about this form, then?" I asked, feeling nauseous from looking at it. "Go to Grandma. I'll make you feel better." When it finished, I held onto the tree and started running to my camp, which was near. I saw the light, but then I heard heartbreaking screams. I looked back and saw that the creature had transformed into a black and weary fin. The creature charged towards me, prompting me to sprint relentlessly until I eventually returned to the camp. I turned around to see how far the creature was, but it had disappeared. My classmates asked me why my face was so red when I returned to them. I ran to warm up after telling them that I was cold. I have told this story to no one, not even my close friends. I don't know what they would think, but I truly hope I will never see that creature again. I have seen something weird on my street. I live on a street with a few haunted houses, and when traveling on foot and by motorbike, I have gotten weird feelings as if something is watching me. I believe I have seen whatever this thing is at least twice, but I'm not sure exactly what it is. I will describe my encounters. When I was playing hide and seek in the dark. I was running away from the seeker and happened to see my friend in front of his house. I run up to him and tell him to hide me from the seeker. He then looks at a silver car behind me and says, "Dude, she's right there." I looked at the car and saw a shadow of something crouched behind the car and yelled out, "Fine, you got me," though something didn't feel right. I wait for a response and do not get one. I then yell out louder, "Hey, no name for privacy reasons. You got me." I surrender. Wouldn't you know it, no response. I then tell my friend to run, and he does, as do I. I sprinted past that car, and when at a safe distance, I looked back to see it crouching, looking at me. That is not a seeker, it's not even human. I didn't make out any details besides the fact that it was too unnaturally shaped to be human. 2. I was playing the same game with the same girl. I was a seeker, and I was chasing after her. You have to tag them if they don't surrender, by the way. But when I pass a certain mailbox, out of the corner of my eye I see the creature. At the speed I was moving, for a few milliseconds we were less than a foot away from each other. As if I wasn't already going fast enough, I booked it. I swear, at that speed with all that adrenaline, I could have beaten Usain Bolt. I look back when I am about 75 feet away from the mailbox. I stop and look back to see the creature peek its head out from behind the mailbox, then pull it back in and seemingly vanish. I passed it in front of the mailbox, so it must be quick to get around. I want to know what it is and what it wants. If anybody knows any possibilities, please leave them in the comments. I want to get rid of it, whatever it is. Utah creature identification. A few years ago a friend and I drove up this hiking trail around Midway, Utah, about 20 minutes from Park City, if you know where that is. We were in the car just chatting while the sun set. We had driven up there so many times I don't know why it was so different this time. But we were sitting in silence, and I remember visualizing, or seeing with my mind's eye, this guy run up to the car to try and open the door, and he was screaming. But the figure had no face and was covered in black burns. I don't know how to describe it, but he was all white and almost glowing. But I didn't really see him, and the road ahead got so dark we couldn't see with the lights. His limbs were bent weird, and I didn't really see him. When I told my friend I wanted to go home, I apologized and told her I had gotten really anxious from these thoughts I was having. And she gave me the same information, like she saw the same thing I did. She mentioned that she had only partially imagined it. It's hard to describe. I bring it up now because I've been writing short stories about stuff I heard growing up, and she reminded me of this. We just can't find something that meets the visualizing it, but it's not really their thing. It's similar to things I've read on here, but this doesn't quite match what I've heard. New cryptid? I live in southern Arizona and recently bumped into a creature that I haven't been able to identify or recognize anywhere. I've tried searching through all kinds of media and news places and have seen no mention of anything remotely close to the thing I saw. I was hoping to get more info on whether or not it's new or just a typical animal. I unfortunately didn't get a photo of it as I was driving late at night, but it walked by my car across the street. It was enormous, about 4 feet to the shoulder, a quadruped built like a bear but with a canine body type, and it crossed the street in only 4 strides. It had a short neck with pointed ears, carrying its head low to the ground. Its fur was kind of fluffy with a tan and white coloration and a long bushy tail as well. It was built like a tank and moving very fast. Typically the only large animals out here are either mountain lions or javelinas, maybe big coyotes, but this thing dwarfed any mountain lion I'd seen and was way too bulky to be anything else. Can someone help me identify this creature? A large bioluminescent muscular man-bat creature was spotted. I live in Guyana, South America. I'm on the east coast in a village that's a very quiet place to live. Last night while having some beers on my veranda, a close friend and I were just talking when I noticed a huge bat that was illuminated with a bioluminescent pale white glow. At first I thought it was a freakishly large chicken hawk. That thought didn't last for more than a nanosecond when I realized that it was muscular, practically ripped like some steroid junkie from its neck to toes, its fur being thicker in the lines that its chest muscles created in the light near its huge flapping wings, and it was larger than anything I had ever seen in the air that's not a plane, like a mini Cessna. It flew beyond the line of houses on the street toward an empty small block that's a ball field, for sports, usually cricket. Its glow was something else, its fur and even its wings were glowing, though less so for the tips of the wings. At first I thought that my neighbor's LED lights were making it look so freakishly illuminated with that unsettling glow, but it went past the light's threshold into the darker area all while looking like some kind of giant firefly on overdrive. The best closest image I can think of is Man-Bat from Batman but white and glowing. The wingtips were elongated and resembled talons, appearing darker as if they lacked fur. The stretched skin between the tips was a pale pink. It literally disappeared after reaching a darker patch, as if its glow could be turned on and off. There was no trace of it even after the darker patches, which were illuminated by lights from the houses surrounding the ballpark. Even with its massive size, it didn't make a sound. The place was quiet as hell too, and it was close, but its wings barely seemed to disturb the air/make any noticeable sound. I only saw it flap its wings once, like it could glide with extreme ease since it crossed the street to the other block before my friend could properly react. He still got a glimpse of it, though, and was just as unnerved. Its face was entirely bat-like, even with that definable curved/raised snout most bats seem to have and those large ears. Around my area we do have fruit bats, but they're all regular sized. I'd estimate it to be larger than a harpy eagle, and there's absolutely no possibility of one of those being out on the coast when they all prefer the mountainous hinterlands that are more to the middle/center of the country. I have seen those majestic birds a lot too and even became friends with an extremely intelligent one while I volunteered at the local zoo as a kid with my sister. There's no possibility of me mistaking what I saw for one of those. Everything I observed was bat-like in shape but much larger, featuring longer and more muscular legs that surpassed anything I have encountered in nature. The legs did not resemble small bat legs that taper to the wings and stretch out longer. Instead, they appeared to bend at the point where a human knee would be, featuring defined calves and rounded toes. After seeing it, I realized that many nights while gaming after 12, I have noticed a silver flash through the windows that I thought was some weird trick of the moonlight. My room faces the backyard, which is darker as there's lots of yard space between the houses and not many light sources to bounce off of/around, but I now recognize that unmistakable pale glow, like an anglerfish or bioluminescent snails. I'll try to get a shot if I can sometime, but I don't have a camera to use besides the one on my mediocre phone. Hey! So yeah, I've finally seen a cryptid creature beyond the usual overabundance of ghosts in Guyana. At that time, I had consumed one beer, so I wasn't drunk. It is impossible to hallucinate something so real, with the unmistakable details and movements of a live creature in flight, after consuming a 4.5% alcohol beer. That level of alcohol simply does not cause such hallucinations. Northeastern Alabama creature? We're located sort of near the Appalachian Mountains, and I've witnessed something weird recently. To give some perspective, I live on 467 acres in northeastern Alabama. The place I live has very few neighbors, one of whom is my grandparents, who have owned the land since the early 80s. We live inside of a hollow with tall mountains surrounding us on all sides. Recently someone bought one of the mountains and has converted it into an ATV park, which is pushing lots of wildlife down into our land. Deer, coyotes, etc. On November 1st, my siblings went to ride on the Polaris Ranger. It was close to 10:30 when they began making the loop of the property. There's a bridge over a creek right at the start of the road that they followed. It's basically the beacon of being home. They rode in loops of the property from 10:30 until about 10:45-11. They began feeling off. Just a sinking feeling of dread. The oldest of them felt it first but didn't say anything and continued making the loop with the younger two. After making the loop a few times again, they spotted something on the ground and stopped to look. This is when the second oldest began feeling a sinking feeling as well but didn't voice it. As the older one said, "Don't stop, just keep driving. We'll look at the ground in the morning," and they continued making the loop. At about 11:15 they paused again to stop and read a text from our mother. When stopped, the middle one looked out across a field and saw a large creature almost 6 feet tall with 4 legs but appearing to be standing up like a human across the field. He says he locked eyes with it, and then he floored it, and they began coming home, once again not voicing that they were scared. By the time they got to the bridge, the youngest had begun crying, begging to go home. There's a gate leading into the property that must be opened and closed to come and go. The oldest got out to open this gate and said she felt that if she looked up, she would not survive what she'd see. They floored it home and made it home fine. Now for more details, we have a porch dog that typically follows them each time they go. He stayed home this night and would not follow. There are also cattle on this land. They didn't see any of the cattle, nor see any sign of life. It was just them and the smell of smoke and the wind. While driving, they had been playing music, and just before the incident occurred, the song Pumped Up Kicks, which features whistling, began to play. When they were coming home, they described it as feeling as if they were prey and being hunted. That the thing, whatever it was right there with them, and if they stopped or turned around, they'd never make it home. When they came home, their pupils were all blown so wide you could not see the color in their eyes anymore. Since then we've returned to the area, and nothing seems to be amiss. I mention all this to inquire about what might have caused this feeling. What do you think happened? Could it be a cryptid of sorts? Knott County, Kentucky, possible dogman. A 13-year-old boy was ended this past Tuesday in Knott County, Kentucky. I've been following the stories, trying to stitch together the evidence to make some sense of it all. He was staying at a relative's house and familiar with the area. Playing in the backyard, a relative called 911 at 6 p.m., saying the boy was being attacked by a canine-type creature. First responders were on site at 6:30. The 911 caller directed them up the mountain behind the house. They had difficulty getting up the mountainside because of the steep, slick terrain, but found the boy dead 300 to 400 feet straight up the rain-slick mountain. A state trooper reported, "Something is out there." The coroner confirmed the boy was ended by a canine-type creature but couldn't identify what exactly. The latest reports are canine creature. No wolves in KY for decades. A full-grown 40 pounds coyote can't drag a 100 pounds dead body up a mountainside. There are no mountain lions in Kentucky. A feral dog or even several feral dogs can't drag 100 pounds of dead weight up a mountainside, nor can a bear. The coroner has determined the cause of death to be a canine-type creature. The funeral was yesterday. I have communicated with the relative. All say canine creature. The coroner has had ample time to test DNA. Known animals would be easily identified, but they aren't saying what it was that killed the boy. A bear or mountain lion are the only two animals I know of that could kill a human and have the strength to drag him 100 yards up a rain-slick mountainside. But it wasn't a bear or mountain lion. The coroner said a canine creature killed him. Authorities are asking neighbors to be hyper-vigilant of their surroundings. Google, 13-year-old boy killed by animal attack. KY. The story will most likely fade to black with no official ID of the animal or creature that ended him. It goes like this. A young boy was ended here less than an hour from me. They keep saying canine creature, but no one knows for sure. It's rained near continuously, so the terrain is so muddy it would be almost impossible to climb the mountainside that he was found deceased on. Canine creature cannot be located. It was thought that it was a pack of dogs or pack of coyotes, but neither pack has been located. Fox creature in northern Michigan. I was sitting in the woods on a tree trunk on my property in Cadillac, Michigan. It was about 9 a.m., and the date was September of 2014, and I heard a twig snap. I looked behind me and saw a creature. This creature was unlike anything I have ever seen. My heart was pounding, and I started to sweat when I saw it. The creature was orange like the common foxes up here, but it stood easily 7 feet high with eyes the color of a gold coin. The creature had human hands but covered in orange fur and had claws but also had hooves on its legs that I could hear when it ran. I had only a few seconds to see it before it ran away, hearing the distance of its hooves hitting the ground and fading away. The same day I tried to get my neighbors' hunting cams, but they said there was no video card in them. But I hope someone else sees this creature and listens to this because its image is in my head even today. Anyone with questions or answers, please comment. A black dog-like creature vanished into thin air. Last night, my wife and I went on our usual walk with our dogs in the city of Zagreb, Croatia. About 500 meters from our house, there is a small grove and a gravel path we walk along. Beside the gravel path runs a stream, and there we occasionally see young deer or foxes, rarely squirrels, and very rarely a stag or a wild rabbit. So, last night, we were walking along this path when, about 50 steps ahead of us, we saw an animal that was completely black and about the size of a slightly larger dog, like a Labrador. Normally, when our dogs see or scent another dog, they run ahead to greet it, wagging their tails happily. We have 2 poodles. However, on this particular occasion, both dogs froze motionless, their tails down, and one of them let out a low growl. The black animal we noticed turned its head toward us, clearly saw us, and then ran across the gravel path to the fence of a nearby yard. At that moment, it dissolved into the air, leaving behind a black mist that lingered for only 2 or 3 seconds where the animal had been. There was no trace or sound of it after that. Upon witnessing this, my wife and I swiftly turned around and began retreating. We hadn't gone more than 100 meters when another strange thing happened. We were standing under a streetlight, watching our dogs sniff at something in the grass, when suddenly the entire grove plunged into complete darkness. It was as if something enormous was standing between us and the grove. This lasted for about 3 to 4 seconds before the grove was lit normally again. The entire time, we were standing under the streetlight, which remained on and working normally. Honestly, we've never experienced anything like this before. Does anyone have any idea what we might have seen? Demon/goblin-like creature at night. So when I was like 8 to 10, 23 now, I was sleeping on a sectional. My brother took the long side, and I slept on the short one. I woke up in the middle of the night hearing something rubbing up against the fabric. I thought maybe it was my dad, so I looked up and saw nothing. I waited there for, 20 to 30 seconds, and there was a damn creature creeping up on the arm of the sectional. It was maybe 4 feet tall, and it looked weird as hell. Its skin was tight, like you could see its bones and joints through it, and it almost had the face of a Frenchie-type demon. It moved between my brother and me, flinching its head at both of us while breathing in a dog-like manner. I was there just trying to silently move my brother's leg so that he'd wake up, but nothing. At one point I thought I was sleeping, so I decided to pinch myself, and sure enough, I felt it. By far one of the creepiest experiences I had. I even tried to tell my uncle and aunt about it since they came from Minnesota, but they dismissed my experience, insisting that I must have been sleeping, even though I know I was awake. Has anyone else experienced something similar? If you have, please leave a comment. Second encounter with a weird creature in Arkansas. The first part happened when I was an angsty 16-year-old, and my most recent encounters happened 2.5 years and about 2 years ago. I'm 22 now. I'm going to tell you about the second and third encounters along with a story my mom and stepdad had. Second encounter. Mom and stepdad started renting this place out after I started college and got another house. The renter moved out, so they moved back in because they finished fixing up the newer house and were busy trying to sell it. They asked me if I wanted to make $50 plus a tank of gas to come babysit my little sister. She was 10-ish at the time, until they got back from their date night. I was a little dubious because duck this house, man. Not only is there a goddamn Bigfoot or some huge animal in the woods behind it, but there's also a lot of weird shit that happens inside any house my mom has lived in. So I said yes to babysitting until like 2 or 3 a.m., and then I was going to drive back to uni. They were going to have a few drinks, dinner, and then go dancing. I didn't want to sleep in their bed because they've used it, so I opted for the couch. I assumed they weren't intimate on it. I'm just hanging out with my little sister. I make her some food, and we talk about how she's been doing. She asks me about how school is going. Just normal brother-sister bonding time. I let her stay up until, like, 11 because I'm awesome like that, and I settle down on the couch. I'm sitting there, browsing, listening to the Dresden Files on audiobook, and petting their dog. Their dog lies down next to the couch, so I just let my arm hang off and stay on her head. I'm lying there facing away from the backyard, and I start to get that something's looking at me feeling again. All of a sudden their dog lifts her head up and looks behind me. Now the back of this ducking house is almost entirely windows, and I usually keep all the curtains closed at night. Well, my dumb head didn't close the ducking curtains. She starts to growl, and I quickly close the blinds and check the rest of the house for open blinds. The only open blinds were in my parents' room, and I really didn't want to go in there to close them. There are 5 in their room, and that's just not enough cover for me. Every so often she'll look up at the closed blinds and quietly growl, but I shush her. It gets to be around 12:30, and I eventually call my mom. She answers and says, "What's up?" At this point, my mom, little sister, and stepdad have been making fun of me for seeing Bigfoot for 4 years. I let her know what's up and ask her where there's a gun. She says there's a .45 in her nightstand and one in my stepdad's, so I man up, walk in there, grab her gun, and run my ass back to the couch. I always feel safer when I'm able to ameliorate any threat. Nothing else really happens. I check on my sister from time to time, and the dog growls at the window a few more times. When my parents return, I explain the situation, give them a quick hug, collect my money, and then head back to university. Third encounter. Fast forward a few months at the same house. I was there just having dinner with family. The dog starts to give us signs that she needs to piss, so I take her out back. There was still light out, so I felt safe. We walk out of the glass double doors in my parents' bedroom onto the deck, and she barely runs off the deck and does her business. Then, out of nowhere, I see her look at the far left corner of our privacy fence and raise her hackles. I call her over to me, and she's still growling and low to the ground like she's ready to fight. I'm listening my ass off, and I slowly start to hear footsteps. Anyone that spends time in the woods in fall knows the sound of leaves crunching underfoot. You can tell if it's a small animal or a person depending on how loud and how long the crunching lasts because of surface area. This sounded like whatever was out there was slowly cutting a few heads of lettuce with a dull knife. So I'm listening, and the steps are coming from probably 30 yards behind the fence through the bushes. I've heard lots of meth heads walk around back there, so I'm pretty sure I can gauge the distance. The stupid ducking dog lets out a bark, and the footsteps stop. I whisper no to her, and she shuts up. Eventually, the footsteps turn and walk at an angle away from the fence, and I grab her, and we go back inside. Once I get my parents alone, I let them know what happened. I get more jokes about Bigfoot. Parents encounter. The bed on the diagram I drew is my parents. It's at the back of the house and has 2 windows and a set of glass double doors with a door at the foot of the bed that leads to a sunroom with another 3 ducking windows. The house is on a slight decline, so by the time you get to the backyard, the floor is about 4 feet above the ground. Their bed is also one of those really tall ones. The top of the bed is probably about 3 feet off the floor, and the headboard is one of those tall, gaudy metal ones that's like 6 feet tall. Entering the house was quite a challenge. They were lying in the bed one night talking, and they heard this huge bang behind and at the top of their headboard. Stepdad is military, so he grabs the shotgun from the closet and his flashlight from the side of the bed and runs outside with the dog. Apparently she doesn't smell anything and isn't barking anymore, so he walks the perimeter to see if she can pick up a scent, but she doesn't. Stand up on your tiptoes, reach your arms up as far as you can go, and try to exert a large amount of force with your hand. Now try and shove something at head or shoulder level. It's a lot easier. They still make fun of me for seeing Bigfoot, but it's different somehow. When my stepdad was required to undergo SEER training, he received a serious warning about Bigfoot. I don't know if it's a joke, but you can find a lot of stories of weird things experienced by military personnel since they go in the woods for training so often. In the next couple days, I'm going to start writing down every ghost experience in my family. Logically, it all stems from my mother. When I graduated high school, I got the adult man-to-man talk from my dad. The one thing that really stuck out in my mind was when he said, "There's something not right with your mother. Weird shit just happens around her." Junju D, the little hairy men. This is how I got interested in the big guy topic. Growing up in central Queensland, Australia for those playing at home, and being mixed race, I spent time with the Aborigine kids. When I was around 12 years old, 2 boys told me a story about the Junju D. I think we got on the topic after I asked them if they believed in ghosts. Initially, I thought the boys were just playing with me when they clarified that a Junju D is not their term for a ghost but rather a species of little hairy men. In a much more remote town where they used to live, a few hours from us, the Junju D seemed to be a known thing and an accepted part of their life. The boys said they had both seen them and even played with the young ones in the bush when they were very young. Once, a Junju D was seen running from the house as his family was returning home. The hairy fellow had raided the pantry. The other boy told a story of how fast and scary strong they were, having seen one throw/shove a full-grown adult after being cornered in the house when it was caught lacking, eating their food. The Junju D are said to be approximately 5 feet tall. I didn't know what to make of it at the time. Then at some point I learned the word yowie was related to little hairy things, thanks to a chocolate. The word yowie turned out to be the more widely recognized term for the little Bigfoot creature from Australian bush stories. At some point I came across the old and famous Bigfoot footage. Patterson Gimlin. I was intrigued, but I never linked the two. Fast forward to 10 years later. My mate G introduced me to Clint. G would tease Clint about Bigfoot for fun. Clint was the one that mentioned Junju D, and I was stunned. I had never met a white Aussie that knew that word. Even to this day, over 15 years later, you don't meet many Aussies of any color that know the word. It turned out that Clint had them trespassing through his property. This guy was so serious that I accepted he had experienced something significant. He must have appreciated that I wasn't giving him a hard time because all I can remember is that a few days later he drove me and G an hour and a half out to his property. Showed me his place. The path that was worn in through the bush that he claimed the Junju D took through his property fence line. He'd given up on fixing the slack in his barbed fence. I could even see where the barbs had been flattened. Clint shows me where he ran into one face to face and had the thing scream at him. Auburn-colored hair, long arms outstretched as it screamed with the arm hair up to its pits draping down like it were a cape. The first time I had heard that anywhere. I looked up the trail a bit too. He tells me the trail leads up to a creek that leads to a little water hole. He then instructs me to consult a map for further information. He wanted to catch the creatures but didn't know how he would manage that or how to cage them. He just wants to prove to everyone that they are real. The dude was super serious about that. I get home and think about Clint, who seems like a normal guy with an interesting experience, but unfortunately, he has no one who believes him, which is driving him crazy. I remember to check a map, and I find the spot he was talking about. The creek was named Native Bear Creek, and it led to a waterhole called Native Bear Dam. I then remembered the boys I knew from my childhood and where they were from and realized that their town wasn't too far away. I used to go back and check the maps to make sure I could see the old Native Bear Creek. It doesn't show up on the new maps anymore, but it always makes me wonder what's out there, eh? If these creatures don't want to be found, they won't be, based on what I've learned about them. Well, unless they are caught mid-munching. Always wanted to get that out there, and now that I see there are some genuine clips and stories on this internet, I'm glad to finally add one. Had a nightmare last night of a creature encountered 8 years ago. What did I see? I've had a streak of insomnia for the past couple of days, and last night made me wake up in a cold sweat. Firstly, I must discuss the creature I encountered. A little backstory: I'm 20 years old. I was in the 7th grade when this happened. I was on the track team, and I wasn't the best looking athlete on the team, so I took it upon myself to go for a jog late at night. Around 3 a.m. I was running past my town's recreational center. They have a stereotypical looking playground on the outside of it, monkey bars, slides, the usual. As I was running past it, I took a small break to catch my breath. I glanced towards the playground, and I see something hunched over under the monkey bars. It was pale and very slim. I want to say it was no bigger than 3 feet, resembling a starved albino child. I remember it turning to me, and the next thing I knew, I was hightailing it out of there. I had never experienced such a life-threatening situation before. I probably ran about 3 to 4 blocks down the road. I looked back only to see nothing behind me. I decided to head back home. Last night, my girlfriend opted to spend the night at a friend's house in order to indulge in some alcohol. It took a lot longer to fall asleep this time. Like around 5 a.m. The nightmare I experienced was nearly identical to the one I had that night. Minus, now I'm an adult in this dream, I did the same shit I did back then in the dream all the way up to when I got to the playground. I look back at the same spot where I first saw this thing, and in what almost feels like a frame-by-frame replay, I see this thing turn, and that's where I saw its face. Or just more of its eyes. The eyes were bright, similar to how a dog's eyes reflect when a light is shown on them in the dark. After that I woke up, I was sweating like I'd just run a mile. I still feel really uneasy when I'm out late at night. The thing on the mountain. Long-time lurker, first-time sharing. There is one experience I have been wanting to write about here for a long time, but I always get overwhelmed thinking about actually typing it out. I will try to be as detailed as I can, but feel free to ask any other questions, as I would love to hear some opinions. I still think about it quite often and wonder if anybody has ever seen anything similar. So this was the summer of 2012, and I was probably 15 years old. I had my first job as a counselor in training at a fly fishing camp for kids at Antelope Creek Ranch, which is around the backside of Mount Shasta in California. I had attended the camp for several summers in my youth, and this was the first, or maybe second, year I had returned as a CIT, since I wasn't old enough to be a counselor yet. There was one other CIT with me who was around my same age, as well as several older counselors. So this camp takes place on private property. There is a locked gate and everything. It's actually ultra eerie to be rolling up to camp at night by yourself, since you have to get out of your car twice to open and close the gate. We actually heard a cougar one night while we were locking it up coming in at the beginning of the week, though somebody was with me that time. What makes it worse is that there are no lights or anything, so leave your headlights on. Then it's a couple miles down a gravel road. There is a small lodge rented out on weekends so people can come and stay and go fishing, but that was only occupied when the kids' camp wasn't going on, so it was dark and empty most of the time we were there. A little further past the lodge, and you hit our camp. It's a bunch of big, thick, cabin-like tents made out of canvas in a small clearing along with our cookhouse. Surrounding the area are very, very dense woods in all directions. Overall, the location is relatively remote, the setup is fairly simple, and the nights are the darkest you could ever imagine. Beautiful stars too. Now, getting to the juicy part. It was our second night of the week, and we had already had our campfire and had all the kids brush their teeth and get into their cabins. It's important to note that the bathroom is located on the backside of the cookhouse, approximately a 30-meter walk from the closest cabin. After a brief meeting, most of the other counselors went to their assigned cabins to sleep. Sky, who was the youngest of the counselors, was still sitting on the deck reading a book by a lantern. I walked around back to go brush my teeth, and when I came back to the deck to grab some of my things, I noticed Sky wasn't reading anymore. He was sitting right at the edge of his seat, eyes locked on the pitch-black forest. I was about to ask him what was wrong, but he shushed me before the words could even leave my mouth. He apologized in a whisper I could barely hear and pointed out something I couldn't see. My initial reaction was that he was messing with me, and I started to tell him it wasn't funny. Then he had me move so my line of sight could match his. And I saw it for the first time. There were these 3 little reflective spots deep in the trees. It was so dark, they were the first thing I noticed. "What is that?" I asked. "I don't know," Sky replied, "but they're moving, look." Squinting through the darkness, barely able to distinguish the trees from the surrounding darkness, I could see that he was right. Only it wasn't only the lights. Surrounding them was this massive black shape, maybe the size of a grizzly bear but up on its hind legs. That's when I saw the lights blink, and then the whole shape moved behind a large group of trees. The lights appeared to be eyes because of the way they blinked and reflected, but there were actually 3 of them. In the shape of an equilateral triangle. At this point, Michael, who was the other CIT, comes out of the men's bathroom and looks equally confused and intrigued by us pointing our flashlights out at the woods. As if on cue, we hear the most horrifying sound I have ever heard in my entire life. The only way I can describe it is like an amplified snake hiss coming out of a coyote. I was so scared I tripped over a board on the deck trying to scramble into the little cookhouse kitchen. We sat in there for almost 30 minutes, panicking, and telling Michael what we saw. He thought we might have seen some reflective tape on a sign or a cow that escaped a nearby field, it happens, but couldn't explain the sound. We finally got our shit together and went back out there to look again. We pointed our flashlights out to the spot we saw it before, and there it still was. It was barely visible, hovering just outside the range of our lights and occasionally moving just behind a tree, only to peer out at us a moment later. At times it seemed like it was moving closer, but it was hard to be sure. Michael saw it that time. We had all seen it. We went back into the cookhouse again. By 3:30 a.m., we had checked on it and retreated back into the cookhouse at least 5 or 6 times because we were so unsettled that it was always there and hadn't moved on. We even tried yelling at it at one point. It seemed like it was waiting, or it was watching us. I think it knew we were trying to see it, and it didn't seem to care too much. At some point we decided that we just had to get back to the cabins we were all supposed to be in. So the plan was, we would just run as fast as we could to the cabins without turning our heads to look into the woods. If we don't look at it, it's not there, right? It worked great. We finally got to our beds. I was in the girls' cabin while the other 2 campers went to the boys' cabin. So I'm lying there, unable to sleep, thinking about all the weird shit we just saw out there. An hour or so goes by, and I still can't sleep. All of a sudden, I hear footsteps coming up through the gravel. It's this thick, crunchy volcanic stuff that makes a lot of noise when you walk on it. The footsteps come right up to the side of the canvas tent. Literally whatever is out there is standing 4 inches away from me, only separated by this thin layer of fabric. I wait for them to do anything, walk away, enter the tent, or call me. But they never walked away. Just silence. I waited another hour. Maybe more. There is no way anybody could walk through that gravel without the whole campsite hearing, and I know they walked right up next to me and never walked away. It felt like I had just fallen asleep when I was woken up by some loud gunshots. They sounded close but not right in our camp or anything. Safe to say I didn't sleep any more that morning. That morning I asked the guys if they heard any of the gunshots, and they did. We also went to check out the spot in the woods where we thought we saw something lurking around. Nothing reflective, no strange hulking items, but behind the large group of trees, there is just this freshly dug pit into ducking hell. I mean, this hole was like 4 feet wide and at least 10 feet deep before it looked like it turned. We didn't see any evidence of a shovel, and the ground was too covered in pine needles for us to find any good prints, human or animal. We were so creeped out we genuinely didn't know how to react after we saw that. I wish I had taken a photo of the hole at least, but I didn't have a smartphone with a camera or anything. By the end of the week, the hole had been partially filled in. Not by any of us, I might mention. The other counselors totally made fun of us when we told them we thought we saw something strange. They hastily assumed that we had spotted Bigfoot or something similar, despite the fact that I genuinely don't know what we observed. I returned to that camp year after year and never saw or heard anything quite like that. Michael also returned for several years and would refuse to keep his back turned to that particular spot in the woods at night. We talked about it a few years later, and everything he described still matches what I think I saw. I just wish we had an explanation. Skinwalker attack in Australia. I want to clarify that I am not entirely sure this is a skinwalker, as I live in Australia. However, what we encountered seems similar enough, which is why I described it as a skinwalker. Okay, so it was the summer of 2015. My buddy, whom I will call P, and his older cousin L, who was staying at P's place at the time, were hanging out there because we were on school holidays during the summer. We were both in high school, and I don't know if any of you know, but Australia has summer around the same time as Christmas, so naturally, being a few days near Christmas, that was mainly in our minds. Eventually P's mom told us to leave to take the dogs for a walk. We thought that it was a bit strange since she usually isolated us to P's backyard, mainly his old treehouse, P's bedroom, and P's pool. This was done so that she could keep an eye on us because a few friends in the past had stolen some things, so this was very odd. For reference, P's dad was away on a business trip. But regardless of how strange her request was, we did what she asked. For reference, P has 2 dogs, a male golden retriever and a female Caucasian shepherd. I will not say their names, but both dogs have quite long hair, and since the Australian summers get quite hot, they had to cut the fur so that it would be better for them. Also, I know that most people don't know what a Caucasian shepherd dog is. For reference, it is a Russian dog also known as the Russian Ovcharka and Russian bear dog and is known to be a shepherd dog with good guarding abilities and is very large and strong, which is why it's able to fight wolves and bears. But please note that it cannot kill a wolf or bear, that is just a myth, but when I say fight, I mean that it can injure a wolf or bear to the point that they'll give up on attacking the livestock that they're guarding. We start walking the dogs, and after a while, Elle suggests we take a trail in the nearby bush for shade. We all agreed, and so we went into the bush. For reference, the bush is basically the Australian version of the woods. Usually in the summer you don't go in the bush due to snakes, but we were young and wanted to get out of the sun, and so we just went. Anyway, after about 10 minutes of walking in the bush, both dogs stop. The golden retriever starts to whimper and tries to run away, and the Caucasian shepherd stands her ground, simultaneously sniffing the air and then growling. We figured out quickly that something had spooked them. Elle thought that the golden retriever might have gotten bitten by a snake. Now, like I said before, both dog breeds usually have long enough hair to somewhat protect them from snake bites, but since it was summer and their hair was short, this is a problem, and they would need to be taken to a vet immediately. Elle quickly checked and couldn't see anything indicating a snake bite. But as I looked around for snakes, I regretted that we even came here. Then I saw it, and it was far from a snake. At first I thought it was either a kangaroo or a large dog, but I quickly realized that it wasn't. It was about 17 meters away from us, which in USA mathematics is about 55 feet and 9 inches. It was acting odd, as it had its back against a tree, arms crossed like a human, and was just watching us. Kangaroos usually just lie down if they are tired, but this thing was upright, lying back on a tree. For a description, the thing I saw was like a tall man kangaroo hybrid. Its arms were human but with small claws on its fingers and covered with fur, yet its body and legs were like those of a kangaroo, with an extremely light brown coat. Its face was similar to that of a kangaroo but was also a bit square-shaped like that of a mastiff dog, and its eyes were very human. So I yelled out to them, "What is that kangaroo doing?" P and L looked over and saw it both said something along the lines of "That ain't no kangaroo, mate." Then, it simultaneously ran and hopped as it came towards us. I believe it only attacked because we all saw it. It didn't appear predatory when we first spotted it, as if it were minding its own business, but when it noticed that we were watching, it seemed to perceive us as a threat. We didn't really have time to run, managing to take only 2 steps backward before it was right in front of us. Yes, it was quick. It lunged at me, but just as it was knocking me to the ground, the Caucasian shepherd jumped up, biting its arm. P fell forward and let go of the lead since he was holding the Caucasian shepherd. Since a Caucasian shepherd dog can have a bite force of up to 700 psi, for reference, a lion has a bite force of only 650 psi, it is clear that this creature was truly in pain when it let out a sound similar to a dog's whimper as the Caucasian shepherd's jaws clamped down on its arm. The creature then began to claw at the Caucasian shepherd with its free hand. Usually, this wouldn't be a problem for the Caucasian shepherd, as its long fur typically acts as a shield for its skin when fighting wolves in Russia. However, during the summertime, the fur on her neck and body was too short, leaving her exposed. I was basically pinned to the ground as the two were fighting above me. The Caucasian shepherd was able to move from biting the creature's arm to its neck, but this did not result in the creature's death. The creature yelled out in pain, but since the Caucasian shepherd was possibly too weak from its injuries or the heat of the day to really continue the bite around the neck, the creature managed to push the Caucasian shepherd off its neck. It looked like the fight was about to turn in favor of the creature, but Elle grabbed a large stick nearby and swung it at the back of the creature's head, which barely did anything as the creature then turned towards him, grabbing the stick as Elle went for another swing. This allowed the Caucasian shepherd to leap onto the creature's back with its remaining strength and bite the creature's shoulder again. Clearly giving up, the creature once again removed the Caucasian shepherd from its back before running or hopping away into the bushes, disappearing from sight. We all just ran out of the bush as fast as we could to get back to P's house. P and Elle were crying as I was limping, barely able to keep up. We needed an adult, so P ran upstairs to his mother's room as Elle was checking my cuts and the Caucasian shepherd's wounds, but all we heard from upstairs was a scream from P's mom as she brought him downstairs by the ear wearing lingerie, and a man in his underwear who was not P's father walking downstairs behind her. She was pissed, Aussie slang referring to someone being either drunk or extremely angry. In this case, she was not drunk, but after seeing the Caucasian shepherd's injuries and my scratches, she calmed down and told the man to leave, which he did. She quickly got changed. It was Elle who told her what happened but said that it was a large feral dog. She believed him, and she then took the Caucasian Shepherd to a vet, while Elle took me to a doctor since he had a car. The Caucasian Shepherd unfortunately died in 2019, not due to her injuries. However, the Golden Retriever remains alive and well. P and L did not inform P's father about P's mother's situation, yet he somehow learned about it around New Year's and subsequently filed for divorce. I don't know much about the divorce besides the fact that P's mother hit P's dad with an avo that he did not deserve. An avo is kind of like a restraining order, naturally causing issues in the divorce. As for the creature itself, after doing some research online, the most likely thing that it could be is a skinwalker, but I do have my doubts, as I live in Australia and not the USA. I have recently learned that Aboriginal people believed in a creature called a Cryptid, which is essentially a skinwalker with some minor differences. However, certain characteristics make me doubt that what we encountered was a Cryptid and suggest it was more likely a skinwalker. Differences. So honestly, I don't know what we actually encountered, but what I do know is that when I do decide to get a dog, the Caucasian Shepherd will be in my top 10 for obvious reasons. Need help figuring out a creature I saw. Let me preface that I do have the ability to see spirits. It's never been incredibly strong, but I've seen a couple things / had a few experiences that warrant a belief in the supernatural. Some years back I was sitting in my living room, alone, just scrolling through the internet. All of a sudden, without any warning, a creature appeared in front of me. I could see it clearly with my third eye, more clearly than I've ever seen anything. It was roughly 4, with grayish-white skin, hunched over, skinny and bony, and with a bulbous head. It had very little hair on its head to speak of, basically just a few wisps. Its eyes were white and fogged over, and its mouth was the most terrifying thing. It was mostly toothless, hanging loosely open, but connecting the upper jaw to the lower jaw were strings of flesh, for lack of a better word. It was like its flesh had melted and reconnected on the lower jaw, I guess. It was absolutely horrific, and it made a weird clicking sound. It stared at me as I tried to avoid its gaze. At first it was about 3 feet away, then suddenly it glitched to be only maybe a foot from my face. It tilted its head back and forth for a solid minute, at least, then vanished. After that, I lost psychic sight / abilities for weeks. I don't know whether that was its doing or just plain fear, but it was scary. The closest visual example I can give is like if you mixed Gollum. Any ideas of what I saw? Or what its purpose was? Demon? Skinwalker? I want to share my story with those who may have had similar experiences. Now I've been a long-time avid outdoorsman. I live in Michigan and love hunting as well as backpacking. I've only had 2 experiences like this. The one I'm about to describe is the worst of the 2. This happened in 2019. I was at a buddy's house whose whole family lives on one street. All the houses are located on one side of the street, while the other side is entirely wooded. My friend's house is located at the far end of the road, so that means nobody who isn't a family member will be outside, especially late at night. We were having a fire, it was maybe 1 a.m.-ish, and my friend asked me if I heard people talking. He turned off the music, and we sat there silent. We listened, and then we heard very strange laughing, but only one thing, not multiple. Then the laughing transformed into 3 distinct sounds. I would say that the sound started to resemble speech. It was very strange to hear. We heard this sound coming from across a small stream, which meant we could tell if it was approaching us. My friend has bad vision, so for this next part, I only saw there was no cloud cover that night. The moonlight slightly lit the tree line up. I swear I saw a man transform into a dog-like creature, an upright, 4-limbed figure that changed into a being on the ground resembling a dog. I started hitting my friend, repeatedly asking, "Did you see that?" Everything that has happened so far has taken maybe 5 minutes. It was moving very slowly, like it was stalking us. It kept making strange noises, we could hear barking. In front of us was a pond, and clearly in the middle of the other side was a huge creature. Then it appeared out of the tree line, we both saw a shadow appear. I will always tremble when I recount this part of the story. I've been in the woods all my life, I have never heard anything like it. You can make weird eclectic noises on DJ equipment or whatever, but nothing can compare to what we heard. We saw this thing appear, and it let out the highest pitched scream for about 3 seconds, as loud as a tornado siren. My ears started ringing, and it started laughing again. As we were grabbing the speaker, I noticed it starting to run at us. Now there is a football field distance between us and whatever this thing was, and it crossed the pond in what felt like a matter of a blink of an eye. We both panicked and rushed inside, making sure to lock the doors. Now there wasn't a curtain on the window looking out onto the pond. So I sat there staring at that ducking window for what felt like a year. In reality, it was about 5 hours until sunrise, and then I left. I've shared this experience with older men, including my grandfathers who travel worldwide for elk hunting, and they laugh at me. I will forever be in disbelief about this event. I will never forget it, and every time I think about it, I can't get those things screaming out of my ear/head. Thank you for hearing my story. I often wonder if that thing was staring at me through the window while I was unable to see it. What would happen if one of us tripped while getting inside? So many unanswered questions I have that I will never know the truth. Unexplained prints in the wilderness. Not really a horrible story, but something I cannot explain. A couple of years ago, I and a friend got up early in the morning to go antler hunting. Every year, deer and elk will drop their antlers and grow new ones. They are worth a lot. We were out in the middle of nowhere, no phone service, no people. We rode in the early morning on an old dirt road over several feet of frozen snow. We took his light four-wheeler, as it was impossible to bring either of our trucks. We drove out around 20 miles from the main road, parked, and did about a 16-mile hike. When the sun was setting, we made it back to the four-wheeler and started heading back. Unfortunately for us, it was the warmest day of the year, and the four-wheeler couldn't support our weight without sinking into the previously frozen snow. We began the long walk back, each of us on one side guiding the four-wheeler. A little ways down the road, we came across some tracks crossing the road that had passed over our tracks from that morning. These tracks were huge, oval-shaped, and completely smooth. They were almost the size of a snowshoe, except they sank much deeper and had absolutely no indentation other than the smooth hole. They were obviously tracks, as they were in a footstep-like pattern. I've been exploring the woods and plains for over 20 years. There is no animal out there big enough to make a track like that, and the smoothness of it made no sense to me. We got out of there fast because we were freaked out, and that's the end of the story. The only animals out there would have been deer, elk, and maybe a mountain lion or two, but most likely not that low down the mountain. Does anybody have any idea what this could be? Weird black owl/bird/creature. I saw it when I was little. I wanted to share a personal experience from my childhood. What I witnessed one day in the 1970s, when I was 5 or 6 years old, still haunts me to this day. I feel it's important to state that I was an analytical child, not overly emotional, and not prone to imagining things. I don't scare easily or overreact, and while I don't recall everything from that day, I'll share what I do remember. I was at my grandparents' house playing in the front yard one summer afternoon. The front yard ran adjacent to the road, and there was a big maple tree on the left side of the yard. It was huge and very old, and the lower branches were large and thick like the trunk of a tree. On the right side of the yard bordering the neighbor's driveway was a very old pine tree, a Scotch pine with huge twisting branches. I was playing alone that day and pretending that the old pine tree was a witch's house, so I ran over and knocked on the witch's door. While standing near the pine tree, I heard a sound that caused me to look up across the yard at the maple tree. I noticed one of the big lower branches moving up and down and saw a giant black bird sitting on the branch staring at me, and I froze because I had never seen anything like it before. I didn't know what type of bird it was, but it had a big round head that sat low on its shoulders. It looked like a giant black owl to me, and there was white in the center of its face, which I perceived to be a big eye. Whether it was actually a big eye or not I don't know, but the bird thing was very, very dark, and that still stands out to me, how black it was. If I had to guess now, I'd say its body was around 3 to 4 feet tall. I couldn't stop staring at it, and it was probably just a few seconds that I had been looking at it when a normal bird flew by, and this thing jumped off the branch very quickly and grabbed the normal bird in midair, and they both struggled and fought, and I heard a lot of screeching. That's when I started screaming because I was suddenly afraid. My mom eventually came running out of the house to see what was wrong because for me to scream like that was totally out of character. She never saw the thing because it had flown away. The adults didn't really seem to take me seriously, and growing up I would sometimes wonder what it was I saw that day. In my child's mind I believed I had seen a giant black owl with a big white eye. This experience is what made me take interest in cryptids. Over the years I've researched and read about different bird species, but nothing ever fit all the facts. I don't think it was a monster, but I have an open mind and began to wonder if I saw something supernatural. I started reading about known giant birds, thunderbirds, the owlman, and lechusa. The fact that I saw it attack another bird lends credence to the idea that it may just be a giant predatory bird of some type, maybe one that was out of its natural territory? I don't know. Just thought I'd see if anyone had any ideas of what it could have been. Thanks for listening. I saw a black and white creature while camping. Went camping with my boys on an isolated island only accessible by boat. This is not the first time we have been there. We always hear weird noises and growls at night, but we figured it's just the wild pigs that live on the island. Anyways, this night I went out to pee, and I heard some rustling, and I looked back, and I saw this black and white figure like a domestic cat but bigger, much bigger. I looked away for a second to call to one of my campmates, and it was gone. It's in Hong Kong, so as far as I know there are no big cats in the wild. I have no idea what it was. The Strange Tale of the Fouke Monster. 1971 was an exciting year for the townspeople of Fouke, Miller County, Arkansas. It was almost 52 years ago that they discovered they had their very own monster. Named by a local reporter, Jim Powell of the Texarkana Gazette and Daily News, the press had a heyday, and the newly named Fouke Monster even had a series of movies made about it. The monster inspired a yearly event called the Fouke Monster Festival, which aims to encourage discussions and share stories about the local monster and other cryptids. Of course, all proceeds go directly to the local school district. That being said, let's take a little dive into the history and tale of the Fouke, Arkansas, monster. Fouke, a very small town located 15 miles southeast of Texarkana, Texarkana, Arkansas, is still considered part of the metropolitan area. It lies along Highway 71 and isn't very far from the Red River. Originally inhabited by the Caddo Native Americans, like so many places, time changes everything. However, this isn't a tale about the history of Fouke, it is a tale of something or someone who scared some locals enough to simply leave the area, and the legend is still told to this day. Let's take a step back in time and revisit this story, or is it just a story? Believe it or not, per the Memphis Inquirer, a large, furry creature had been seen in the vicinity in 1851, and the Caddo Gazette reported on it in 1856. Therefore, the monster might not be as new to the area as previously believed. The next reports came in at the much later date of 1946, and some locals in Fouke claimed to have seen it in 1964, although it was not reported. These reports called it the Jonesville Monster, as these sightings were closer to Jonesville, near Fouke. There was an alleged sighting by a young teenage boy in 1955, who described it as having reddish-brown hair, sniffing the air, and not reacting to birdshot when fired upon. Joe Nickel, an investigator, was of the opinion that it was a misidentified brown bear, which could be a definite possibility. There have been several different reports on what it actually looked like, but they do bear some similarities. Such as being large, bipedal, and with long dark hair. Over the years it has been described as anywhere from 7 to 10 tall, weighing 250 to 300 pounds, or, on the higher end, up to 800 pounds. Many described it as having a galloping gait and swinging its arms like an ape. Aside from the disturbing description, it was also described as stinking like a combination of a skunk and a wet dog. I simply do not want to imagine the smell, lol. To top it off, it was also described as having bright red, half-dollar-sized eyes. What really brought it to the public attention was an attack on the home of Bobby and Elizabeth Ford on May 2, 1971. At the time of the attack, Dave Hall was the news director of KTFS in Texarkana, and Jim Powell was a reporter for the Texarkana Gazette and Daily News. Powell received a call from Hall about something strange going on down in Fouke, and they decided to make the trip there. It was an ongoing story that eventually evolved into a legend. What more could a reporter ask for? According to Powell, when they arrived, the Fords were moving out after having only lived there a week. Packing their things into a waiting U-Haul, they were, excuse the bad pun, hauling us out of there. From what the Fords reported to the police, Bobby and his brother Don had been doing a little hunting out back of the house when they heard a woman scream. They immediately took off for the house and were completely horrified. While they had been out doing their thing, Elizabeth was lying on the couch, and the creature, which she assumed was a bear, reached in through a screen window and was chased away by her husband and brother-in-law. The Ford brothers fired 7 shots and thought they hit it, although no traces of blood were found. But 3-toed footprints were found around the house, scratch marks were on the porch, and damage to a window and some siding was located. Powell and Hall talked to someone at the hospital who told them that this guy is in shock. I believe they were referring to Bobby Ford. Ford said he saw a 7-tall creature that was 3 across the chest. He also said he felt a hairy arm around his neck, and he was so scared he ran, busting through a glass and wood front door. The brothers said they shot it 7 times and were pretty sure they had wounded it. All of their ammo had been used, but still, no blood. Powell said he dubbed it the Fouke Monster because of Elizabeth Ford's description of the monster. When Powell got to the house the morning after the attack, he went behind the house, saw unusual footprints, and small saplings broken off headed into a wooded area. Some people thought it was a joke, others were of the opinion that when a traveling circus had come through the town years before, some of the animals had escaped, and that was what was seen. Local officials were overwhelmed by the sheer number of monster hunters, calls, and tips. Miller County Sheriff Leslie Greer invoked a no-guns policy in order to protect people from being accidentally hurt or killed. A month after the Ford sighting, archaeologist Frank Schambach stated that in his opinion there was a 99% chance that the tracks were man-made. He said that the tracks couldn't be from an ape because all primates, including hominids, have 5 toes, there was no history of primates in the area, and apes are all diurnal, not nocturnal, as the Fouke monster appeared to be. In May 1971, D.C. Woods Jr., Wilma Woods, and Mrs. R.H. Sedgis reported something that resembled an ape crossing Highway 71, with more reports popping up from others. This included giant footprints showing up in Willie E. Smith's soybean field located behind a local gas station. What was odd was that they were in a straight line, avoiding plants. According to one local, it was pure chaos. Non-locals were popping out of the woodwork. In Little Rock, Arkansas, Kai offered a bounty of $1,090, and a local man chipped in $200. A local woman who was sitting on her front porch said she saw the monster in a field across from her home. However, 3 jokers got caught when they claimed they were attacked by the monster when in fact they had likely just gotten into a fight fueled by alcohol and were fined $59 apiece for filing a false report. By 1974, interest had dropped but started up again when tracks were allegedly found by 2 brothers in Russellville, Arkansas, in March of 1978. Sightings were noted in Center Ridge, Arkansas, and in July of 1978, there was another sighting in Crossett, Arkansas. This time there were missing livestock and dog attacks. In 1991, it was supposed to have been seen jumping from a bridge. There were around 40 sightings in 1997, and in 1998 it was reported to have been sighted while crossing a dry creek bed about 5 miles away from Fouke. Greer was sheriff from 1967 to 1974 and said that he recalled hearing about the monster as far back as 1946. In his words, "I was campaigning for tax assessor and stopped to talk to a lady sitting on her front porch," he said. She lived about halfway between Fouke and the below bridge. She told me that she saw some kind of animal go down in the field in a low, bushy place. She said it looked kind of like a man and walked like a man, but she didn't think it was a man. Of course, he never gave it much thought until 1971, when the Ford family was attacked. Most reports were hoaxes, but there was serious concern that an innocent person would be harmed by the horde of monster hunters in town. There ended up being a lot of hurt feelings over trespassing on private property. By 1986, most officials believed that the tracks were man-made. Greer's colleague at the time, Chief Deputy H.L. Phillips, said he hadn't taken a call in years about it, but he refused to argue with people who say they did see it because they were respectable, responsible people. He did state he didn't believe in it, but there were those who did and still do. Keep in mind, as Skeptoid states, all the evidence is anecdotal with not a thing that is able to be tested. It makes for a great story, though. So, what do you think? There are things we don't know about or are just discovering. Could the Fouke monster be the real thing, or is it only a folk tale? I would love to hear your thoughts, and thanks for listening. I live in Utah, and this happened 2 autumns ago. My friend Mia and I walked to a park about 2 miles away at sunset. We did this often because we both were 15 and couldn't drive. We got to the park, and the sun was already down. This park has a wooded area with a parking lot. In the parking lot, a group of boys drove by and chased us around. We hid on the other side of the tunnel near the path we took to the park. After about 10 minutes we went back to the park to see the boys had left and the parking lot was empty. We were pretty scared, so we ended up going back under the tunnel to head on the path home. The path was up this long hill and then through this empty field. As we made our way through the tunnel, it had a dimly lit light in the center. We got up the tall hill and looked back. As we did, both our stomachs dropped, and I mean dropped. I had never felt this way before. A black figure stood at the bottom of the tunnel, walking in place. It appeared to be standing still and moving its legs as if it were walking. Once again, the figure was entirely black, lacking any facial features or distinguishing characteristics. It was simply a black silhouette. We both turned to each other and sprinted. We got to the other side of the field, and we looked back. The moonlight showed the figure standing there staring at us. There is actually no way this thing could have gotten up the hill that fast. This was a long, steep hill. While Mia and I were sprinting with adrenaline to reach the other side of the field, this thing somehow managed to reach the top of the hill in the same amount of time. Actually, there is no possible way. Mia and I ended up sprinting into a random neighborhood and then found our way home. She and I are neighbors, so I headed home. The feeling of dread in our stomachs persisted for 24 hours. We told our friend, and she said it's probably a skinwalker. So please let me know what you think it is. It's been 2 years, and I still feel unsettled by it. Thunderbird or California condor sighting in Chicago, Illinois. I was rucking through a large cemetery during the summer of 2024 when something dark moved out of the corner of my eye. As I looked over, I saw a black bird with white on its upper wing/chest area. It began spreading its wings 10 feet away from me. I obviously startled the bird because it started to take off slowly with large flaps of its wings. I have compared it to other large birds in the area, like a turkey vulture, but the vulture has the white spot in a different area. The only bird it resembles is a juvenile California condor. I'm only confident in its identification because it was on the ground only 10 feet from me. I made my descriptions of the bird before I knew what a condor looked like. So my father lives on a ranch in Montana, USA. He used to live in Russia, but he immigrated to the US in 1984. My mom was also from Russia, but she died in 2002 because of birth complications when she had me. So I helped my dad trail cows at our ranch. We only use horses, no vehicles, and we stumbled upon our horse Bullet. Her ears and eyes were missing, and we couldn't find them. It looked like someone took a sharp blade and cut parts of her coat off. We have had things like this happen to our cows, dogs, and cats. But this was the first time it happened to one of our horses. We have a timber pasture behind my father's house, and sometimes we go spotlight hunting. We saw some wolf-like creature in the back trees, but it was like 3x the size of a normal wolf, and it stood on 2 legs. My dad tried to shoot at it, but it didn't do anything. We decided to get the hell out of there and returned home. He does not live anywhere near civilization, so I don't think it would be a human. What do you guys think? Strange creature outside my window. I believe I was about 4 or 5 years old when this happened. It occurred at my home located in southeastern Massachusetts. At the time, my sister, who is 2 years younger than me, was sick with a cold. Just before bed, my parents were trying to get her to take medicine they had just gotten from the doctor. They were having difficulty getting her to take it because she didn't like the taste. My dad was trying everything, including mixing my sister's medicine with her formula to no avail, while my mother held her to try and calm her down. Because they were having such difficulty getting my sister to take the medicine, my dad asked me to do the nightly rounds that he always did before bed. Make sure the door is locked, pull down the shades, and shut the lights off in the living room. We had 2 very large windows in our living room, one on the left wall and one on the front wall facing the street. This story has to do with the left wall. This window faces only my driveway and the adjacent neighbor's front yard, but at the time we had a very large bush that grew past the top of the window and blocked the entirety of the view outside. The way the roots grew, however, there was enough space to crawl under the bush. I don't remember if there was a lot of standing room because we tore it down years ago, but I remember I had no problem standing behind the bush while playing hide and seek as a child. Anyway, I listened to my dad, and the first thing I did was go to pull down the shade covering this left window. I remember our dining room table was in front of it, so I got on a chair and started to pull down the shade when I saw what I told my dad was a mud man. It was a very intimidating looking creature, probably around 6 feet tall. Its skin was brown, and it looked to be covered entirely in mud. Aside from the mud, it had 2 medium-sized tusks protruding straight up from its lower jaw. Similar looking to a walrus tusks, but they were sticking up from the lower jaw rather than down from the upper jaw. I also remember the tusks being smaller in proportion to its head than a walrus's. The creature also had yellow eyes, which weren't glowing, bright, or anything, they were just yellow. I also noticed that it was bipedal. It was clearly standing up, and I don't believe it was on its hind legs because it had a straight back resembling a human's posture. After the incident I ran and told my dad, who hushed me, and I went to bed. I remember talking about it the next morning because I was still scared, and we checked out the area for evidence and didn't see anything. I live in a very populated city, and there are no woods near my house. Does anyone have any idea what I might have seen? Terrifying experience I had when I was 13, maybe you guys can help me make sense of it. This is kind of a long story that I haven't revisited in a long time, but recent events have called it to my attention, and so I decided to share it here to get some different opinions. For most of my late teens I've been a pretty staunch atheist/skeptic and will always look for some kind of logical or psychological explanation for any sort of spiritual or paranormal occurrence. I wasn't always like that, though. I kind of want to find out if this is a psychological thing or if there are any markers of something else. When I was a kid I was pretty dark. I had a very strong interest in mythology and the occult. I also enjoyed entertaining some very violent ideas and fantasies and had no problem drawing and writing about these things in detail and showing them to people. I enjoyed frightening people and making them uncomfortable, most likely at the time to give a sense of power to a lonely kid who was picked on a lot for being shy and meek. The stories I would make up were sometimes so graphically violent I would even terrify myself. So, like I said, I was very interested in the occult. Particularly demons and the more malevolent creatures found throughout history. I devoured books, movies, documentaries, online archives, and any piece of information, or misinformation, I could get my hands on. It started when I was around 11, and I don't know if I was working myself up or if there ended up being some outside influence, but suddenly I started having these creepy feelings when I was alone, especially when I went to bed at night. There were a few times during this period when I was terrified, convinced something was in the room with me. I never actually saw anything, not with my eyes open at least. When I shut my eyes, I would see flashes of things. Faces mostly. One of the weirder faces I saw was some kind of stone-made creature that had a head in the shape of a 5-pointed star. One of the nights I felt something beside my bed. An image quickly flashed in my mind of the lower arms and torso of a pale, nude individual standing right at my bedside. I would not have been able to see any higher because I slept on the lower bunk of a bunk bed, and the shoulders and face would have been obscured. I was consumed with terror. When I managed to get up and get the lights on, I was as white as a sheet. This sort of thing kept going on for about 2.5, maybe 3, years. I never told anyone about them because I was scared of how they would react, due to my father's side of the family being Catholic, and I at the time kind of feared and distrusted priests. Anyway, when I turned 13, we moved to a new town, and the summer before starting at my new middle school, my mom decided to surprise enroll me and my sister in a Baptist summer camp. Being the ostentatiously creepy little goth brat that I was naturally pretty pissed, but they ended up converting me. Literally by the end of a week and a half, I was on fire for God and thought that all of this was a great opportunity to turn over a new leaf and leave all of my dark and creepy BS behind. But the creepy BS apparently wasn't going to go out without a fight. The afternoon I got home, I was absolutely cheerful, my mind only on God and faith and all the new friends I had made in the days ahead of me. Until I walked into my bedroom. As soon as I walked through the door, something was different, the air felt wrong, and suddenly there was a weight on my shoulders. Keep in mind that this was my new bedroom, all of the other strange occurrences had taken place in my old house, and I believed I had left those memories behind. I tried to shrug it off and ignore it, I was only in the room to drop off my bags before going off to dinner anyway. After we returned home it was pretty late, so we said our goodnights and went to bed. I was happy. Sitting on the top bunk of my bed, I decided to read the Bible before I went to sleep. At this point I started having some tiny creepy feelings, but I brushed them off, joking with myself as I did. Still, as I lay down and tried to sleep, I couldn't seem to shake this small but persistent feeling of paranoia. I tried to distract myself by focusing on all the good times I had had in the past week. But suddenly the old images seemed to be trickling back, scary images. Naturally this only heightened my feelings of paranoia, but I decided to be proactive and grabbed a CD of gospel music that I had gotten from a youth pastor. I thought it would work for sure, and I would listen to the music and contemplate Christ and get over it. I was dead wrong. In spite of myself, my feelings of fear began building to a fever pitch. The images in my mind were like some kind of twisted reel that I couldn't switch off. The music didn't seem to be working, and suddenly there was something else in my head too. Screaming, loud, deep, and unintelligible. Too spontaneous and detached to be something I had consciously brought on. I was terrified. I opened my eyes to tell myself there was nothing there, and there seemed to be a subtle flashing over my vision. Like a strobe light. The lights in my room had been off for some time at this point. I was, of course, trying to sleep. The only light that came through the slats of my window was moonlight. The screaming wouldn't stop, the images wouldn't stop, and every time I opened my eyes, the strobing became more powerful and my vision became cloudy until I couldn't see anything. I was paralyzed with terror, all I could do was lie there until I eventually passed out. That night I had a dream. There was a creature outside in the backyard, it was large, totally round, and stood on 4 stubby legs. It was a deep, flat black that was featureless and seemed almost two-dimensional. It had 2 beady, bright red eyes. It seemed almost comically cute, but there was something about it that made me know that it was somehow dangerous. I went over to where my mother was, and I remember telling her, "Please stay inside, stay away from the windows, okay?" I think after a while it must have left. I woke up in the morning feeling completely fine. I felt normal, the room felt normal, and I wondered if I would ever experience anything remotely like that again. That was 7 years ago, and nothing like it ever really has. Still, I told no one about the experience until months later and have never told my closest friends about it, since many of them are scientists and as skeptical as they come. and I worried they would just tease me for it. However, recently I was with them all and decided to describe my final experience and the dream to them. During high school, my friends and I used to trip, as in take psychedelics, a lot together in my house. As soon as I was done describing the thing I had seen in my dream, two of them that were with me instantly began to exclaim that they had seen such a creature around my house while under the influence. My best friend Tanya even said that she had felt frightened by it. I have never seen it again, or anything like it, sober or otherwise. I had an encounter with a flying creature. This happened about 6 years ago, and I haven't shared this story with anyone due to not wanting to sound crazy. This experience actually happened to my mom. She is a very old school parent, very strict and serious. So I believe her 100%, I know that she is the last person that would make up something like this. On to the story. At the time I was still living with my parents, my mom has her own little garden in her backyard full of trees, plants, and flowers. She is always watering all her plants, and at the time I was inside my room playing video games. I heard her yell my name in panic. I figured maybe someone was breaking into our house, so I grabbed my gun and ran outside to the backyard. She looked pale, and she was scared. She told me that she was watering her trees when a creature about 5 to 6 inches in length came out from behind the tree. It then hovered like a hummingbird about a foot away from her face. She said that the creature had what looked like a human body, a head, torso, arms, legs, hands, and feet. She then explained how the hands and legs were abnormally long for the size of its torso and that the legs and arms would swing around as if they were broken. She then said its wings were multicolored like a rainbow. Her response was to yell for me, and she instantly sprayed what she said was a fairy with water due to her panicking. By the time I had gotten there, she said the creature had left. I searched for a while but had no luck finding whatever that was. Up until today, we still have no answer for what she saw. She has only told me and my dad. My dad was just as clueless. We have theorized that maybe it's a mutated butterfly of some sort, but it's a long shot. I'm curious to know what you guys think, or if you've had an encounter with a creature like this. The albino goat squirrel. In 2007 I still lived at my parents' house in the middle of the woods. I had a girlfriend that lived about half a mile out, and I had a trail I would take to get to her place. We had a door alarm system, so I opted to go out of my bedroom window at night so I wouldn't wake anyone up and alert them. My encounter with what I call the albino goat squirrel happened one night after midnight. I was going to go see my girlfriend and had left my bedroom window open. I had a flashlight and my phone. I was currently on the phone with her, saying I was on my way. The tree line surrounding the house was about 30 feet out, and as I approached it, all of a sudden a white creature appeared. My best description of the creature is as follows. It was shaped somewhat like a flying squirrel, with its arms stretched out and its body pointing upward as if it were flying straight up, but it was moving laterally from left to right, transitioning from behind one tree to another that was about 10 feet away. I couldn't discern any notable features like a face or feet or anything, but its fur looked like goat hair and was very white. That's why I call it the albino goat squirrel. After it moved from behind one tree to the other, right in front of me, I froze. I told her over the phone what I just saw, and I'd call her back. I stood there for a good couple of minutes just listening to hear if it was climbing the tree, but I didn't hear a single sound. I kept my light aimed at the trees, and after gathering my courage, I started walking towards the tree to inspect it, but I found no sign of any creature or dislodged bark. At this point I was way too paranoid, and my imagination was running, so I decided to ditch going through the woods that night, and I started back to my bedroom window. In my head, I thought, hey, I better shine the flashlight around all over so if it's watching me, it thinks I'm looking all around, and it can't get a jump on me, so I made my way to the window pretty fast while slinging the light around like an idiot, and then I realized my next problem. My window was about 6 feet up, and my bucket I used to step on to get back in was back at the tree line. Now at this point I just knew that thing was watching me and waiting, so I set my light in the windowsill aiming out to cover me, and I busted out towards the bucket, grabbed it up, and sprinted towards the window, threw the bucket down, and basically springboard vaulted into my window and knocked over a dresser inside while scrambling in. I snatched my light in and started cranking the window shut while thinking, if I see that thing coming at me right now, I'm just going to die. I closed the window, threw down my curtains, and sat against the wall, waiting and listening for approximately an hour. During this time, I pondered over the events that had transpired, wondering if anyone would believe me, let alone explain why I was leaving my room at night in the first place. I only saw that thing once, and everyone I tell about it just kind of laughs at the whole thing, the name I have for it, and how I handled the situation. I'd really like to know just what in the world it was. Nothing in our local folklore in Georgia describes such a creature. Needless to say, After that night I didn't take to jumping out my window and heading into the WTF forest anymore. My closest neighbors were Native American and very spiritual and always told me they believed there was something in the woods around our properties and would tie red ribbons everywhere to ward it off. I don't know if any of that helped, but it just made it more creepy for me. If anyone else has seen or heard of something similar, I'd really like to know, and if not, hopefully you at least enjoyed listening to my experience. My current experience with a skinwalker. This first started happening when I got kicked out and moved to my grandma's. I am 16 years old and currently still dealing with this. I live on the res, so that explains a lot. The first was walking on the roof and knocking on the walls. When this happened I knew something was wrong because a little bit before it would happen I would get a horrible, hope-draining feeling. After a few days, something kept knocking on my window. I sleep on the second floor, and there is a huge walkway by it. I could never sleep at night, so I got a night job. Every once in a while when I would get home early and it's still dark out, around 2 or 3 in the morning, I don't sleep or go in my room. I stay on my grandma's computer and play games until it gets light out. Every once in a while, when I tried to sleep, it would get worse. There would be pounding on my window, knocking on the walls, and walking on the roof, and I would always get a horrible emotional drain. A few weeks later, my friends and I decided to have a drinking party, just the 5 of us. Now my grandma's pasture is ginormous, about 1/4 of a mile long. At the end of the pasture, there is a huge hill that goes down to the main road. It turns out there was no moon out that night, all I had was my phone flashlight. Lol, I also brought a revolver for the fun of it, and I had to walk across that entire pasture in the dark and down that hill to meet them so I could show them where to go. I started walking, and nothing happened at first. When I was about halfway through the pasture, I started hearing howling/screaming in the distance. I started walking a bit faster, getting scared. Then the wind turned, and I smelled a horrible smell. It was like a mix between BO, dead rotting animals, and a dump. When I finally got to the hill, I started walking down it. I kept hearing scratching and sticks breaking in the trees. Then I started hearing gravel crunching behind me like someone was following me. I just kept walking until I stopped for absolutely no reason. I didn't think about stopping or physically do it myself, I just stopped. Then I heard gravel crushing directly behind me. I turned around and saw a ginormous, tall, skinny, black figure a few feet behind me. That was the fastest I've run in my ducking life. I met my friends at the bottom of the hill, and we talked about what happened but decided to not let that ruin our plans. We drove back up the hill and parked right by the pasture. We walked halfway across it to a small grain hut. I don't know what the duck it's called. It has a tiny hole to crawl through, and it holds grain, and settled down. After we settled down, my friends said they couldn't get booze, so we walked to my grandma's and tried to pick the lock on their door. We walked there and ended up failing, so we walked back and just talked. After a while, my friend was messing around with the gun, and it ended up misfiring and almost killing us. Lamau. So I had to walk back and make sure my grandparents didn't hear it. While I was gone, my friends started hearing knocking on the walls, and then they heard my voice outside telling them to come out so I could show them something. When I got back, those deaf asses didn't hear the gun go off. They were all mad at me. They told me what happened, and I explained it wasn't me. We were all freaked out. When it became morning, we packed our shit and left. The third instance was when I was outside smoking a cig. I was sitting there when I heard whistling in the trees. It was like an arrow flying through the air but also a bit human and animal-like. I did loads of research and couldn't find anything that could make that noise. My first dream, I was staying at one of my friend's houses, and I ended up staying the night. We got really high, and I ended up passing out. Then I woke up in a forest. I started walking, confused about where I was. Then a thing ran past me. It was so dreadful that I can scarcely describe it, but I will make my best effort. It was a large, tall, skinny, gray, starved thing. What I mean by starved is that you could see its bones pressed against its skin. It was so non-human and so unnatural. I don't even know how something that horrible could even exist in this universe. I woke up paralyzed and ended up not sleeping the rest of the night. The fourth instance occurred when my friends and I went to Tecawita Park. We were walking around and taunting spirits like dumbasses. We heard a little girl scream a couple of times. That was about it until we stood by my friend's pickup and were about to leave. We all of a sudden heard an inhuman screech. We jumped in his pickup and floored the ducking pedal and sped out of there. We left and went to the library to charge our phones. This library is by the college, and there have been lots of skinwalkers spotted there. We were standing there charging our phones when my friend went to take a pee. He yelled for us, so we ran over there, and he pointed into the trees. There were 2 tall dark figures standing in the trees. We were running back to the truck when I started to hear hissing in the trees behind us. We got in the pickup and sped out of there and went back to my friend's house. The fifth instance was when we went to camp at Sika Hollow. It is a huge haunted Native American forest known for skinwalkers and spirits. When we were driving there, my friend had a small cross necklace, and when we got there, it was gone. We had a small tent with a huge star net on top, so you could see everything unless we put the tarp over it, which we did. It was dark when we got there, but we didn't care, so we started setting up the tent. We started hearing coyotes howl in the distance. We, of course, didn't care about that. Then we heard a mix between a howl, scream, and laugh. We got in the tent and sat there for a while. My friend then noticed a bump on the side of the tent, so he pushed against it, and after a few seconds, he realized that something was pushing back. Then we lay down in our sleeping bags. All of a sudden we heard leaves crunching outside the tent, then we heard whistling outside in the trees. Then a huge wind came out of nowhere and started pushing over our tent. It pushed it over so much that we were halfway lying on the door. Then the tarp blew off. We were scared shitless. We couldn't leave because my friend's pickup battery died when we were setting up the tent. So we smoked a shit ton out of a cart my friend had and passed out. My second dream, I was half awake and half asleep, so it seemed like it was real. I was lying there when I heard something outside. I put a blanket over my head and lay there, awake. I could feel something staring at me. It was draining everything out of me. Again, it was so horrible I can barely explain it, but I will try my best. It was like something was ripping and prying on my soul. I felt no happiness or hope. I felt like I was going to die. The worst part was the spiritual abandonment. I felt alone, and it was the worst feeling ever. Then I heard the sound of something unzipping the tent. I then realized I was paralyzed and couldn't move. I could barely speak. I started moaning my friend's name as loud as I could, but all I heard was him angrily yelling what at me, but the voice wasn't from inside the tent. I then felt something lightly grab my leg and start pulling me out of the tent. Then I woke up. At first I was still paralyzed, then slowly I was able to start moving again. I woke up everyone and told them what happened. We smoked a bit more, then passed out again. When we awoke, we loaded the tent into the back of the pickup truck, and thank goodness the battery was still functional. When we were driving away, my friend told me that when I woke us all up, he looked at his phone and saw it was 3 a.m, but he kept it to himself so we wouldn't freak out. A wild family caught in Kansas. Lynn, Washington County, Kansas, September 3, 1886. On Sunday evening last, while 2 young men of Lynn were walking through the woods about 10 miles west of that place and a mile and a half south, at a camp meeting ground on Parsons Creek, they heard a strange noise in the dense thicket nearby and started to investigate. They had gone but a short distance when they came in sight of what appeared to be 4 human beings. 2 were grown, apparently 14 years of age, and a child was 2 or 3 years old. They were dark-skinned, and the upper part of their bodies was covered with what looked like coarse black hair. As soon as they saw the young men, they ran down the creek. The men followed and were gaining on them when they dropped the child, which a Mr. Wacko caught. After losing sight of the older individuals, the group carried the child to the campground, where Reverend Pruitt took charge of it and later brought it to Lynn, where it is available for anyone who wishes to see it. As soon as a party could be organized, they started in search of those who had escaped, and yesterday the man, woman, and girl were caught, all of whom were naked. The man and woman are bald on top of their heads, and it is believed they were scalped a long time ago by Indians, which made them crazy. They will not eat cooked food but devour raw meat like animals. The girl is 13 years old, and the people are a dirty ash color, neither white, black, nor red. When the little child was brought into the presence of its mother, she paid no attention to it, though the girl seemed pleased, as was the baby itself. The strange family has been supplied with clothing. All 3 of them are very hairy. The wild man, before being captured, broke Reverend Black's arm. None of them can talk, though they make guttural sounds, which they seem to understand. The idea that this family was a group of feral humans, resulting from the parents being driven insane by scalping, is clearly incorrect because going feral does not lead to the growth of excessive body hair. The fact the parents were both bald on top is hard to explain, and scalping doesn't explain it. People don't survive scalping without constant medical care, and the skin that grows back is obvious scar tissue, not mere hairless skin. Nor is this mange. In humans, mange takes the form of scabies, which is just an intense itching of the body, and it never attacks human head hair. No mention is made of these wild people being particularly large or muscular, though the father did break one man's arm during his capture. The odd things about them, physically, were their body hair and gray skin, neither white, black, nor red. Wartime rock apes, and also an even more mysterious creature, from Vietnam and surrounding areas. I have found reports about rock apes from Vietnam. While firstly I believe them to be erectin hominids, after reading some more about them, I think they may be pre-Homo hominids or even relic bipedal Miocene apes. But together with the reports about rock apes, I found something even more surprising, no less than reports of tailed wild men. Here it is, what I have found. About rock apes. U.S. troops reported large primates living in the mountainous jungles of the Vietnam Central Highlands. The creatures were described as 6 feet tall with brown or reddish-brown hair like an orangutan. They were also described as bipedal. There are no known orangutans in Vietnam, even though they did live there in the past. Shortly after U.S. troops entered the Central Highlands in the 1960s, stories of ape-like creatures began to emerge. This was the first time in history that large numbers of humans had entered into this area. In 1966, the 3rd Marines erected a base near Da Nang City on the jungle-covered Dong Den Mountain. These Marines reported attacks by unidentified animals that threw rocks into the compound, injuring some of the Marines. The Marines named them rock apes, and Dong Den became known as Monkey Mountain. In 1968, Company M, 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines, reported rocks thrown at them at Monkey Mountain. In 1969, a patrol from Company D, 1st Battalion, 502nd Infantry Regiment encountered 8 rock apes on Moulton Ridge that came walking along the trail. Mistaking their brown fur for Vietnamese Army uniforms, they opened fire. One male charged the U.S. soldiers while the other 7 retreated, which is similar behavior to silverback gorillas. Dr. Felton's video reports there are hundreds of stories about encounters with rock apes in Vietnam. Some of these are likely cases of mistaken identity since Vietnam has several indigenous monkey species. However, the American soldiers' descriptions of the rock apes were consistent, as they were 5 to 6 feet tall, bipedal, powerful, and covered in brown or reddish-brown hair. North Vietnamese soldiers also reported a similar creature. Both the physical description and the behavior match what American soldiers reported. In 1970, the North Vietnamese found evidence of the creature's existence when the Hanoi Pedagogical University found unidentified footprints. Also in 1970, British zoologist Dr. John McKinnon discovered tracks in a nature preserve that led him to believe that an unidentified hominid lives there. In 1974, a North Vietnamese general ordered an expedition to find evidence of the creatures. A professor of Vietnam's National University found prints that were wider than a human's but larger than those of an ape. In 1982, another professor of Hanoi Pedagogical University found more unidentified prints that were similar to those seen by Dr. John McKinnon, about tailed monkeymen. In 1820, a French ship captain named L. Ray reported a story told to him by a Jesuit missionary. He had claimed to have encountered a race of men with tails. The hill tribes called them wild men. In 1830, Father François Isidore Gagelin recorded similar stories about the highlands of Cambodia. In 1895, anthropologist Paul Denjoy published an article in which he claimed to have discovered a population of wild men with tails in Vietnam's Central Highlands. He even claimed to have captured a sample. His article was ridiculed all over the world. In 1912, explorer Henri Mader published a book in which he recounted that the natives of the Central Highlands shelter a peculiar and legendary beast, which he referred to as the wildman and described as having a tail like a monkey. Mader described the creature as less than 5 feet tall with thick red hair. Mader's description was identical to several different people in different parts of Vietnam. More reports of the creatures occurred in the 1920s. In 1947, a French officer with a contingent of indigenous troops encountered a creature he said was neither human nor monkey. The indigenous sergeant told the officer the creature was well known to them, saying that they never hunted or ate the creatures. The officer recorded that the indigenous men were filled with joy as a result of the encounter. The rock apes may be relict orangutans or a local Bigfoot relative. Either way, they are cryptic, but if they are mere orangutans, how much more bipedal can some more ground-dwelling orangutan cultures be? And what about the tailed wild men? I know it is literally unbelievable, but it is not the first time. I found one was killed in Malaysia. Are they apes, whether humans or other great apes, with a birth defect or a giant, bipedal circumpithecoid creature? My girlfriend, and her aunt were terrorized by something last night. Basically, my girlfriend and I go outside about twice a night to go smoke. We live in a heavily wooded area in NC with her aunt and her 2 grandparents. Last night we went outside for our usual. While out, I bumped into her aunt, who was coming inside from sitting in her car like she usually does to smoke. She passes the keys to me, and my girlfriend and I head to the side of the house where the wood line is. We go and get into the car, and really everything was fine. This is also a good time to mention her aunt's car on the driver's side doesn't have a window, so there's a tarp covering it. The tarp is pretty tightly packed into the window, so the only opening is a tight hole on the inside. So we were sitting there for about 25 minutes when the tarp started moving. At first we chalked it up to the wind blowing due to it being fall RN. Less than 5 seconds later, we realized that something outside the car was messing with the tarp. So my GF grabs my shoulder and starts squeezing me because she's on the driver's side. I decided to try and scare whatever it was off, so I made the loudest, scariest noise I could, and then it started ripping at the tarp harder, and by this point we were freaking the hell out. We hadn't seen anything approach the car, and whatever it was had to be big enough to reach the window and strong enough to hit the tarp like that. So, like any sane person, I sit there frozen in fear, and I start texting her aunt to come outside to see what it was. Finally, I gave that up because there was no response. When I opened the door, the creature halted, leading me to believe it was approaching my side of the vehicle. Consequently, I closed the door, and it then began vigorously raking at the tarp. So I count to 3, open the door, and book it with my GF. Ironically, the porch light was off, and it is never off when we are out there at night. So we run in, and her aunt is going into her room. We are all breathing heavily from running, and all I said was her aunt's name, and her aunt looks at me and says, "Y'all heard it too?" And she explains to us how the same thing happened to her. I just want someone to tell me what the hell happened out there. When we went and looked, there was nothing. No animal tracks or anything. Something wicked this way comes. This story recollects what happened during the Navajo Nation Fair season of 2015. My roommate and her boyfriend decided to head back to the reservation to take part in the festivities, rodeo, parade, and carnival. My roommate was the offspring of divorced parents and spent her teenage years half on the reservation in Window Rock, Arizona, with her mother and half with her father in Phoenix. She was raised as a devout Catholic, even attending Catholic school. Nothing paranormal had ever occurred to her in her lifetime up until this point. Her boyfriend was an urban Navajo who was a Christian, having been born and raised off the reserve in Phoenix, Arizona. I am declaring their religious ideologies and affiliations because neither of them believed in Navajo traditionalism or ghost stories. Late one evening after both of them got off work, they decided to head out, to make the most of the 3-day fair weekend. My roommate had made prior accommodations with a good friend from high school. When my roommate was a young adult, her mother decided to move away from the res. If her mother still lived in Window Rock, she would have simply stayed there. The accommodations were as follows. Her good friend opted to stay at a close relative's and offered her 2-bedroom/2-bath manufactured home at their disposal. The trailer was located off the road between St. Michael's and the first 4-way intersection. The first intersection past KTNN when you are headed towards Window Rock from Summit. Many have called it the back road to St. Michael's. The old original township of St. Michael's, that is. As you can imagine, they arrived at their Navajo Airbnb pretty late. The trailer was off to the right of the main highway and was situated at the foot of a large rolling hill. There was no streetlight. The first thing my roommate does is call her friend to inform her that they have arrived safely. They walk up to the trailer and unlock the door and give themselves a tour of their accommodations. They turned on all the lights in every room as they toured. My roommate had driven the entirety of the journey home, so she was a bit more fatigued than her partner. She asks him to go get the luggage from the car. It was a hatchback. The car was parked about 40 feet away. She told me the dirt road to the house was wrecked from rain weeks ago. To avoid bottoming out, she parked on level ground. She walks into the guest room, and her boyfriend is already laid out on the bed. She pleads with him to go get the luggage and, most importantly, her makeup bag, so she can remove her makeup before bed. She compromises with him that she'll go out with him if he does the heavy lifting. She doesn't want to put her heels back on, so she decides to watch him from the porch. Yes, heels. She worked at a bank and always had to dress professionally in a pantsuit and heels. So she is standing on the top stair of the small 3-stair porch with the front door slightly ajar, her hand on the doorknob. Her boyfriend walks off into the pitch black. The light from his phone serves as the only beacon of light signaling his location. As she watches his light grow dimmer and smaller in the distance, she hears what seems to be a pack of dogs howling and barking. She said it sounded like a rumble, a pack of feral res dogs or coyotes fighting. The pack of dogs comes barreling down the large hill behind the trailer. She hears a loud thud against the back wall of the trailer. The thud was so loud she heard the rattling of the picture frames that were hanging. At this point fear begins to creep into her mind. She calls out for her boyfriend and hears no response. She shouts for him once again. That's when she realizes the dogs have all gone silent. All at once in a fluid succession of motions, she said that something from inside of the trailer slams the front door. So fast that it creates a gust of wind. She said that if she hadn't been holding onto the doorknob, it would have knocked her off the landing of the front steps. The front porch light flickers and goes dead. She is standing there barefoot in the darkness. She tries to open the door and retreat back into the trailer. She was able to turn the doorknob until it clicked. The door wasn't locked. Something heavy was pressed up against the flimsy manufactured hollow core door from the inside. At this point she said she didn't realize she was crying at the brink of an anxiety attack. Adrenaline took over, and she began throwing herself and all her weight against the door. She said once she saw it inch open and the light from inside flooded the doorway for a split second before it slammed shut in retaliation. She chooses to run barefoot into the darkness, determined to find her boyfriend. His account: he leaves his girlfriend at the top of the front door steps as he walks off into the dark with only his phone serving as a flashlight. He is being very careful where he steps because the earth is turned up and twisted and gnarled, deep ruts and grooves from a vehicle driving in the mud before it hardened into a crust. He fears that he might sprain his ankle. He too hears the frenzied howls and barks of the dogs. He turns around to look at where the sounds are coming from. In the distance he sees the faint light of the porch light go off. He rationalizes to himself that the dogs barking frightened his girlfriend, and in fear she ran inside and unintentionally turned the porch light off. He continues walking in the direction of the car. He hears the thud of heavy footsteps behind him, mimicking his stride. The footsteps are not exactly in sync with his own, following a split second after his own thud, almost intentionally echoing his own stride. Figuring it might be his frightened girlfriend running out to find him, he calls out for her to no avail. He sees a dim flicker in the distance, the light from his phone bouncing off the reflectors of the tail lights of the car. His body floods with relief. The relief quickly drains to despair. His phone erratically dies. His heart begins to race out of his chest. How could this be? He wasn't on his phone the entire drive back. It was fully charged. He takes a few urgent paces towards where the car was before the lights turned off. His palms are sweaty, and he swears he could feel his heartbeat pounding in his hands. He desperately reaches into his pockets for the car keys. He begins frantically pressing all the buttons, the lock, the unlock, the panic, and the open hatchback buttons. Nothing. He even stretches out his hand in the dark as he presses the buttons, thinking he is on the cusp of the electronic radius of the vehicle to respond. Still nothing. The footsteps behind him hastened and almost sounded like he was going to be charged from the back. He is too terrified to look back. At this point he realizes the dread he feels in the pit of his stomach means it's something unnatural. His shoulders drop as if he instinctually braces for some sort of impact. The sound of the heavy footsteps would indicate that he should have been hit by now. Nothing. The footsteps loudly lead directly up to him, to his heels, and then nothing. He opens his eyes. He hears something like a coin drop and hit the top of the car. He turns around to the patter of bare feet on the dirt road. His girlfriend charges into a full embrace, hugging him and burying her face into his chest. Mind you, his feet stay planted. He doesn't take one step forward or back. The car keys are still in his hand. His thumb presses down. A loud click, the familiar sound of the hatchback automatically opening, and the light from inside of the car quickly floods their immediate surroundings. They grab their luggage and a pair of flip-flops from the car and slowly make their way back to the trailer. Oddly, the front porch light is now on. My roommate makes her boyfriend go inside and check all the rooms before she goes back in. He opens the door with ease. He checks each room meticulously. There is no one inside. All the windows were still locked from the inside. I have never retold this account to anyone but thought I would finally share before time and life erase all the details from my memory. Once in the trailer, her boyfriend's phone turned on to the same battery percentage. They corroborate their experiences to recount what happened to each. Both of them are dumbfounded at the fact that both of them were shouting at the top of their lungs for the other at one time or another, but neither of them said they heard the others yelling. Growing up on the res, you hear your fair share of skinwalker and ghost stories, but this was the first time I heard one where the perpetrator manipulated electronics to a great extent or even at all. It was also the first case where the perpetrator manipulated sound waves. Both of them swore that they were easily in earshot of each other but weren't allowed to hear the other's cries. There were no structures or trees between them obstructing the sound waves. He had heard the pack of dogs but wasn't allowed to hear her screaming out for him. What also spurred me to share this was the massive amount of questioning. If they exist, why haven't they been filmed or caught on camera? Skinwalkers are just as modern as you and me, wicked as they may be. They are not stupid and deal with smartphones and technological advances as much as anyone. They walk the world as normal people during the day. Humanoid skinny brown furred creature with only holes for its eyes and mouth, Galapagos, Ecuador. A friend wanted me to share this. My friend's story goes that his friend was returning home at 3 a.m., and this creature that looked like an ape, with only holes for its eyes and mouth, blocked his path before cautiously approaching him. He then ran to his uncle's house, and after an hour passed, he saw the creature again, hanging from the roof outside the window. He felt it might have been mocking him in some way, and then the creature just went away. My friend also said the creature's description was a lot like one that he had previously seen in some nightmares. We are wondering if anyone knew of a cryptid/folklore creature that fit this description, or even any known animal that could explain it. Thanks for listening. The strange dog that used to stalk me. So these events took place around 4 years ago. At the time I was living with my girlfriend in a pretty dumpy house out in the country. This was in a particular area that people referred to as meth country, though I'm sure many areas hold that distinction. There were a lot of strange characters and houses that were just metal shacks with junk strewn about the properties. To add to the sketchy nature of this area, there were dozens of dogs that seemed to just run wild. Someone likely owned many of them, but they were all without collars and were quite mangy and dirty. However, there was this one dog in particular that has always stuck with me. The first time I encountered it, I was outside of our house weed whacking, and as I finished up one side of the house, I turned and had a small heart attack when I saw the most intimidating dog I had ever seen running towards me. It looked like some kind of mix of pit bull and Rottweiler and looked like one big muscle. Its head was literally the size of a pumpkin. However, it just kind of ran up to me and seemed to just want to play. His tail was wagging uncontrollably, and it would roll on its back to expose its stomach to me. After my nerves settled, I started petting it, and it was actually a big sweetheart. However, despite it being quite friendly, it was really disgusting. It smelled awful, and whenever it exposed its stomach, I could see flies and bugs blanketing its underside. After giving it some attention for a bit, I saw something in my peripherals that caused me to glance to the left. There was this large black dog standing completely still just staring at me. I know it sounds cliché, but it really looked similar to a black wolf. It was some sort of mutt, but just to give a better description, I'd guess that it had some German Shepherd, some type of hound, and maybe some black lab in its lineage. It had very long legs and was probably around 100 pounds, more or less. It was kind of unnerving how it looked at me. It just made me feel uneasy. It stood probably 100 feet away, and I tried to coax it over to me, but its tail never even twitched. It just stood there as if it were made of stone. After it looked at me for maybe a minute, it just turned and trotted away behind a wall of brush that ran parallel to the road, and when it did, the friendly beast of a dog got off the ground and ran to catch up with it. I would see this dog every few weeks or so, and what always creeped me out about it was that I would always catch it staring me down, not knowing how long it had been watching me. My girlfriend told me how she had seen it a few times as well and how much it creeped her out. My encounters with it grew more frequent over the passing months to where I started to see it nearly every day. Sometimes I'd be outside and would catch it looking at me from a distance, and other times I would actually step outside to see it across the road, looking directly towards my front door. It eventually became routine to where I'd walk out of my house in the morning to head to class or work, and it would be waiting. While at this point it had never done anything that caused much alarm, aside from being plain creepy, I was starting to get really creeped out by this thing. There was one incident that happened in the last month or so of our lease that kept me from going outside unless it was to leave for somewhere. And even then I would book it to my car. One morning I was cleaning my car. I had let it get pretty cluttered and dirty and was just getting all the trash, clothes, and other miscellaneous things I had left in there. While I was cleaning out the back and under the passenger seat, I heard a sound coming from the house. I looked back, and my girlfriend was frantically pounding on the window and pointing behind me. I turned, and the dog was prowling towards me while crouched low, almost like a cat would when stalking prey. It was maybe 30 feet away, and adrenaline hit me when it went into a dead sprint towards me. I remember hopping in the back of my car and slamming the door shut. It reached the side, and it just stared at me through the window with these dead eyes. It just looked like it hated me. Not even like it was hungry and wanted to eat, but like it just wanted to kill me. I know that sounds kind of stupid, but it didn't really have any excitement in its eyes or body language. It didn't paw at the windows or make any sound. Just stood still as it always had. I eventually triggered the car's alarm with my key set, and it calmly trotted off after a few seconds. We promptly called animal control since it seemed to make a deliberate attempt to harm me. We gave them a description, but since there was a lot of dense forest in the area, they couldn't locate him. None of the nearby residents claimed the dog as their own. I'm pretty sure if any of them did own it, they would lie to avoid any legal consequences. Animal control searched for a good while and, after coming up empty, told us to call them back if we ever saw it again. I don't think they took it very seriously, To be honest, I saw it 2 more times before we left. It would be standing near the spot I first saw it, just barely visible in the streetlights while facing my house. Both of the last sightings were very late at night, so I just didn't feel like bothering with animal control again since they probably wouldn't be able to track it down in the dark. I don't know whatever happened with that dog. We moved out a few weeks early, and I just wanted to put it out of my mind. I do sometimes have nightmares about it and the way it looked at me through my car window. It was the only time in my life I truly felt like I was prey. I'm just glad to be far away from it. Black shadow creature. My best friend says she saw a tall, skinny, black shadow creature run past the window to our downstairs apartment. Things started happening right after she saw this creature. When my best friend was in the bathroom or even not around it, I would hear the air mattress move like someone was sitting on it or moving around on it. Faith, my best friend, was walking from the kitchen and looked down the hallway, and there was a tall, skinny, black shadow standing against the door. This morning, both Faith and I heard the air mattress moving again 3 times, and even my dog Freckles heard it and stared at the air mattress with her ears perked up. Faith told me that she was going to help clean the kitchen while I was shaving, so I said okay, and a few seconds later I saw what looked like her walk in behind me, and I turned to look at her, and she wasn't there. I screamed for her, and she walks out of the bedroom where she went to put her phone on charge while she cleaned. Faith says she heard what sounded like a dog barking, but then it turned into a human crying. Next, after getting our dogs in, my cat started acting weird. My husband doesn't get home from work till around 9:30, and my little baby Mel, Caramel, started meowing at the door. I called her name, and she came to me, and I said, "Who are you talking to, honey?" And I heard 2 taps near the door or on the wall behind us. Faith likes to mess with the cats when they meow, especially Salem and Nebby because they are in heat. She and I were sitting on the couch watching TV. My cat Momo was lying on the arm of the couch, and Mel was lying on the coffee table like she always does. We heard what sounded like Nebby meowing in the kitchen, so Faith started to meow with her like she does as a joke to make her be quiet. We see that Nebby is on a bookshelf between the kitchen and the living room, and her mouth wasn't moving while we heard the meows. She said maybe it's Salem, and I looked, and Salem is sitting in my gaming chair, which is on the opposite side of the room. Now she's freaked out about that. Before all this crap with the hearing taps and stuff, Faith and I heard what sounded like a big dog growl outside our window, but my dog Chloe and her mate Teddy were in the pen with her sister Freckles, so it wasn't them. We also heard what sounded like someone grunting in the hallway. Faith was in the bedroom lying down because she was tired and ready to go to sleep, while I was in the living room on the phone with my male best friend. She said she heard what sounded like tapping coming from the bathroom, but not just 1 or 2, but multiple. She said it was like something was trying to get her attention or come in there. Just last night she heard the same taps, but it was only 2 this time. She said both times she heard the tapping, she refused to look, too scared she would see something through the crack of the sliding door in our bedroom that leads to the bathroom. I heard tapping coming from behind my husband's computer. My best friend just heard tapping or a sound in the kitchen. Every time I turn around, I keep thinking I see my oldest cat, Salem, in the dolly black chair, and nothing is there when I turn. I even thought I saw my cat Nebby coming towards me from the kitchen on the floor, but she wasn't there either. So what is this? A demon or a mimic? Let me know. We keep hearing growling, and I heard what sounded like a gurgling dog tummy, but when I paused the video, I didn't hear it again. I just saw what looked like Mel trying to get up on the brown shelf, but she's actually lying down in a chair in the kitchen. I even heard tapping behind the litter box a few days ago. The truth about skinwalkers. A few years ago I dated this Native American girl from the Southern Ute Indian Reservation in Ignacio, Colorado. I, at the time being a black 20-year-old from the hood of Baltimore, Maryland, knew almost nothing about Native American culture, legends, or any of that stuff. So when she first told me about skinwalkers and that they're real, I just knew I had to learn everything I could about them. And what did I do? I went to her hometown for a few months and learned a bunch of stuff about skinwalkers. So I'll pass down to you, the reader, all the information, scary stories, and lore I've learned from her family members and friends during my time in Ignacio, Colorado. Disclaimer: all information in this was told to me by people on the reservation. These are not my own thoughts or opinions on skinwalkers, rather, they are beliefs considered factual by some Native Americans in Colorado and New Mexico with whom I have spoken. So without further delay, let's learn about skinwalkers. 1. Skinwalkers are witches. So for starters, skinwalkers are definitely witches, not cryptids or whatever else you people are calling them. They are witches who possess the power of shapeshifting. Lots of people in the town told me skinwalkers can be from any tribe but are usually Navajo, but then again, the Navajo and Utes typically don't like each other from what I've seen. If you want to know why, research Skinwalker Ranch, so I don't know. This could be true, or it could just be shit talking between tribes. People in the town who have claimed to have seen skinwalkers would describe them as looking different. Since, they shapeshift. Her uncles claimed to see one that looked like a big hairy thingy. Another guy said he saw one that looked like a huge white dog creature, and her cousin and her friends said they saw one that looked like a goat with big eyes standing on two legs wearing a jacket. Weird, right? There were even people in the town suspected of being skinwalkers or just indulging in bad medicine, which basically just means witchcraft. These people are known as bad medicine men. There are good medicine men as well, but these are not skinwalkers. They can, however, combat spells put on a person by a bad medicine man. 2. Don't whistle at night. One thing that attracts them, which most of you probably already know, is whistling. People on the reservation would actually get upset if anyone were to whistle at night. My girlfriend actually told me this story about when she was younger with her friends during the nighttime out in the boonies, which is basically just in the middle of nowhere. She kept whistling just to be an asshole and piss her friends off. She only stopped when something in the distance whistled back the exact same way she had whistled. Now this could have just been a weirdo whistling at a young girl for whatever reason, but that theory seems a lot less likely when you take into account she was at a friend's house and the closest neighbor was about a mile away. 3. They can't directly harm you, but if you're afraid of them, they will duck with you. Usually, I see people online saying no Native American likes to talk about skinwalkers because that catches their attention. Well, everyone in Ignacio was really open to talking about them, especially her father, even though he himself said skinwalkers know when you talk about them. When I asked him why he still talks about these shapeshifting witch monsters without fear of them catching on, he told me he flat out wasn't afraid of them. In fact, he wanted smoke with a guy he thought was a skinwalker because a skinwalker scared his Hispanic girlfriend so bad she skipped town, illegally crossed back over the Mexican border, and stayed in Mexico for a while. He told me skinwalkers won't outright attack you or kill you, but they can still cause you harm. They might do this by jump scaring you and causing you to crash your car, killing your livestock, or casting spells. If a skinwalker or bad medicine man gets a strand of your hair or something else of yours, they can cast a spell on you. This can result in illness or extremely bad luck. They've even been known to separate couples, just like how they scared his GF back over the border. Eventually she came back and told everyone about her skinwalker encounter, but I'll tell that story another time. Now that's just some of the info I got while I was down there. I've even got scary stories and shit too. There are even things in the Colorado-New Mexico area a lot scarier and more unexplainable than skinwalkers. Irregular shadow creature. A backstory: I'm sensitive and have some medium abilities, but not much. I wish I was a medium, it would make things easier, and I have had a lot of paranormal experiences and do not get frightened by anything anymore. Not even the occasional demon. We moved to this house 3 years ago. The previous owner moved out a very old mobile home. We moved in a new double-wide. But that family still lives on either side of us, within shouting distance. The old owners were outlaws all the way back to the 1800s and lived here until about 2015. They have been bank robbers, moonshiners, murderers, and anything else you can think of. Right after we moved in, the cousins of the woman we bought from stopped by and told us if we were smart, we would not dig in a certain area of the yard, and then when leaving, they said they would be watching. I took that to mean there were probably spirits on the property. Now in the 3 years we've been here, I have identified 3 separate spirits in my house. All 3 are friendly spirits but are unable or unwilling to have a conversation with me. There is also a 4th spirit here, but I brought her with me. Actually, she has been attached to me since 1993. I named her Abigail, and she is a protective spirit that has kept me safe since then when I came across an evil spirit, or demon, and allowed me to live in peace without having 1,000 spirits in my house, because she keeps them away, which surprises me about the 3 that are here now. I don't know how they got past Abigail, or why she allowed them to stay, but she likes them for some reason. The strange part is, like I said, she attached to me in 1993 and stayed with me this long but is now splitting her time between me and my autistic son. He talks about her coming to his room at night when he is frightened or whatever. He will sometimes mention seeing shadows or even people in his room at night coming out of his closet, and she always shows up and chases them away, or when it is storming and the thunder scares him, she will sit on the bed and rub his back until he goes back to sleep. It almost brings a tear to my eye when I think about her protecting him. I know her, and so I know he's in good hands. He might as well be in a bank vault if she is watching over him. The thing is, it is impossible for him to lie. He has a speech delay to start with, but when he tries to lie, he gets nervous and starts to shake, then he starts to stutter, and then he just can't talk at all, so you can understand when I say he can't lie. So if he says he saw something, you can take it to the bank, because he saw it. I mean, there are nights and some days that we will hear talking from another room, or sometimes walking, even dancing. Some nights after going to bed, my wife has made me come in the living room and ask them to keep the noise down, which they did. They try to be very respectful of us, but they are playful at times. The importance of that is I hear things normal people don't. She is very skeptical and really doesn't believe, so she doesn't hear things most people do, so it's just kind of funny when we are in bed and she shakes me and tells me to tell the spirits to be quiet. But she still doesn't believe, despite having seen a good bit, just because she was around me. In our laundry room we have a motion detector instead of a light switch. That way when you walk in with an armload of dirty clothes, you don't have to turn on the light. I can see the laundry room through the kitchen from my recliner. They like to turn the motion light on just to mess with me. They also used to open the back door, just to mess with us. I had to put a deadbolt on the door, and it's not easy to open the door. First, the knob is hard to turn, and then the door hangs, so it takes a little force to push it open. It will not come open by itself. I've felt a couple other spirits come through, but they were only here for a couple of minutes. It's like we are either on some ley lines or near a portal or something, but again, it was always friendly. However, I was sitting here the other morning at about 1 a.m., I have insomnia, and I noticed the light in the laundry room popped on for no reason. All the dogs were at my feet, but as soon as it did, I felt a strange presence. I always get a certain feeling when a spirit is near, well, two feelings, one for friendly spirits and basically the same, just a little different, for evil. It's like a tingling, but it's not a tingling, that's just the best way I can describe it. This presence, though, I've never felt this before, and yes, I know if I come across one I have met before, it wasn't friendly or evil, it wasn't an angel or a demon. I'm not sure what it was just different. So I decided to keep an eye on the laundry room. That light has a schedule, it comes on for a few minutes, then it won't come back on for a certain amount of time. So I'm sitting here, and sure enough, right at the end of the schedule, that light came back on, and I was looking at this large black mass type thing. It's not really what I would classify as a mass, but again, I don't know how else to describe it. It kind of looked like the medieval monk robes, with a cowboy hat. I know it makes no sense whatsoever. It was roughly humanoid, but because of the flowing robes, I really couldn't tell. It wasn't really an appropriation, but it was about 6 feet 6 inches tall, and I couldn't tell what the body build should have been. I do know I got an icy stare from it, but it didn't feel threatening. It wasn't like a hateful stare, but it wasn't friendly either. The light went off, then right on schedule it came back on. That same entity was there, but it was more mass than appropriation. As it wasn't really in humanoid shape anymore, more of just a shape, if that makes sense. Then it was over, I felt it leave and haven't felt it since. Nothing surprises me anymore, I have seen too much and done too much, but this threw me for a loop. I'm sure there are spirits out there I haven't encountered yet. But I just have no idea about this one, not good, not bad, humanoid shape, but mass shaped. I have encountered a few entities that were neutral, but this was different. The fact it got in my house without me feeling it or Abigail stopping it until it showed itself to me. It's been my experience that spirits don't usually just show themselves without being called out. That makes no sense. Are there any sensitives or mediums out there that have encountered this type of entity? I'll answer any questions you may have. Please let me know your opinion. Also, let me know if you're sensitive or medium or what, just so I know who is talking to me. A collection of strange tales about British Columbia's wild men as told by those who say they have seen them, 1929. J. W. Burns. Are the vast mountain solitudes of British Columbia, most of which remain unexplored, populated by a hairy race of giants, men, not ape-like men? Reports from time to time, covering a period of many years, have come from the hinterlands of the province that hairy giants had been occasionally seen by Indian and white trappers in the mountain fastnesses, far from the pathway of civilization. These reports, however, were always vague and indefinite for the reason that no person could be found, or, at least, nobody came forward with the information that they had obtained a close-up view of these strange creatures. Persistent rumors led the writer to make diligent inquiries among old Indians. The question relating to the subject was always, or nearly always, evaded with the trite excuse, the white man doesn't believe, he makes a joke of the Indian. But after 3 years of plotting, I have come into possession of information more definite and authentic than has come to light at any previous time. Disregarding rumor and hearsay, I have prevailed upon men who claim they had actual contact with these hairy giants to tell what they know about them. Their story is set down here in good faith. Peter Williams lives on the Chehalis Reserve. I believe that he is reliable as well as an intelligent Indian. He gave me the following thrilling account of his experience with these people. Peter's encounter with the giant. One evening in the month of May 20 years ago, he said, I was walking along the foot of the mountain about a mile from the Chehalis Reserve. I thought I heard a noise, something like a grunt nearby. Looking in the direction in which it came, I was startled to see what I took at first sight to be a huge bear crouched upon a boulder 20 or 30 feet away. I raised my rifle to shoot it, but, as I did, the creature stood up and let out a piercing yell. It was a man, a giant, no less than 6½ feet in height, and covered with hair. He was in a rage and jumped from the boulder to the ground. I fled, but not before I felt his breath upon my cheek. I never ran so fast before or since, through brush and undergrowth toward the Statlu, or Chehalis River, where my dugout was moored. From time to time, I looked back over my shoulder. The giant was fast overtaking me. 100 feet separated us, another look and the distance measured less than 50, then the Chehalis, and in a moment the dugout shot across the stream to the opposite bank. The swift river, however, did not in the least daunt the giant, for he began to wade it immediately. I arrived home almost worn out from running, and I felt sick. Taking an anxious look around the house, I was relieved to find the wife and children inside. I bolted the door and barricaded it with everything at hand. Then with my rifle ready, I stood near the door and awaited his coming. Peter added that if he had not been so excited, he could easily have shot the giant when he began to wade the river. After an anxious waiting of 20 minutes, resumed the Indian, I heard a noise approaching like the trampling of a horse. I looked through a crack in the old wall. It was the giant. Darkness had not yet set in, and I had a good look at him. Except that he was covered with hair and twice the bulk of the average man, there was nothing to distinguish him from the rest of us. He pushed against the wall of the old house with such force that it shook back and forth. The old cedar shook, and timbers creaked and groaned so much under the strain that I was afraid it would fall down and kill us. I whispered to the old woman to take the children under the bed. Peter pointed out what remained of the old house in which he lived at the time, explaining that the giant treated it so roughly that it had to be abandoned the following winter. After prowling and grunting like an animal around the house, continued Peter, he went away. We were glad, for the children and the wife were uncomfortable under the old bedstead. The next morning I found his tracks in the mud around the house, the biggest of either man or beast I had ever seen. The tracks measured 22 inches in length but were narrow in proportion to their length. The following winter, while shooting wild duck on that part of the reserve Indians call the Prairie, which is on the north side of the Harrison River and about 2 miles from the Chehalis village, Peter once more came face to face with the same hairy giant. The Indian ran for dear life, followed by the wild man, but after pursuing him for 300 or 400 yards, the giant gave up the chase. Old village Indians, who called upon Peter to hear of his second encounter, nodded their heads sagely, shrugged their shoulders, and for some reason not quite clear, seemed not to wish the story to gain further publicity. On the afternoon of the same day another Indian by the name of Paul was chased from the creek, where he was fishing for salmon, by the same individual. Paul was in a state of terror, for unlike Peter, he had no gun. A short distance from his shack, the giant suddenly quit and walked into the bush. Paul, exhausted from running, fell in the snow and had to be carried home by his mother and others of the family. The first and second time, went on Peter, I was all alone when I met this strange mountain creature. Then, early in the spring of the following year, another man and I were bear hunting near the place where I first met him. On this occasion we ran into 2 of these giants. They were sitting on the ground. At first we thought they were old tree stumps, but when we were within 50 feet or so, they suddenly stood up, and we came to an immediate stop. Both were nude. We were close enough to know that they were man and woman. The woman was the smaller of the 2, but neither of them was as big or fierce looking as the gent that chased me. We ran home, but they did not follow us. One morning, a few weeks after this, Peter and his wife were fishing in a canoe on the Harrison River, near Harrison Bay. Paddling round a neck of land, they saw, on the beach within 100 feet of them, the giant Peter had met the previous year. We stood for a long time looking at him, said the Indian, but he took no notice of us. That was the last time, concluded Peter, I saw him. Peter remarked that his father and numbers of old Indians knew that wild men lived in caves in the mountains, they had often seen them. He wished to make it clear that these creatures were in no wise related to the Indian. He believes there are a few of them living at present in the mountains near Agassiz. Charlie Victor's story. Charlie Victor belongs to the Squaw Reserve near Chilliwack. In his younger days he was known as one of the best hunters in the province and had many thrilling adventures in his time. Did he know anything about the hairy ape-like men who were supposed to inhabit the distant mountains? Charlie smiled and answered that he had had a slight acquaintance with them. He had been in what he thought was one of their houses. "And that is not all," said he. "I met and spoke to one of their women, and I shot." But let Charlie tell the story himself. "The strange people, of whom there are but few now, rarely seen and seldom met," said the old hunter, "are known by the name of Sasquatch, or the hairy mountain men. The first time I came to know about these people," continued the old man, "I did not see anybody. 3 young men and I were picking salmonberries on a rocky mountain slope some 5 or 6 miles from the old town of Yale. In our search for berries, we suddenly stumbled upon a large opening in the side of the mountain. This discovery greatly surprised all of us, for we knew every foot of the mountain and never knew nor heard there was a cave in the vicinity. Outside the mouth of the cave, there was an enormous boulder. We peered into the cavity but couldn't see anything. We gathered some pitchwood, lighted it, and began to explore. But before we got very far from the entrance of the cave, we came upon a sort of stone house or enclosure. It was a crude affair. We couldn't make a thorough examination, for our pitchwood kept going out. We left, intending to return in a couple of days and go on exploring. Old Indians, to whom we told the story of our discovery, warned us not to venture near the cave again, as it was surely occupied by the Sasquatch. That was the initial encounter I had with the hairy men living in the mountains. We ignored the old men's advice and snuck into the cave but were disappointed to find the boulder rolled back into its mouth, fitting so well it seemed made for that. Charlie intimated that he hoped to have enough money someday to buy sufficient dynamite to blow open the cave of the Sasquatch and see how far it extends through the mountain. The Indian then resumed his story, recounting his initial encounter with one of these men. A number of other Indians and he were bathing in a small lake near Yale. He was dressing when suddenly, out from behind a rock, only a few feet away, stepped a nude, hairy man. "Oh. He was a big man," continued the old hunter. "He looked at me for a moment. His eyes were so kind-looking that I was about to speak to him when he turned about and walked into the forest." At the same place 2 weeks later, Charlie, together with several of his companions, saw the giant, but this time he ran toward the mountain. This was 20 years after the discovery of the cave. Charlie shoots a Sasquatch boy. I don't know if I should tell you or not about the awful experience I had with these wicked people about 15 years ago in the mountains near Ulzig. The old man rubbed his knee and said he disliked recalling that disagreeable meeting. It was a tragedy from which he had not yet fully recovered. "I was hunting in the mountains near Ulzig," he resumed. "I had my dog with me. I came out on a plateau where there were several big cedar trees. The dog stood before one of the trees and began to growl and bark at it. When I looked up to see what excited him, I noticed a large hole in the tree 7 feet from the ground. The dog pawed and leapt upon the trunk and looked at me to raise him up, which I did, and he went into the hole. The next moment a muffled cry came from the hole. I said to myself, 'The dog is tearing into a hare,' and with my rifle ready, I urged the dog to drive him out, and out came something I took for a bear. I shot, and it fell with a thud to the ground. Murder. Oh my. I spoke to myself in surprise and alarm, for the thing I had shot looked to me like a white boy. He was rude. He was about 12 or 14 years of age. In his description of the boy, Charlie said that his hair was black and woolly. Wounded and bleeding, the poor fellow sprawled upon the ground. But when I drew close to examine the extent of his injury, he let out a wild yell, or rather a call, as if he were appealing for help. From across the mountain a long way off rolled a booming voice. Nearer and nearer came the voice, and every now and again the boy would return an answer as if directing the owner of the voice. Less than a half hour later, out from the depths of the forest came the strangest and wildest creature one could possibly see. I raised my rifle, not to shoot, but in case I would have to defend myself. The hairy creature, for that was what it was, walked toward me without the slightest fear. The wild person was a woman. Her face was almost Negro black, and her long straight hair fell to her waist. In height she would be about 6 feet, but her chest and shoulders were well above the average in breadth. Charlie remarked that he had met several wild people in his time but had never seen anyone half so savage in appearance as this woman. The old brave confessed he was really afraid of her. "In my time," said the old man, "and this is no boast, I have in more than one emergency strangled a bear with my hands, but I'm sure if that wild woman laid hands on me, she'd break every bone in my body." She cast a hasty glance at the boy. Her face took on a demoniacal expression when she saw he was bleeding. She turned upon me savagely, and in the Douglas tongue said, "You have shot my friend." I explained in the same language, for I'm part Douglas myself, that I had mistaken the boy for a bear and that I was sorry. She did not reply but began a sort of wild frisk or dance around the boy, chanting in a loud voice for a minute or two, and, as if in answer to her, from the distant woods came the same sort of chanting troll. In her hand she carried something like a snake, about 6 feet in length. But whatever it was, she constantly struck the ground with it. She picked up the boy with one hairy hand, with as much ease as if he had been a wax doll. At this point of the story, Charlie began to make pictures in the sand with his maple stick and paused or reflected so long that we thought he had come to the end of his narrative, when he suddenly looked up and said with a grin, "Perhaps I better tell you the rest of it, although I know you won't believe it." There was a challenge of defiance in her black eyes and dark looks, went on Charlie, as she faced and spoke to me a second time, and the dreadful words she used set me shaking. "You remember them?" I asked. "Remember them," he repeated. "They still ring round my old ears like the echo of a thunderstorm." She pointed the snake-like thing at me and said, "Siwash, you'll never kill another bear." The old hunter's eyes moistened when he admitted that he had not shot a bear or anything else since that fatal day. Her words, expression, and the savage avenging glint in her dark, fiery eyes filled me with fear, confessed the Indian, and I felt so exhausted from her unwavering gaze that I was no longer able to keep her covered with my rifle. I let it drop. "Charlie has been paralyzed for 8 years and thinks the wild woman's words may have caused it." The old man told how his brave dog that never turned from any bear nor cougar lay whimpering and shivering at his feet while the Sasquatch woman was speaking, just, said Charlie, as if he understood the meaning of her words. The old man said that she spoke the words Yahoo, Yahoo frequently in a loud voice and always received a similar reply from the mountain. The old hunter felt sure that the woman looked somewhat like the wild man he had seen at Yale many years before, although the woman was the darker of the two. He did not think the boy belonged to the Sasquatch people, because he was white and she called him her friend, reasoned Charlie. They must have stolen him or run across him in some other way, he added. Indians, said Charlie, have always known that wild men lived in the distant mountains, within 60 and 100 miles east of Vancouver, and of course they may live in other places throughout the province, but I have never heard of it. It is my opinion, since I met that wild woman 15 years ago, that because she spoke the Douglas tongue, these creatures must be related to the Indian. The wild man at Agassiz. At Agassiz, near the end of September 1927, Indian hop pickers were having their annual picnic. A few of the younger people volunteered to pick a mess of berries on a wooded hillside, a short way from the picnic grounds. They had only started to pick when out of the bush stepped a naked, hairy giant. He was first noticed by a girl of the party, who was so badly frightened that she fell unconscious to the ground. The girl's sudden collapse was seen by an Indian named Point, of Vancouver, and as he ran to her assistance, he was astonished to see a giant a few feet away, who continued to walk with an easy gait across the wooded slope in the direction of the Canadian Pacific Railway tracks. Since the foregoing paragraph was written, Mr. Point, replying to an inquiry, has kindly forwarded the following letter to the writer, in which he tells of his experience with the hairy giant. Dear Sir, I have your letter asking if it is true or not that I saw a hairy giant, man, at Agassiz last September, while picking hops there. It is true, and the facts are as follows. This happened at the close of September, 1927, when we were having a feast. Adeline August and I walked to her father's orchard, which is about 4 miles from the hop fields. We were walking on the railroad track and within a short distance of the orchard when the girl noticed something walking along the track coming toward us. I looked up but paid no attention to it, as I thought it was some person on his way to Agassiz. However, as he approached, we realized that his appearance was very strange, and when he got even closer, we froze in astonishment, realizing that the creature was naked and covered in hair like an animal. We were almost paralyzed from fear. I picked up 2 stones with which I intended to hit him if he attempted to molest us, but within 50 feet or so he stood up and looked at us. He was twice as big as the average man, with hands so long that they almost touched the ground. I fled in terror because the creature's huge eyes and wide nose made it look so scary. After a minute or two I looked back and saw that he resumed his journey. The girl had fled before I left, and she ran so fast that I did not overtake her until I was close to Agassiz, where we told the story of our adventure to the Indians who were still enjoying themselves. Old Indians who were present said, the wild man was no doubt a Sasquatch, a tribe of hairy people whom they claim have always lived in the mountains, in tunnels and caves. Do hairy giants inhabit the mountain solitudes of British Columbia? Many Indians, besides those quoted, are sincerely convinced that the Sasquatch, a few of them at least, still live in the little-known interior of the province.